Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign goals wishing for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my worst slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Talked it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
walking on the floor, this certain no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna exit. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my clique, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it.
Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it.
I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got these different races. Yeah. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving faceless.
I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases.
Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get it in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man, you know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man, rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes. Oh, baby. When we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and and let the silence speak.
Oh, baby.
Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, high speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey, yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my worst slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, high speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice? I took people's drop boxes. I was like, are you a conservative, ma'am? And like an old lady would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative. And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that had voters there before, that hadn't been there before, getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that
Hi.
we see a little bit more of that tonight.
Hello.
We obviously don't know yet.
What's up, internet?
From this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
How's it
top
going?
5 issues,
I hope everyone's doing well out there in the ether web, in the internets, in the world wide web. Oops, it's dark. Let there be light. Yeah, I hope you're good. Chilling like a villain. I've been working so hard all day. I'm so tired. Always so tired. I got the new content up though, so just gotta keep that pace up. I don't think you were here. I was gonna try and stream every day this month. I don't know. Not exactly like a subathon, but I don't know, like a streak? I don't know what you call that. But I'm starting off so fucking tired. So that sucks. You pull weeds 2 days, and your body is just mad. I'm like really out of shape, I guess. Maybe I should do lifting for subs. I have some like 10 pounds. Muscle Mommy arc. It's all the rage. And I need to get stronger so that my wrists don't hurt for 3 days after pulling weeds. Because that's some bullshit. Granted, they were like really big weeds, like so tall. But I feel like it shouldn't hurt that much, probably. Probably not. I don't know what you're supposed to do for grip strength. Deadlift, farmer's carry, suitcase carry. I don't know what any of these mean. I don't know what any of these mean at all. Maybe we should do some gym 101. I really don't know. Oh, they have like an actual tool for this? Whoa. It's just like a spring? Whoa. That's cool. I like that. I know it's like also just like it's all connected, right? So you want to like work on all the parts. There's some like crazy looking contraptions here. There's one that's like, let me just pull this. Like this one? That's crazy. What is that? What is that? What'd it do? You like do this, I think? It's like tension. That would probably work. I imagine these are all pretty good. Yeah. Shape.com, is that reliable? I don't know. What's a reliable gym source? Deadlift, sure. I've seen that. Good. Farmer's carry. Hey, I have some of these. Walking? Walking. I can do that. This one, I think I can do this. The internet isn't reliable, yeah. Real. Why? These are all so basic. I mean, I guess... Sure. Sure. Hold with press. Oh, man. Sure. Pinch plate carry. No, thank you. I will break my foot. It sucks, yeah. Do it for 45 minutes, true. Just carrying anything. Dead hang? I don't think I can do that here. I don't have like a bar. I've always wanted to be able to do a pull-up, though. That would be pretty cool. I don't think I've ever been able to do it, really. I just don't have the upper body strength. Men's health, built lean, nerd fitness. Nerd of fitness. Do you know any gym bro influencers that know what they're talking about? I can do that. YouTube. Wait, lifting? Female. Bradley Martin, her liver king! I'm gonna skip that, probably. Oh, fuck. Clean beef patty. Hello, welcome. Today, we're gonna be talking about 5 things that I wish I had done differently at the beginning of my fitness journey. I'm listening. Respectfully, Queen. Disclaimer, these are my experiences and my life.
My life, my rules.
If you don't relate to these things, that is amazing for you, okay? But I know that if I relate to these things, somebody else does too, because there's nothing new under the sun. I know that somebody else is going through what I went through. So, let's get right into it. Number 1, first thing I wish that I had done differently, not winging it so much. What I mean by that is completely unstructured workouts. I know it's pretty hard when you're at the beginning of your fitness journey to know how to structure a workout routine. What I did for a very, very, very long time was just go in, basically do a full body workout every single time, which there's nothing wrong with. Like, for some people, Bro. That is actually... What? That's insane. I don't know much about going to the gym, but I know that that's gotta hurt, bro. Every time. Better to do a full body workout. For me personally, I wish I had not done that. I don't think it was that great. Also, I wasn't aware of how much I was lifting. I was just kind of like lifting every time. No tracking whatsoever. Wasn't tracking food, wasn't tracking weights, wasn't tracking workouts, wasn't tracking anything. So I wish maybe I had a little bit more structure. Personally now, I like a push-pull legs routine. That's just a vibes-based introduction. She just went and said, I'm gonna do some stuff. Slay. It's not the only one that exists. That's not the best one. There is no best one. Honestly, the full body workout might be what works for you. It wasn't for me. All right, thing number 2, just going through the motions. Kind of aligns with the last one where I wasn't really paying attention to anything. Just going through the motions. What I mean by that is during your workouts, the intensity is questionable. I see actually a lot of people doing this where they get this idea that they just need to meet this certain rep requirement and they just meet it and that's it. And maybe it's not actually that challenging. They're just like, all right, I got 3 sets of 10. That's all I need. Now I'm gonna be bossing it out. That's not really the way it works. All right, you need some intensity. So I wish I hadn't just gone through the motions. And tying in with the last point, I really wasn't tracking anything. So there was no way for me to know like if I was actually getting better. Sometimes still I don't track that closely, but I can literally just remember what I did last time because it was like 2 days ago. So if you can do that, that's awesome. But another thing with the just going through the motions is for some beginners, that actually might be quite important because I've also seen a number of people go into the gym. They know that they need to be intense. They're going for that intensity. Okay, go through the motions, but don't go through the motions. People G, I'm taking notes. Okay, Queen, I don't know what you mean, but I think you're making points. They're upping the weights, but their form is extremely questionable. That doesn't look right at all. Man lifted only with his back. Holy fuck. Did you see that? Oh god. Only back lifting. But their form is extremely questionable. And I'm like, ooh, to a certain degree, you do just need to go through the motions as a beginner up until you can get the right form and body awareness. Please do not move up in weight if your form is questionable. So you should be like going till failure, going till technical failure, which means your form is still there, pretty much. Like, you're not gonna get hurt. You're not gonna hurt yourself. Your form is safe, but you can't get more reps with good form, if that makes sense. That's technical failure. So that's what you want to do once you're ready, once your form. Not that every single workout, every single day always needs to be failure. Was there. I wish I had done that. I didn't really do that. I just went through the motions, and sometimes my form was questionable. There was like a while I don't know what I was doing. That's okay. Look at me. Bruh. That is okay. Okay, third thing I wish
that I had done differently, taken rest more seriously. And this goes into a lot of facets. So, sleeping rest. Very important. 7 to 9 hours. You people getting like 3-4 hours and being like, I'm built different. No, you're not. No, you are not. You are built hurting yourself. You're hurting your brain. Actually, you might be built different. I heard that there's like 0.0001% of people who can survive on like 2 hours of sleep. If that's you, I don't believe you. I don't. But who cares if I believe you or not, you know? The average person, me included.
Yeah, I'm sleeping like 12 hours. I'm sleeping as much as an infant. That's good. Good.
7 to 9 hours is ideal. So that's what I would be going for. Another form of rest days. I used to not really take that into consideration at all. I would work out 6 or 7 days a week and not rest. So there is something called active rest days, which is like you're still doing something, but it's not really like a workout. For that, I would usually go for a walk, go for a bike ride, go for a hike, roll around in my room, having an existential crisis. Just kidding on that one. But yeah, so like you're still doing something, but it's restful. It's restful. The rest days doesn't really apply to everybody. It kind of depends how intense your workouts are, because some people can work out 7 days a week, but it's because the workouts they're doing really...
Okay, like I have worked out before. I'm not that much of a beginner. Rest time within the workout, sure. Pacing, good. Seeing food as the enemy. I hope she's saying you shouldn't see food as the enemy.
Alright, number 4 thing that I wish that I had done differently. Aside from just fitness, I wish that I had done this differently in my life in general, because low-key, it definitely ruined my life for quite a few years and probably took some off the end of it. So, is what it is. Irreparable damage. Let's go! Anyway, it's seeing food as your enemy. So when I first started out, my goal was to basically get as skinny as possible. And there was a couple problems with that. One, that is just not my body type. I was aiming for a body type that I, quite frankly, was not born to have, I think, in a healthy way. And also, I really did like working out. So I couldn't really work out the way that I wanted to and look the way that I wanted to. These two things were not in line. I couldn't have both, but I wanted both. And so I knew, at the time, a little bit misled by myself. It was the blind leading the blind, and I was the leader and the follower. I knew that to lose weight, you need to be in a calorie deficit. However, I kind of looked at that and I was like, well, less is more. If I have nothing, then I don't have to worry about tracking anything. I'll just have as little as possible. That was a disaster for multiple reasons. Reason number 1, I got an eating disorder.
Yeah, that's not good. That's very bad. Damn.
Reason number 2, the hyper restriction, and this happens to a lot of people, can lead to binging. So that is very counterproductive. Also, it's very mentally and physically taxing. You don't want to do that. So don't restrict so much that you lead yourself into a binge, because probably that will happen to you. And don't beat yourself up for it. Don't beat yourself up for it, okay? It happens to the best of us, but there are ways to prevent that, like not being in such a giant calorie deficit. All right, that'll help you not binge. My camera overheated again. Okay, where we left off. Seeing food as the enemy, how I... Give yourself time. Okay, so those are my 5 things that I wish I had done differently or could wrap my little pea brain around now, but I still struggle. Again though, I mean, I made a ton of mistakes throughout my experience doing fitness. I would just like to let you know that if you feel like you're making a bunch of mistakes, you're fine, dude, honestly. There was a period of years where I ate maybe 10 grams of protein a day and worked out every single day and was going crazy. That was not good for me. I mean, look at me now, you know. I made all these mistakes and I turned out fine. I turned out okay. It's It's a journey, so you have time. And if none of these things apply to you, or if you don't care and like you like taking no rest days, like whatever you like doing, that's also fine. This is just my experience. I'd recommend you don't get all of your information from one source, and that includes me, because what works for me might not work for you. Might not work for your neighbor, might not work for the next person, you know. Experiment a little. Experiment. Get out there and try new things. See what you like, see what works for you, see what doesn't work for you. There is no perfect split. There is no perfect diet. There is no perfect schedule. I'm just saying, these are the things that I would have changed. I do hope this was helpful in some way. If you have something different in your fitness journey that you think you would change, or that has helped.
Wonderful. She's delightful. I feel like I have like very specific goals. So let me work out for wrist. Hey, sure. Okay. These are all stretches. Wait. Athelian X. Wicked. Wicked. Axe Jeff.
Hi Jeff, this is Saurav from India, and my Ask Jeff question is, whenever I'm doing my bicep curls, I get a very sharp and a nagging pain in this portion of my wrist, and it only happens during the exercise.
Okay, that's not what I need. The fuck is that? I feel like that's not...
How to bulletproof your wrists. The key movements are wrist flexion, extension, and deviation. This setup allows stress to be managed. The ligaments, tendons, and other wrist tissues will adapt. Rock in and out to the point of discomfort, not pain. Back of the palm is useful for false grip training. Fingers forward mobilizes the wrist joint. Fingers backwards effectively stretches the forearm muscles. Deviation mobility helps with neutral grip. Proceed with caution and always pay attention to the sensation. Increased movement options and tissue capacity must be coaxed, not forced. After opening our joints with mobility, we need stability. Bands are going to strengthen your newly opened range of motion. Working against resistance teaches stability in all planes of movement. A robust body must be earned. Fragility is for the lazy. How to bulletproof your wrists. The key movements are wrist.
Fragility is for the lazy. Okay, ouch. You didn't have to fucking roast me like that, Jesus. Spread your weed fully across multiple days. True. Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of like did it all at once. More or less. No more pain.
What's up? It's Chris Heria. If you've ever experienced pain in your wrist during any exercise like the push-up or the bench press, today I'm going to be showing you a routine to strengthen your wrist and eliminate that pain. Strengthening your wrist will also increase your repetitions in any exercise you do that involves your grip, wrist, or forearm. And of course, being able to increase your repetitions is going to develop more muscle and strength. Not just in your forearms, but muscle and strength throughout your entire body. So if you never do exercises to strengthen your wrist, chances are you're not as strong as you could be, and you may even be feeling wrist pain currently during some exercises, which is why this routine is going to be perfect for you. But before we get started,
I'm sorry, I just need to run that back real quick. Holy fuck.
repetitions is going to develop more muscle and strength. Not just in your forearms, but muscle and strength throughout your entire
Man is defying gravity.
body. So if you never do exercises to strengthen your wrist, chances are you're not as strong as you could be, and you may even be feeling wrist pain currently during some exercises, which is why this routine is going to be perfect for you. But before we get started, thank you to having tight wrists puts extra strain on the surrounding ligaments, joints, and muscles of the wrist. So just by increasing wrist flexibility, you'll be able to loosen the wrist and reduce the strain on them, which is why it's equally important to build strength and flexibility in your wrist. And that's exactly what we'll be doing today. So if you're ready to get started, all you're going to need to do is download the Heria Pro app in the App Store or Google Play Store. Open up to the YouTube workout section. You should be able to find this routine. Smash the like button on this video, and we're ready to get started. So before we get into building strength in our wrists and forearms, first we're going to get into some dynamic stretching. We're not going to hold these stretches for too long, but after our workout, I want you to come back to these stretches and do them again, but just hold them for longer as a static stretch. We're going to start stretching each individual finger, starting with our index finger. Go ahead and start pulling it back. You should start applying a little bit of pressure and then release that pressure. It's going to allow you to stretch it back even further. Now you should be able to feel that from your finger to your wrist all the way down to your forearm. Let's go to the next one. Apply a little bit of pressure and then release that pressure. Allow it to pull back. We're going to go through every single finger.
Yo. This hurts already.
Even the thumb.
Why?
Other hand. All right, shake that off. Next, we're gonna go into all our fingers, bring them all back, give it a nice little pressure, then release the pressure in your fingertips. Flip it over.
Stop it. Slow down. Wait a minute. Yo, it like popped. Is that supposed to happen? Is that normal? Fuck. What was this? It just did this? Ligaments are so overrated, yeah. Ligaments are so 20th century. Wait, listen.
Same thing. You want to press a little bit with your fingertips, but then pull them back and then release that pressure. It's going to allow you to bend even further back.
So flexible. Jesus.
Put the rest down. Gently push it down. Now grab by the thumb, turn the wrist around, gently pull it back.
Oh, that feels kind of good.
Now let's do it with the next hand. All right, now after our workout, we're gonna do these stretches.
I'm sorry, I just...
Put the rest down, gently push it down. Now grab by the thumb, turn the wrist around, gently pull it back. Now let's do it with the next hand. All right, now after our workout, we're gonna...
That's it? Wait, damn.
Round, gently pull it back. Now let's do it with the next hand. All right, now after our workout, we're gonna do these stretches again, but we're gonna hold each one for about 30 seconds each. Before we get started, I wanna show you a super underrated exercise that's great for building strength in your wrist, as well as eliminating wrist pain, and all you're gonna need is a rubber band. 99% of exercises involve you squeezing your hand, but only a handful of specific exercises apply resistance to opening your hand. And like I always say, to produce more strength and to prevent imbalances and injury, you want to be working antagonist movements and antagonist muscles. If you have a muscle imbalance, you may be able to work with a certain amount of resistance or weight with a specific muscle group, but the secondary supporting muscle groups may not be as strong. And that's exactly what will plateau you and lead you to injury, which is why the exercise we're about to do is so important. We're going to be going for finger extension. All you need is a rubber band. Put them on your fingers. If you have a long rubber band, just double it up. We're going to be going for 15 repetitions of just open and close. Really squeeze every time you get to a full extension, trying to go as wide as you can.
Not very strong.
All right, last one. Hold it, hold it. Should really feel that. All right, now if you've never done this before, you should definitely feel a pump in your forearms. Now we're ready to move on to the next exercise. All we're gonna need is a place to hang. We're gonna be going for fingertip hang. So we're just gonna be hanging by the edges of our fingertips. If you can't hang from the edge of your fingertips, you can always use an Australian pull-up position to reduce the amount of weight that you're hanging with. So let's get up there. We're gonna hold for 20 seconds. And if you can, I want you to curl with your fingertips. Go all the way up and back. If you can't, just hold it. Last couple seconds, 3, 2, and 1. And with that exercise, you can press. We're gonna be going for 15 repetitions. All you're gonna need is an elevated surface, and the position we're gonna get into to add resistance is gonna be like an incline push-up. Straight line from my feet to my shoulders. You wanna be pressing with your fingers. But if this is too difficult, you can always bring your hands down to your knuckles and push with just your wrist.
That looks like it would hurt my wrist so bad. To be real with you.
Last one. Oh.
Ain't no way. I need... like, can't find exactly what I'm looking for. Rice bucket training? What? Lollipop wrist? Grip strength? Maybe?
Whether you prefer body weight exercises for your resistance training or going to the gym and lifting weights, it's good to have a strong grip for all the upper body exercises. That's why in this video we're going to look at a couple gadgets that can be used to strengthen your forearms and wrists, and one of those gadgets can easily be made at home, by the way. Then we're going to look at some pushing exercises that can be done in a progressive manner, as well as some pulling exercises that you can use to build up your grip strength. So let's get started with the gadgets that I like to use. First thing you can do is build a DIY wrist roller. What I recommend doing is getting a length of PVC pipe and then drilling a hole right in the center of the pipe. The drill bit doesn't have to be too large.
Why does this start off with a fucking DIY? Okay, cool device, thank you.
Because this is only going to be used to thread some twine through it. So put some twine into the hole and pull it through the pipe. Thread that end of the twine through any kind of small hardware like a nut or a washer. That'll keep it in the pipe, while the other end of the twine you tie around some sort of weighted object. Typically this could be a water jug. If you tie it to the handle on a gallon of water, that's good. But what I'm using here is this old medicine ball that I have in my basement. So then hold the PVC pipe out in front of you at shoulder height, and then start rolling the PVC pipe to wrap the twine around it and bring the weight up towards your hands. Once the weight touches the pipe, now you reverse the rolling, so you're switching from your flexors to your wrist extensors and roll it down to the ground. And the second gadget I like to use is a grip strengthener. This is a simple little piece of hardware, and you can get them on Amazon really cheap. They're like 10 bucks for a good one. The one I have has these adjustments on the handle, so you can loosen the handle and lengthen the bar. And the bar is actually marked with numbers identifying the amount of resistance. So what you do is you set your resistance and then just squeeze. And you can do this anywhere. You can do it during your
Yeah, we're getting swole. I'm on my muscle mummy arc.
commute to work, while you're sitting at work, while you're watching TV. It's really versatile and convenient, so I highly recommend these because they're cheap and totally worth it, in my opinion. Now I can show you a bunch of pushing exercises to build grip strength. To start things off, the kneeling fist push-ups. So start off kneeling, get into a push-up position.
I'm a fan of this.
But then, instead of doing flat hands, get on your knuckles. Now just lean your weight forward and perform push-ups on your knuckles.
This is like the only way I can really do push-ups. I'm gonna be real with you.
And what this does, by using a fist instead of flat pronated hands, you're going to increase the amount of resistance on your forearms and wrists. You can also switch up the hand placement doing pronated, like I'm doing here, with the backs of your hands facing in front of you, and you can rotate and do neutral grip with your palms facing each other. Each way is good, so make sure you switch it up. As you build the grip strength in the kneeling position, you can then advance this to the next pushing exercise for grip, which is normal fist push-ups on your toes. This is really the same as doing the kneeling fist push-ups, except by doing them on your toes, you're increasing the resistance and making the exercise more challenging to build more grip strength. Once those start to get easy, you're ready for exercise number 5. Stand directly in front of a wall with arms fully extended and fingers extended. Touch the wall, and then you want to maintain a grip with your fingers extended like I'm doing here. Perform push-ups with your fingers spread to do incline fingertip push-ups. This will really start to build strength, not just in the wrists and forearms, but it also really hits the muscles in the hands and the fingers, which surprisingly makes a big difference for your grip strength. And once this starts to get easy, move to a lower incline using a couch or ottoman or coffee table. Once the lower incline surface gets easy for the fingertip push-ups, then you're ready to bring them down to the floor for exercise number 6. And this is really the same as what we've been doing on the wall and the inclined surface, but now you're just going to be up on your toes in a plank position, performing normal push-ups, but on your fingertips. This really is a lot more challenging than it looks, so if you haven't been working on your grip strength specifically, then you want to take this slow. Don't progress too fast because you could injure your wrists or fingers if you take this too fast. This is where I'm currently at in my grip strength journey in terms of pushing exercises, but there is another progression I've seen, and that is single arm fingertip planks and push-ups, which, as you can see, I'm not quite ready for. But that's exercise number 7 for those of you who are ready to take the next step. For me personally, it's going to take a little more work. Then exercise number 8 in the list is the frog stand hold. This is another pushing exercise because although
I used to be able to do this actually. I used to be able to do this for like a while. I need to do more yoga.
It's a static hold. You are pressing into the ground to hold this position with your knees tucked up on your elbows. I have an entire frog stand hold tutorial for those of you who can't do it yet.
Yeah, I face planted more than once, that's for sure.
Make sure you check out that video. I explain in detail how to hold this position, and it is great for building up the wrists and forearms. And of course, this is a lead up to the handstand. So once you have the frog stand down for 20 seconds or so, time to start working on your handstand, exercise number 9. And what I love about the handstand is, although it's a full body exercise, you are really using the muscles in your hands and fingers to fine-tune your balance. So the handstand is actually a really unique exercise because it not only builds strength for grip, but it also teaches you how to make fine adjustments with your fingers and hands for hand balancing, and it's a full body exercise. And now, for those of you with pull-up bars, here are some pulling exercises for grip strength. But just a warning, for the next 2 exercises, you will need a pull-up bar that's high enough that you can hang from it in a dead hang without having your feet touch the floor. So make sure your pull-up bar is pretty high. For exercise number 10, you'll want to...
Alright.
if you have arthritis and have not started using dumbbells in your training, it is definitely something you should consider if you want to be strong and support your joints. Because a lot of times body weight exercises can only get us so
You big ass little bitch, don't you want to be strong?
far. Then we need to start adding a little bit more challenge to actually build those muscles. But it can be a hard place to start to figure out what exercises you do need. Well, I'm gonna have my clients with arthritis show you their top 9 favorite exercises, and I'm gonna show you how to go through them. Now, number 8 is going to be a good one because it's gonna show how to kind of modify if you do experience some pain or discomfort. So I want you to stay tuned until the end. All right, here we go.
Way too fucking dank. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Chill. Way too high. Way too high. Keep the adventure alive.
Hold it. Now you're gonna just bend your knees just slightly. Keep the weight close to you. And now bend over, stick your hips back. Yes, and then squeeze up. Squeeze your glutes at the top. Try to keep the weight close to you. And then squeeze up at the top. There you go. And then squeeze your glutes at the top.
I'm gonna be real. She's doing better than I would right now. I'm gonna be real with you. Fuck. I'm gonna try this right now. Hold on. Let me make sure I know what I'm doing.
Gonna hold it. Now you're gonna just bend your knees just slightly. Keep the weight close to you. And now bend over, stick your hips back. Yes, and then squeeze up. Squeeze your glutes at the top. Try to keep the weight close to you. And then squeeze up at the top. There you go. And then squeeze your glutes at the top. 3. Thumbs up to the sky, raise up.
I was not prepared for how hard that was. The poop squat. Shut up. I was feeling it in my abs in a way that I didn't expect. I'm gonna be real. Okay.
In a diagonal.
This looks so silly. Let's go.
So you're squatting down.
Just like a superhero? Wait, how far was it? Just, okay. Okay. Look me. No. Am I? Yeah. Fuck. Oh, shit. Ain't no way, dude. Oh my god, I was shaking. Fuck. Those were only 8 pounds.
So you're squatting down, pulling up, leading with the elbows. Your squat stance is a little bit wider, focusing on your glutes and hamstrings.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm dying. I'm only doing, like, 10. Oh, shit. Okay. So... how far is she going? There? And then leading with the elbows. Alright. Elbows. Alright. I feel like a cartoon. I'm gonna be so ripped this summer. Oh my god.
So nice and controlled on the way down, knees out on the way up. Full extension.
Yo. Man's is so fit. So much more fit than I am. Am I 80 years old? We're doing it. We're doing it.
Full extension.
God damn it. Here we go. Oh. Let's go! We have to beat the Boomers cage match. Oh god. That's a good one.
Hold the weight close. You can bend the front knee a little bit more. Again, keeping most of your weight in that front leg. You're just lightly tapping with the back one. Yep. There you go. There you go. Lightly tapping with the back one. Holding the kettlebell close. You're just stepping up and down, alternating legs. Okay, so this is more weight than we've ever squatted. How does this feel?
These little hits pain in my knee.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm good.
See if it goes away the more that you do. And if it gets worse, then that means we need to modify.
It is going slightly away.
Okay. So it's kind of your joint saying, oh, what are you doing to me? What is this weight? And then now, hopefully it should go away.
So you're just hinging forward and you're pulling the weights back towards your hips, squeezing those upper back muscles, really focusing on those.
Okay, yeah. See, I have so much problems with my shoulders, and I think it's just like weakness. So this is probably a good one. It's like a 45-degree angle. Let's see. This, I think. Where's the hips? All right. Getting swole. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah, that's good on the back. Good stuff. Okay. Oh, I don't think my feet were wide enough. Oh well.
So they're almost close. Palms facing each other, down and up.
I don't want to get on my floor right now. I gotta get like a yoga mat.
And I thought for sure about laying there.
So now you know these top 9 exercises just to try to get your brain moving in a way, picking and choosing which ones maybe benefit.
Okay. She's kind of insufferable, but this was actually kind of helpful. Just save this for later. Alright, I feel like that's a good starting point. I should put a reward. Like 5. I'll do 5 for a sub. We can rotate through those, maybe?
And I really believe that. And I feel like I have superpowers. Keep that because whatever I want is mine. And I really believe that. And I feel like I have superpowers. Keep that in the edit because I know I got superpowers, but I'm not supposed to tell y'all. I'm supposed to tell y'all. I feel like art is a way for me to create like a safe space and a safe haven. In a community, I don't know, I just love creating, and being able to create is just such an amazing gift. I love to constantly do it and practice it. My name is Thaddeus Coates. My pronouns are he, him. I am a dancer. I'm a cartoonist. I am an athlete. I'm an artist. I am a creator. I am a superpower. I have Harry Potter subscription boxes. Keep shining. These are Harry Potter puzzles. Harry Potter is a bright, colorful ray of sunshine. Harry Potter is 100% sunshine. Harry Potter is love and light. He's so many things. He's me, actually. As a Black queer person, Black queer joy is just something that is unmatched. And I feel like I just thought about it as just being myself, because I literally am always just like seeing like the glass have full, and just focusing on the bright things that I actually have control over. I feel like in the anime world and in this like Black queer space, as a cartoonist, I feel like it's very important to create characters who look like me or give light or narrative to characters who don't. Like I know Susie Carmichael, I know AJ from Fairly Odd Parents, I know Gerald from Hey Arnold. Like these are all like really pivotal characters to me that I feel like I was seeing myself through, but I also was made very painfully aware that there needs to be more. I have my prized possession. I have a Pop-Tarts. Each of the frosting has specific designs on it too. This is the first time Pop-Tarts has ever done that, and so I'm the first person to do it. It's a triptych, but it also goes to the side with the rest of the party. The coolest thing about the Kellogg's project and making Rising Con was that every character had an individual story, and I focused on literally like minority groups because I'm a minority, so I create from my own narrative, really. And so this is a way for me to put a little bit of myself in a project and also have other people feel seen and have a seat at the table. Being a Black, like queer, like boy in high school, playing football and dancing at the same time, I didn't really feel like I was doing, like, it's crazy when I think about it now because I didn't feel like it was so revolutionary, but I guess it was actually, because I've always been like super tall and super like big and super like brawn. And so my mom always pushed for me to play sports just very younger than like high school. But I was such a like stickler for being like, no, I'm not gonna play again. And my mind is so powerful. That's what I think about so much. The thing I love about myself the most is that I know who I am, and I've always known who I am. To me, dance is expressive, it's freeing, it is loud, it is in your face. And a dancer, I've been able to kind of create a new lane in which I'm able to be another pillar, a representation for other people who don't see themselves in media very often. Yeah. I remember one time on my way to class, there was a lady who stopped me on 6th Avenue, and she was like, hey, do you want to model? Like, do you want to like try on these jeans? She said. I was like, I thought it was a scam. Mind you, trying on jeans just in general, or trying on clothes just as a larger person, it kind of makes me kind of nervous, or it used to make me really nervous. But I put them on and they fit really well. They fit like a glove. It was like when Cinderella got a glass slipper. This is amazing. He looks great in them. And she was like, yeah, you're our guy, you're our guy. And she was like, there's actually a market.
It's too bad the audio's so scuffed for this video because I love him. He's delightful.
In the industry for guys like you. And I was like, that's the first time I ever heard that, literally ever. To me, it gets better means when you focus on the good gets better. That is the quote. Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. When you focus on the good gets better. And I feel like throughout my career, the highlights of my career have been capturing those good moments and watering and nurturing those moments. And then because of who you are and how you are, and when you're unapologetically yourself, there'll be people around you who want to fortify that, who want to pour into you. It's like a wonderful garden where we're constantly pouring into each other and watching each other grow. To me, it gets better means that there'll be times when it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy, but as long as you focus on those things that make you happy and who you really are, those will be the things that make you light up, and those will be the things that people will be drawn to. And you are needed, and you are valued, and you are deserving of all good things. Just because of who you are, and you deserve it. You deserve good. You deserve better. It gets better.
Hell yeah.
Hi, my name is Itlali, and I'm going to talk about queer joy.
Hello, my name is Oliver, and I'm a trans guy who makes videos about LGBTQIA+ people where they get to talk about anything that thing that they want that somehow relates to them being queer. I'm currently traveling around Europe by train, and in Marseille, France, I met up with Citlali on their magical balcony.
My name is Citlali and I'm a queer artist. I'm 27 this year and I'm from Paris, but I moved to Marseille less than a week ago. I don't think I've ever understood the gender binary or my sexuality. So I guess I use the word queer because I'm very lost.
I always let the person I interview come up with a subject, and this is how Citlali chose one.
I really struggled to find a subject because I didn't want to talk about something that has been talked about many times. And I think the subject that we don't talk about enough, because maybe we don't have enough of it, is queer joy.
So they're going to share a few stories from their life about queer joy.
I was watching, I don't know if you know the show Heartstopper, and I was watching it, and it's a show that has like issues, like any show, but
Dude, everyone is talking about this show. I haven't seen it.
it brought me so much joy to watch it and to see like teenagers having a normal love story that I got kind of like, not jealous, but I was like very nostalgic of something that I'm not sure I'm gonna experience. I mean, no, I'm pretty sure I won't experience because my teenage years were not like that. But it still brought me a lot of joy to see it and to see that, for example, my little cousin who's 14 is able to experience things like that now, and that she knows so much about queer people and trans people and like she has so much knowledge that I didn't have, and she has so much shows like Heartstopper that she can look at and feel validated in her experience.
And TV also helped them figure out that they were queer back in the day.
I think I have.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Offline? It says I'm online. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there?
I had crushes on both like girls and boys like since I was 6. And one day I was
You see? Okay.
13 and I was watching Dr. House. And there is an episode, I don't know if you've watched it, there's an episode where Dr. House teases one of the characters in the show because she's bisexual. And he's like, oh, but you're like going out with men, but then there you have a girlfriend and blah, blah, blah. And so there is a whole episode with her explaining to him what bisexuality is and why he shouldn't be laughing. And then you see her with her girlfriend and how happy she is. And I remember like specifically watching that episode and having like the realization of my life where I was like, okay, there is a name for this and this is me and I identify with it and it's normal and it's on TV, and it brought me so much joy that the next morning I told my best friend, and it's kind of corny, but we went to like a kind of like a field area and we started running and I was like, I'm bisexual, and she was behind me, like the greatest ally ever. She was behind me and she was running and she was like, she's bisexual, and we were like, eh. And this is like such a core memory for me because I was like, yes,
That's so
identity.
cute.
It sounds
Oh my god, that's cute as fuck.
really corny, but like representation is so important, and it was such an important moment for me.
Another memory of queer joy happened more recently.
Recently, just before moving to Marseille, I went to my ex's wedding. Basically, it's not a wedding, it's called a Pax in France, and it's more of an administrative term. I think it was created for a gay couple to marry without giving them the right to marry. But now it is very popular for straight people and queer people because it's easier than getting married, and you still have administrative liberties that you wouldn't have if you were single. And so she did that. She got married and I was invited, and it also brought me a lot of joy because it was Basically, I think the only straight people there were in that wedding were my parents and her parents and some other exes' parents, because she invited a lot of, like the exes, we were 5 exes, and all of the parents of the exes.
That's so French.
I don't know, we had balloons that said like, straight but gay because he's trans, and then we had like cakes like just gay paxed or like stupid shit like that, and it was basically just a lot of queer joy of queer people gathering and like celebrating each other, and her parents also being super supportive, and his family that is from Chile took a plane and they all came just for the wedding. So I felt really validated in my identity, and I think she felt it too. And overall, I think I have, right now, it's a period in my life at 27 where I have queer people around me doing really traditional, corny stuff like getting married and starting families. And I didn't think it would be possible, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, gay marriage was legalized in France in 2014. So I didn't grow up with the idea that it could happen to me. And I don't think I believe in like the sanctity of marriage, but it's still really nice to know that it's a possibility. I haven't been to any straight weddings so far, so I feel like it's a big win. And the next weddings I'm gonna go to are not straight either, so I feel like that's a win.
Being queer has helped Citlali feel free.
So basically there's a lot of hardships in being queer and a lot of rejection from everyone, but growing up and finding your community and finding like-minded people and starting consuming the art that is done and like reading books about like queer people by queer people and like drawing queer art because that's what I'm doing. All of that gives me a lot of pride, a lot of joy, and right now I realize how free I am, because I had no choice but to find that freedom. I don't know how to explain, but I realized really early that I didn't fit in the really like straight cis world, and so being rejected from the norm means that then it's easier to get away from it more and more. And so being able to love outside of the binary of gender, I don't give a fuck, like it doesn't matter to me, or like getting away from gender stereotypes, stuff like that. I realize now that it's an incredible gift. And when I talk to my straight friends, especially straight women, I feel so sad for them and for the experience they have of life and all the limits, all the barriers they have regarding themselves, how they should act, the men in their lives. Like, it's terrible. And we try to have conversations. I try to like guide them a little bit, but it's really hard. And a lot of them now are really aware of their situation and they're really sad about it. And to a point where we stopped talking about the subjects because they're like, I'm kind of stuck in this and I don't like it, but I'm kind of stuck. And so I realized the privilege.
Jesus Christ. That got dark as fuck. That's like kind of depressing. This was supposed to be about queer joy. Oh yeah, I'm joyful because my friends are trapped in cis-het relationships they don't want to be in. But I'm free. Like, alright. Even the queer joy is sad. Fuck.
I have of getting away from the norm and the freedom I've gained from that. Especially because right now, like, most of my friends are queer. This is a queer apartment. Pretty much all the art I consume is queer. Like, it's a bit obsessive, but it's so nice.
To sum up, why is it so important to feel, experience, and share queer joy?
So I think queer joy is really important to us as a community because we need to feel like things are moving forward, that, yeah, we're getting more rights, that things are going in the right direction, that we're recognized as equals. And also I think we owe to the queer people before us to move forward and to experience as much joy as we can, because a lot of them didn't have the chance.
If you enjoyed watching that video, please like, comment, subscribe, and share the video. I really appreciate you showing your love in that.
It was nice. It was funny to me how they were like trying to frame being being openly queer as like a privilege. Like, only queer people are free and liberated. All my poor straight friends are miserable. Like, alright. I'm fine with spinning that narrative, honestly. Like, it's not true, but close enough, I guess? I don't know.
Way. If you also want to support the channel financially, that's possible via Patreon, but really no pressure. See you next time.
We good to go? Fabulous.
There's this illustrator called George Quaintance who, in the mid-1900s, was churning out this amazingly homoerotic work for pulp magazines like Stolen Sweets and Tempting Tales, playing with and subverting stereotypes like gay cowboys and idyllic classical figures. Looking through this by contrast, you realize how rare it is to see such expressions of queer joy in historical fine art. Too often, we dwell on the negatives of history's LGBTQ+ artists. Dark stories, pain and repression.
We have like Keith Haring, who sadly died of AIDS, Basquiat, who died of drug abuse.
Not just in the visual arts, but across different art forms.
But look closer and queer joy can be found, sometimes explicit, but sometimes in the abstract. Flowers, landscapes, colours and domestic scenes. So how do we find and illuminate this work? And why is it so important that we do? Okay, let's get stuck in. Let's talk about queer joy. If there's one recurrent theme in joyful queer art, it's the subversion of stereotypes. Let's start by talking about the sailor. The all-male societies of the sea were an enduring stereotype of gay masculinity. The swagger and charm of these figures in their dashing uniforms can be seen in work from pop artists like Tom of Finland, or the iconic outfits of the village people, to fine artists like Francis Cadell.
Sort of shirtless sailors wearing, hats, like really camp.
But they both go deeper than stereotype. Cadell here also showing a more sensitive individual portrait of a young sailor in an intimately observed study. Meanwhile, Valentine Penrose used subversions of Gothic settings to explore celebrations of lesbian love.
Novels with a lot of lesbian themes in them. Letters or poems or snippets of dialogue from one woman to another. And they're all like full of love and loss.
Hiding queer narratives in fantastical settings. Even the word queer is itself a subversion, a way in which the gay, lesbian, bi, trans and intersex communities have reclaimed a derogatory phrase. These kinds of subversions can be seen from the mid-20th century onwards.
I think that was a really catalytic moment. Where are the artists and where are the activists, and how are those boundaries fudged there?
That was about people trying to fight back.
Queer joy is a form of resistance. It is an act of resistance.
So the whole idea of like graphic impact, Guerrilla Girls, Lesbian Avengers, you're seeing these really playful, really joyful, really fantastic interventions into almost like the frame of popular culture as well as the frame of fine art representation.
So often, queer joy is about self-expression, about playing with and taking ownership of visuals and identity.
I guess as you'd call appropriation, it is taking things and repurposing them. Some of my favourite artists are those who do that, people like Duchamp, a Warhol.
The subtle references that are there in people's ways of presenting themselves to the world.
I think there's an idea that you strip things away, you strip away the layers of the onion, and you will come to the core of the truth. And I don't think that's necessarily actually how we speak of truth. It's in what we perform, about the apparel that we wear and the guises that we're going to adopt. The masks tell the truth as much as anything beneath it.
Equally though, queer joy can be found in simple representation and everyday depictions.
Feeling accepted is the biggest part of it, being in control of yourself and not being under the spotlight in any way.
Artists like Hockney, for example, spoke about their work more about the authenticity, having an identity and living an identity, and that having elements of joy as part of it.
Hockney described his work as propaganda for queer love, but often his paintings take the form of more domestic, everyday scenes, like his portrait of Christopher Isherwood and Don Bachardy, simmering with sexual tension and illusions. At other times, queer love can be shown in even less direct ways.
I wouldn't normally be stopped in my tracks by a portrait of a vase of flowers, but Gluck's flower paintings and the story behind those of her relationship with the florist Constance Spry draws me towards those paintings.
Gluck was a pipe-smoking, gender-rejecting painter from the early 1900s, who painted coded still lifes to express the joy of her 4-year relationship with a female florist.
I remember going to an exhibition of Gluck's work and I couldn't get enough. I didn't want to leave that room just for the reason that art, for me, had so many stories and layers to it.
Of course, today's artists can afford to be more overt in depictions of queerness. Front and centre of the Scottish National Portrait Gallery is Roxana Hall's portrait of Horst MacDonald, a truly collaborative piece.
This is the part of me I never see. This is what other people see when I sing.
She felt that something of her intimate self was there embedded in the work.
It's the joy, the excitement, the passion that comes from inside me, and I've never seen it.
When do we see an image of an older woman looking like that? Someone who is absolutely alive, vital, and saturated and rich.
Again, queer joy here comes from a place of defiance, of darkness.
Starting off, it all comes from me voicing stuff from inside, which comes from years and years ago of growing up and being chased by people, being shouted at, being spat on for being gay. I was kind of demonstrating my insides, my emotions.
So many of us know what it is to have to try to find joy when we know that we are still considered to be aberrant. We still live in those times, that's still the case.
In contemporary art, joyful defiance often comes from increasing visibility of and celebrating marginalised subcultures and people.
Anything that is not societal norm or the heteronormative, that's what I would say is the queer.
In looking at the work of Tessa Boffin, seeing the work of somebody like Olivia Plander, whose work you can see, there's a beautiful, joyful sense there of people surviving, people thriving.
Like a queer reading of Rakib Shaw's erotically charged work, which depicts fantastical, hedonistic worlds, often populated by mythical creatures. Increasing the amount of joyous, outwardly queer art on gallery walls has a huge effect on individuals, audiences, and artists, because representing queer joy in the world of art is one step in increasing queer joy in the world that we live in.
For any minority, to see yourself depicted in culture is so important, and it makes you feel like you exist and that you matter.
It's imperative that we see people like ourselves, because those things sustain us.
I think it's showing like a full range of emotion.
A broader range of artists and sitters gives us a broader range of stories to tell.
So to find joy and to speak and to laugh and to be together, well, it's critical.
Hello friends and welcome back to another episode of Strange. I'm your host, Strange. Today I want to talk about the era of the Tumblr SJW, the Mogai community trend that really peaked from like 2014 to 2015. What was that all about? You know, now that we're all a little more mature, perhaps we should look at this with some different eyes. Maybe we'll learn something interesting. MOGI stands for Marginalized Orientations, Gender Alignments, Intersex. So this was the MOGI flag. It is an alternative acronym to LGBT that is designed to be even more inclusive of possible expressions. And the MOGI community is known for its eternally growing dictionaries of possible genders and sexualities, neopronouns, custom pride flags, and support for MOGI still exists today. I came across multiple active MOGI blogs on Tumblr while I was researching for this video, but it's not nearly as popular as it once was. And it's kind of the reason that Tumblr had that reputation for a while for being full of crazy snowflake teenagers with their genders. Like I said, it's been a while.
Genders.
I think it's time that we kind of do a little retrospective on this. But first I must announce that merch has returned. It was gone for a little while because I was having some problems with just declining quality from the merch company that I was using before, so I switched to a new company. I could not be more pleased with it. Everything is amazing. All the old designs are back, including, after all of these years, where is it? Posters of the Strange Eons painting, the classic Strange. I always wanted to make these. My original vision for this design was a poster, but the last merch company I was with, for some reason, could just never handle printing it in high quality. I've also got a new shirt. It says, Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway saved my worthless life on the front, and then on the back it has the classic Strange painting in black and white, so it is fully goth compatible. Can you tell this was originally meant to be launched with the 1 million subscriber special? But it's fine, you can get it now! Link will be in the description below for that. Let us begin with some of the discussions that Tumblr was having around the coinage of the phrase, or the acronym MOGI in 2014. Many different acronyms were played with before the final winning version MOGI was suggested by Tumblr user cisphobeofficial, a 14-year-old named Cloud. Hey, I've been seeing the term gender/sex minorities or GSM on my dash a lot lately, so I'm assuming that people don't know the origin of that term. The creator, Lars Allerstam, was a pedophile propagator. He created the term to normalize pedophilia specifically between parents and their children. Such relationships were very common among his friends. I don't know if this is true. Tumblr is not a reliable source. I've also seen some posts discussing how the LGBTQIA community should reclaim the term, but surely I don't have to go into the history books explaining why grouping us with pedophiles and rapists would be a bad thing. The alternative that's been proposed is MOGI, Marginalized Orientations, Gender Alignments, and Intersex. I don't know the background behind this one, so let me know if there's something about this term I need to be made aware of. As far as I know, it's okay to use. A lot of people have been looking for an alternative to GSM, gender, sexuality, minority, because of its problematic nature and the connotations of the word minority. LGBTQI+ is trying to be all-encompassing, whilst getting longer every time people realize it's missing some. I think MGS, marginalized gender sexuality, is a far better term that poses less problems and is less of a mouthful. What do you guys think? I like this a lot more, holy shit. No. Kinksters and poly cishets will try and claim that they can use it too. Whatever term it is must exclude cishet kinksters and poly people. Marginalized gender sexuality.
The age-old fucking gay infighting. Classic. Fucking classic. The creature from Gremlins? Yep. Yep, that's it.
Sexuality doesn't do that. Replace sexuality with orientation, maybe? I think there's only so far we can go with this before just resorting to inventing a new word and defining it to mean not cishet. Yeah, like maybe MGO or something? That's a little more inclusive of ace and queer romantic orientation, so I made a dumb joke on this last time, but also I think marginalized gender could probably just include cishet women. IDK how to fix that though. I've seen another shorthand for LGBTQIA was MOGA, but I can't remember where it came from or what the acronym meant. Marginalized orientation and gender alignment, did a little Googling. Is it like GRSM where it included pedophiles at any time? I wouldn't believe so because marginalization is in reference to oppression and pedophilia isn't an orientation, but who knows, cishets will find any reason to appropriate queer/trans things. I kind of like MOGA because it sounds like toga, and you could throw an awesome MOGA parties where only cool queer people were invited. It still leaves out the romantic spectrum though, maybe adding one more letter, MORGA, marginalized orientation, romantic, and gender alignment. MORGA sounds like an agent or goblin emperor, I like it. Well then let's spread the acronym acronym and make sure to keep crossdressers and pedophiles from trying to take it. I'm changing my tag to that now. I'm all in favor of MOGA. Romantic orientations are still orientations, so I think the R is redundant. I mean, I think the R is worth keeping, because it does sort of emphasize that a person's romantic orientations can be different from their sexual orientations. I mean, yeah, but the people who created the acronym specifically put orientations instead of sexuality to include romantic orientations. MOGAI, marginalized orientations, gender identities, and intersex, as a more equal and inclusive umbrella term for homosexuals, multisexuals, asexuals, correspondent romantic orientations, trans people, and intersex people. I saw this post by Tumblr user ByPrivilege, and I wholeheartedly agree with the notion that this is a preferable term, or at least a good alternative to the LGBTQIAP+ acronym. No more people complaining about how many letters are we gonna add. No more groups getting forgotten because someone is too lazy to type out the entire acronym, and to me it has a more inclusive and equal feeling for all included groups. Plus, as Tumblr user Punk Rock Luna pointed out, MOGAI could also be used as an adjective replacing the word queer. Queer is being used by a lot of people within the community, but we should not forget that it is also a slur, and not everyone is comfortable with being labeled, or even labeling themselves as such. I would absolutely love it if we could make this a thing. Yes, but marginalized gender identities would include dyadic cis women because they're marginalized for their gender identity. The A is for alignment, as in gender alignment, not and. I thought now would be a good time to hop in and tell you that a better umbrella term is MOGAI. It stands for marginalized orientations, gender alignment, and intersex. As far as I know, it has no problematic history behind it. Greatly appreciated. The discussions around MOGAI really reflected a desire to erase previous problematic queer history and replace it with something new and pure and entirely inclusive. People who were in this community, they were like, they were on a wavelength, and they could be pretty difficult to approach if you were not also on that wavelength. They wanted to be this like amazing, eternally inclusive and validating community, and they often did this by policing people's language very aggressively. They were young people who had just had their minds opened to these amazing possibilities, and they felt so amazing about it, and they were so confident that they were correct, that they didn't really feel the need to explain why, or to use language that made sense to outsiders. One example that I remember that is just ouch. I just feel ouch. It was in 2014, a 16-year-old non-binary YouTuber named Milo Stewart made this YouTube video titled, "All cis people are transphobic, and you're probably racist too." If you're a person who is in queer Tumblr circles, or even MOGAI Tumblr circles, and is used to discourse about subconscious bias, intersectionality, and understanding in what ways you have privilege, and how to be aware of that, and be a good ally to others, you see this and you're like, okay, simplistic phrasing, but sure. If you're a complete outsider, this phrasing is extremely antagonistic. And this kid got relentlessly, I say this kid, I'm pretty sure they're my age. But at the time, I remember this kid got relentlessly bullied all across the internet by people who were adults who had no interest in trying to understand what they really meant. It was a bloodbath. And we will get around to talking more about the reactions against Tumblr in this era, but
I was not on Tumblr at this time. I missed this entire discourse. Imagine if all this energy had been spent on community outreach, mutual aid, and lobbying. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think, like she said, this was mostly like young children.
But for now, I want to show you a little bit more MOGAI stuff. Tumblr was the only place that this could have happened, I think. Most social media is for talking about yourself, showing off yourself, interacting with people you know in real life. It's like an extension of your real life communities. Tumblr is not that. Tumblr is where you specifically seek out people who share your interests and experiences. You meet strangers, you can be as anonymous or non-anonymous as you want. And as a result, I think Tumblr can get way more personal than other social media very fast. A lot of people kept Tumblr like a secret diary or a second life almost. Not to mention just the way that posts are structured and circulated via reblogs encourages discussion, so do asks. It was the perfect space for the MOGAI community to be birthed and then just go ham. It seems like they first unearthed some slightly older terms like gender fluid, bigender, agender, which go back to the 90s. demisexual, demigirl, and demiboy, or demiguy, which seem to have been birthed in some nebulous internet hole sometime pre-2010. They embraced asexuality and a spectrum of gray asexuality.
Internet
They
hole.
embraced the idea of romantic attractions, which were separate from sexual. I am not a person who finds labels or labeling every facet of my being to be helpful, to me personally. But if I was, my lord, I am so aromantic. Some people have difficulty differentiating romantic and sexual feelings, and there's mogai labels for that too. And the thing is, people have undoubtedly always felt these feelings. Like, there's nothing that strange about the experiences that a lot of these words describe. But to give these experiences words and to say that they are valid, you who lives in a society that is constantly shoving romance and sex and cishet gender roles down your throat, you have the option to not want these things, or to want these things in any amount that feels right to you, and sometimes want them and sometimes not. It's kind of cool. It's kind of radical, probably, that these teenagers who were just growing up and trying to sort out their own feelings and their own interworkings ended up coming up with this whole new system for articulating those feelings. The mainstream words at the time were lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, sometimes queer, sometimes a vague plus. And they said, instead of working within the constraints of this mainstream language that might not always feel right, how about we really shake things up? And oh buddy, they did. The goal of the mogai community eventually became to just coin as many possible gender labels, as many possible hypothetical genders as possible, and collect them on their shiny mogai dictionary blogs. A lot of these terms were very similar to each other. It didn't really matter. There wasn't really any filtering for quality or coherence. Just create more. Just more genders. Just pour genders right down my throat. There were people who ran these like gender coining blogs who would just spout off these posts of like, Tuesday morning, good morning Tumblr, here's some genders I came up with. Gender identities that I came up with and liked. X-gender/E-gender. A-gender is like saying none of the above for gender, but X-gender/E-gender is like refusing to answer the question, crossing out the words, or eating the paper the question is written on. Xenogender, a gender that cannot be contained by human understanding of gender, more concerned with crafting other methods of gender categorization and hierarchy, such as those relating to animals, plants, or other creatures/things. Micro and macro gender, small and large feelings of gender that are not identifiable within social gender categories. Res gender, a gender that can be summed up as an undefinable, nondescript thing but manifests in hundreds of different genders that could be recognized and function as girl and or boy, but is entirely dependent on the context. Ungender, not without, but a negative. An unboy would be the negative of boy, and an ungirl would be the negative of girl. Neurogender. Neurogender describes when one's gender is in some way linked to one's neurodivergency, mental illness, or neurological conditions. It is an umbrella term for any gender related to being neurodivergent, but it can also be used as an identity on its own. Neurogender is not neurodivergency as a gender, but rather is a gender that is heavily influenced by neurodivergency. Apogender, Greek prefix apo meaning away from, separate. At the farthest point, a subset of gender in which you feel not only genderless but entirely removed from the concept of gender. Egogender, Latin/Greek prefix ego meaning self, first person, a gender that is solely based on yourself, and no words seem to define it other than me gender. Histrogender, Latin prefix history meaning actor, a gender that is largely or entirely put on, a gender you adapt and act out when around others. Paragender, Greek prefix para meaning beside, near, a gender that is very near but not quite another gender, i.e. para-girl, vaguely a girl but not quite. 95% of what's out there is purely theoretical genders. Genders that were never adopted by anyone as far as I know. Could we theoretically live in a society where everyone's gender and pronouns are as unique as their name? Maybe. Sure. I'm not sure if that's necessary or attainable. And that is why creating mogai genders was ultimately, it was a trend. It ended because labels like these lacked practical usage. For a little bit of evidence here, we can look at the Gender Census, which is an online survey of people who do not identify as male or female, run by an individual named Cassian, who wrote, "Back in 2013, I noticed there was a lot of confusion about the language used by non-binary people to describe themselves. This title was the best/most popular among gender non-conforming people. The real non-binary pronoun was that. No one who is really genderqueer calls themselves X, and I thought, no one is basing any of this on anything reliable, are are they? Wouldn't it be cool if someone actually asked as many people as possible how they identify anonymously and neutrally, and then people could say things and back it up with some numbers? So I did it. And then, a little over a year later, I wondered if any of those popular words were still popular, or whether they were being overtaken by something new and more suitable. Are there any neopronouns that are becoming more popular that I can make cis people more aware of and consider using for myself? Wouldn't it be cool if I just ran the same survey again to see if anything had changed? And the gender census has been going ever since. There was 2,000 responses to it in 2013. There was almost 40,000 responses to it in 2022. What we can see from it consistently across the board is that non-binary and genderqueer or queer remain by far the most popular labels. They, them pronouns are the most popular, and after that it's she, her, and he, him pronouns. The proportion of individuals using highly specialized gender labels and neopronouns has
Millennials are the avatar of genders. Real. True. Unreliable gender tests modeled on Myers-Briggs. Yeah. I'm sure there are many of those.
always been pretty small, despite that brief explosion of theoretical gender labels around 2014 from the Mogai community. I was a teenager when all of this was happening, and I do vividly remember thinking that highly specialized gender labels describing how your gender is like a root system or neopronouns were dumb. I remember thinking they were dumb. That was my teenage opinion. However, Tumblr did succeed in popularizing a lot of other labels that were simpler, had wider appeal. Non-binary, agender, aromantic, demigirl, grey ace. Like, these are words I can remember that were extremely popular on Tumblr. I had actually, as a teenager, I had no way of knowing that these were relatively new internet era type ideas. My friends and I, we got all of our queer sex ed from Tumblr. And this is kind of just what we learned was out there. I realize now that there was not such a distinction for a lot of people who were on the outside of Tumblr. A lot of people would hear aromantic and moon gender and think it's all the same Tumblr special snowflake bullshit. But being on Tumblr back then, there very much was a distinction between a handful of very popular words that were pretty normal.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, half of those that she read out, sounded the same. Exactly the same to me. Clickhole and BuzzFeed still exist. BuzzFeed, I think, just sold out or is like liquidating or something. I don't even know about Clickhole. I've never even heard of that.
To us as teenagers and the eternal pit of Mogai gender coining. So, now I want to talk a little bit more about that outside reaction. In the 2010s, we were introduced to the idea of the normal, upstanding queer person who didn't challenge cishet paradigms too much. There were married gay people with kids in houses in the suburbs on TV. There were rich and famous trans women looking gorgeous on magazine covers. We have legal marriage in the US now. Homophobia is over and gay people are boring now. Get with the times. And then some Tumblr teens rolled onto the scene like, I think lizard should be a gender. And that, if you dare take it seriously, is a pretty big upheaval of the cishet paradigm. No. An idea that took hold very quickly was that Tumblr was giving real, normal and inoffensive queer people a bad name. The queer journey, as it was presented in the mainstream, was presented as being very linear. You realize that you are this thing. You are fundamentally this thing with this label. Present and live your life accordingly. You're gay or bi, you maybe get a haircut, you find a significant other, and you come out to your family and you all cry and hug each other. If you are trans, you transition from one gender to the other one. You are a queer person, you are following the secret formula to get happiness. And maybe you're succeeding and you're becoming who you've always wanted to be, and you are extremely proud of that progress. Especially if you're a person who's a bit older and lived through all of the progress leading up to homophobia is over and gay marriage is legal and gay people are boring now 2015. And then your senses are assaulted by some glitter-covered 14-year-old on some fucking wavelength using pronouns from the year 2150. And you're like, what? Okay. Some people felt really off-put and even personally hurt by seeing an ideology so foreign entering online queer spaces. An ideology that proposed tearing down a lot of established queer language in favor of new terms. The LGBT acronym is problematic and not inclusive enough. Saying minority is problematic. Saying marginalized gender is inaccurate because it technically includes cis women. Imagine being like a 40-year-old queer person who has spent decades in the community, decades of activism. You'd be like, what on earth the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I'm not saying Mogai. Where are your parents? The Mogai trend, the Tumblr attitudes about gender and sexuality remained very contained to Tumblr. You didn't really see support for this anywhere else online, and certainly not in real life. What you did have was a lot of people making fun of Tumblr. The anti-Mogai, anti-SJW, anti-Tumblr trend was so much bigger than the original trend that it was reacting to. I'm talking YouTube videos with hundreds of thousands, even millions in some cases of views, and this became like the thing that really defined Tumblr in the mainstream internet consciousness. The consensus was that Tumblr users were annoying, attention-seeking teenagers who just wanted to be special. They want to be oppressed so bad, even though they've never faced real discrimination ever, unlike real, normal queer people who don't challenge the cishet paradigm too much. They used to use the phrase oppression Olympics to talk about Tumblr. They used to use the phrase trans-trender, you know, implying that being queer and being trans it's trendy with the teens now. All the teens are just saying that they're trans because it's cool, apparently, on Tumblr. Tumblr's interest in social justice was framed as the users all just being sensitive little snowflakes who would cry if their feelings got hurt, and so they were trying to make sure no one was ever said mean, offensive words again. It was probably tied up with the idea of, like, millennials all being entitled brats that was very prominent in the 2010s, even though most of the people who would have been participating in the Mogai trend would have been Gen Z or like Gen Z millennial cusp like me. Back then nobody really talked about Gen Z yet. It was all millennials. All young people were all entitled millennials. Hilarious coming from the generation that thinks it's okay to yell at service workers. But I digress. There was a very popular subreddit called Tumblr in Action that was dedicated to dunking on gender special snowflakes and SJWs. Shockingly, it has since been banned for hate speech. And then it made its way onto YouTube. Originally, and I remember this. This is knowledge straight from my brain to yours. Are you ready? Originally, a lot of the YouTube channels making anti-Tumblr content were channels that had previously been anti-religious or anti-Christian. And I know that seems weird. I was talking to a friend that I've known since high school. We went to high school together, we were trapped in Catholic school together, and we were both little edgelords. And so sometimes we used to watch these anti-religious YouTube channels because it was cathartic for us.
That seems like quite the pivot.
And I said to this friend, I was like, oh yeah, they do transphobia now. And she was like, they do what for? Why? It does make sense to me. I think there is a...
Heavers. Spirit Mogwai icon. That's the most problematic. The most problematic.
type of person who just lives to debate idiots with facts and logic. They just get a rush out of internet discourse that way. Could never be me. But I see why this type of person might be tickled by fundamentalist Christians and by Tumblr SJWs in the same way. Having dramatic reactions to things that they consider illogical on the internet is like their whole thing. So I think, honestly, it translated pretty well. Now, the other contingent of YouTube channels leading the original wave of anti-Tumblr content was channels by trans creators who tended to subscribe to the transmedicalist ideology, which says that being trans is a medical condition that is treated through linear transition from one gender to the other one. And they really did not like people trying to mess with or expand that definition. And when you have fought so hard to be the person that you are, it can be really difficult to come face to face with experiences of queerness that are so different from your own or even directly contradict your own. Having a bad reaction to seeing this kind of thing initially, I think, is completely understandable and deserves empathy. But oh my lord, some of these YouTubers took it quite far. They bullied children a lot, and they got so many views and they made so much money off of it. And I think some of them were also very young and regret it now, and so I'm not going to name names or show video clips or anything like that. If you were around, you know. There has always been a subset of queer people that is very eager to pander to the cishet majority. I'm not like those other weird queer people who throw it in your face. I'm normal and I hate those gross queer people too. Please give me the meagerest of human rights and together we can oppress them. From there, anti-Tumblr content just became massive, massive on YouTube. I'm talking the biggest channels on this platform were doing reaction videos to Tumblr in Action, and their disgust and their bullying was often phrased as just concern. concern for the mental health of the obviously deranged teenagers on Tumblr, concern for the real queer people who fit nicely into the boxes that cishet society had allowed us up until that point. Can you tell that I have opinions about this? I mean, I created my channel partially in response to this trend. As far as I know, I was the first person to make videos about Tumblr, like reaction to Tumblr, like my Tumblr deep dive series. I was the first person to make those videos sort of reacting to Tumblr from a point of view of understanding as an actual member of the Tumblr community. I was sick and tired of watching YouTubers look at Tumblr screenshots on Reddit for 20 minutes and go, ew, bad, gross, cringe. It was boring! And Tumblr is so interesting. It is so weird and so interesting. So I took matters into my own hands and I brought the Tumblrina representation to YouTube. Anyway, back on topic. Everyone was looking at Mogai Tumblr and assuming that these labels, they just made these up. These don't mean anything. There's no history behind them. They are therefore bad and fake. But like, all words are fake. We made up all the words. All words to describe the queer experience were made up at some point. They were new at some point. Some of the first words in Western civilization, at least, were homosexual, invert, but these were kind of just imposed on us by doctors. So we chose words like gay. We chose the word lesbian in reference to Sappho because her poetry was one of the only literary examples of desire between women. It is important to us to be able to describe ourselves in ways that feel good and accurate. Because what is the alternative? Inadequate or derogatory language imposed on us by others? No language? No way to describe ourselves and to communicate about ourselves to others? When there are inadequate words available to us in mainstream language, creating words is radical. It is in itself a method of—
No more words, only vibes. Only grunts. Vibe-based grunts. We'll figure it out.
Of resisting dominant narratives. The flaw of highly specified Mogai labels is that they are not practical. Can/should we reinvent queer discourse from the ground up because our history is problematic? The word queer was once a slur, so etc. I think no. I think queer is the best possible umbrella word that I have, and so I say it, because it is the best way that I have to communicate what I mean to you. We aren't perfect now either, and we never will be. And language isn't perfect. No word will ever encapsulate a person's entirely unique, weird, soupy, complex, insane relationship with gender and sexuality. The purpose of putting limited language to our complex inner workings is so that we can communicate with each other. We can find each other and unite for common goals. What does any of this mean? Nothing at a first glance. If I have to open up the gender dictionary every time I meet someone, that's not practical. If every time I introduce myself, I also have to explain my gender and pronouns and custom pride flag, that's not practical. You know, that's not useful to queer community building. But like, of course it isn't. It's a system invented by teenagers on the internet who had never participated in queer adult life or community. Mogai is something that I think probably only ever would have worked online. I don't know, I'm open to being proven wrong. Nothing I am saying in this video is like my hardline opinion and I am here to prove you wrong. Like, no, I'm having thoughts, I'm saying things. Like, if you disagree with me, please be nice about it. I'm open to being disagreed with. So for a minute, let's just take Mogai at face value and ask, what is this good for? I think they did create a really interesting tool for introspection and personal growth, because gender and sexuality are these weird, intense, strange, soupy feelings. It absolutely is useful and conducive to personal growth to look at some of these terms popularized by the Mogai community and ask, what proportions do you feel male or female or lack thereof? How important or not important are sex and romance to you? Even more abstract things like what plants or animals do you relate to on some level? Young people are very concerned with identity and who they want to be and what they want to believe. And when those people are extremely online, those ideas are not always useful for communicating in the real world.
Yeah, like, over my lifetime, the acronym has changed like 15 times. It's like interpretive dancing it is, yeah. Just figure out some sort of signal, you know? Some kind of queer signal. Some sign language. Gay. Yeah. Yeah, no, so like the acronym, of course, was like LGBT. I think that was like the first iteration, right? I mean, really, when I was a kid, people only said gay. They weren't like specifying like lesbian or whatever. But anyway, then LGBTQ, LGBTQIA, LGBTQIA plus, LGBTQIA 2S plus. I can't keep up, man. I'm running out of space up here. I can't fit another acronym. I don't like Mogai better, but something. I like queer. I think that's vague enough. I don't know.
World. Okay. Is that Mogai's greatest sin? Is that it? Like, it's not that bad. There should not have been like a solid 4 years where bullying SJW and Mogai kids was considered a super chill and well-adjusted thing to do. Before I leave you, I do want to acknowledge the sort of elephant in the room that not everyone wants labels or finds labels useful. Yes, I think the word aromantic objectively describes me. Do I feel the need to, like, adopt that label as a part of my identity? Not really. I had friends tell me about it and kind of assign it to me when I was a teenager too, and I was like, yeah, that's true about me. I don't know, I just don't latch on to words that way very often. Like, I like lesbian, I like queer. Other than that, it's just never mattered to me that much. And when I was younger, more annoying. I used to be a little bit of a stubborn asshole about people who labels really did matter to, because it didn't matter to me, and therefore it didn't get it, and it didn't make any sense to me. And it's like, okay, shut the fuck up, you're 14. As an adult, I have the ability to look at the Tumblr Mogai community in a more nuanced way and be like, whoa, actually, the invention of language is radical and cool and awesome. New, highly specialized words are not always going to be useful in a social context, but attempting to conceive of ourselves in ways that are totally removed from the baggage of mainstream labels is interesting. Looking back at Mogai 10 years later, I give it a solid, that's interesting. I also know that queer education was extremely difficult to find back then, because I tried. I tried as a kid to find out about the history of the feelings I had for the girl in my class. Part of the reason why a lot of these young people seem so disinterested in queer history is because they just didn't know it. The reason that they had the freedom to be having these conversations on Tumblr and to accept themselves so easily was because queer people fought for these freedoms for decades, and there should ideally have been a little bit more reverence for that. But I don't blame them for the fact that there wasn't, because where were they supposed to learn these things? Of course they just started trying their darndest to make sense of things themselves. I think those are all of the thoughts that I have been thinking about.
You know what? And God bless them for that. They were doing their best. I wish we were there. I wish we were in a place where we could come up with like 50 new terms and have it be like in the lexicon. I just don't think we're there yet, man.
Mogai about the era of the Tumblr SJW in retrospect. That's this episode of Strange. Reminder that I sell t-shirts that say Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway saved my worthless life. And they're great, and they're beautiful quality, and I love them, and I'm so proud of them, and please buy them. Like and subscribe to YouTube channel, please. I'll see you later.
A Big Spark Studios original.
Oh, I forgot. There's like one news story I wanted to get into today about Elon Musk being a fucking fascist. Let's do that real quick.
So Elon Musk decided to share one of the most ridiculous propaganda pieces ever produced. Perhaps the only propaganda film more hysterical than Reefer Madness. And that's not hyperbole. Specifically, he shared What is a Woman by Matt Walsh on Twitter, and he didn't just promote it, He went full mask off and endorsed Walsh's anti-trans agenda, tweeting, "This is a major problem. I will be actively lobbying to criminalize making severe, irreversible changes to children below the age of consent. Shame on those who advocate this. It is utterly contemptible." Now, Jordan Peterson responded to that saying, "Prison, long term, without parole, no mercy, and maybe for the compliant therapist."
Hey, Elon, where's your trans child? Hey, where's she at? I bet she might have something to say about this.
As well as butchers they enable, and Musk responded to that saying, "Absolutely." So the head of a major platform, a communication tool for all of us, is calling for the literal imprisonment of doctors who offer gender-affirming care for minors, including therapists. Now, we've talked about what that entails. Gender-affirming care does not include bottom surgery. We're not going to get into that because these people know that they're being deceitful. But this is substantial. In effect, Elon Musk here is coming out as a fascist. To criminalize healthcare for an entire group of people, that is fascism. Now, he may be leaning extra hard into this specifically because yesterday the Daily Wire pressured him nonstop, and they accused him of censoring his documentary. So this might be an overcorrection on Elon Musk's part, but perhaps he does feel this way because he has a trans daughter. So since his trans daughter doesn't really want to associate with him, perhaps he feels bitter. Perhaps he feels as if she's been indoctrinated. I'm not really sure, but what he did was completely despicable. But after Elon Musk denounced Twitter reducing visibility for the documentary, Twitter's head of trust and safety resigned, presumably in defiance of this decision. And yesterday on the Leftist Mafia, journalist Matt Bender, my co-host, explained that there were reports that Musk himself made the decision to restrict the documentary's visibility in order to lure in advertisers, because playing an anti-trans hateful propaganda piece isn't necessarily going to assure the advertisers who left to come back. But whatever the case may be, the heat was too high and Elon Musk decided to reverse that decision and back down. And now I recorded an entire breakdown of this entire kerfuffle
Fucking pussy.
yesterday. But since so much has transpired since I recorded that, I thought that it would be helpful to provide you with the additional context and an update before we get to that video. So without further ado, here's what led to this very moment, which I filmed yesterday. Happy Pride Month, my friends. I know that I'm a day late, but when I'm recording this, it is the first day of Pride technically, so I'm not actually late, but by the time you all watch this, or most of you see this, I will be one day late. But the demons over at the Daily Wire, they had very big plans for this year's Pride. In fact, dollar store humanist report Matt Walsh teased his nefarious plans for Pride, writing last week on Twitter that him and his friends over at the Daily Wire had big plans for Pride Month. Stay tuned. You can almost imagine him hitting tweet and then rubbing his hands together and laughing maniacally like this. So what exactly was he planning? Well, of course, he was predictably planning to spread anti-LGBTQ plus propaganda on Pride. As if that's any different from his normal behavior on Twitter. We call that a Tuesday for Matt Walsh. But the difference here is that he was going to team up with Twitter to blast his anti-trans propaganda specifically in all of our faces. But in a rare Twitter W, they accidentally thwarted that plan, which led to hysterical conservatives on Twitter. For example, look at this thumbnail from Ben Shapiro. Like, I get that the goal is to pretend like Matt Walsh was the victim of censorship, but they unintentionally ended up producing a banger. And I genuinely find this hilarious, unironically. But the question is, what actually happened? Well, Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Bourne.
Ben Shapiro with the mustache looks like the walrus out of Dr. Seuss. My God. That's savage. That's a savage takedown. Oh my God, wait, he does. Oh my God. Let me pull this up. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Like this? This one? That's a fucking meme. That's a fucking meme if I've ever seen it.
I genuinely find this hilarious, unironically. But the question is, what actually happened? Well, Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring broke it down in a very, very long thread. We're talking 16 tweets in particular. We're not going to get to all of them, but he explains that Twitter basically decided to censor Matt Walsh because his documentary, What is a Woman, which they wanted to broadcast on Twitter, was hateful. Shocking, I know, but it is hateful. But here's what he says here. Twitter canceled a deal with Real Daily Wire to premiere What is a Woman for free on the platform because of 2 instances of misgendering. I'm not kidding. 1 year ago today, we released What is a Woman. To celebrate the occasion and expand the movie's already enormous impact, we decided to give it away for free for 24 hours on Twitter. With Twitter's recent commitments to free speech, we thought it would be the perfect place to distribute the film and drive the conversation forward on one of the most important topics of our day. Twitter responded with enthusiasm and offered us the opportunity to buy a package to host the movie on a dedicated event page and to promote the event to every Twitter user over the first 10 hours. That sounds terrible. We accepted and signed an agreement. After we signed, Twitter asked to see the film to better understand what parts may trigger users so they could better prepare their response. They said they were still all hands on deck for launch, so we sent them a screener. After reviewing the film, though, Twitter let us know that not only could we no longer purchase the package they offered, they would no longer provide us any support and would actually limit the reach of the film and label it as hateful conduct because of misgendering. Specifically in the film, a father refers to his 14-year-old daughter as her, and a store owner uses the wrong pronoun in a confrontation with a trans person. We reminded Twitter they removed misgendering from their policy, that the term misgendering itself is misleading, and that enforcing such a policy places them on the side of the most radical elements of society, the side most opposed to their commitment to free speech. What a righteous asshole. He's so full of shit. Twitter clarified they only removed misgendering from their policy because they didn't need to be that specific, but that they still consider misgendering abuse and harassment. They gave us the opportunity to edit the film to comply. We declined. When we asked how much they would limit the visibility if we posted the film anyway, Twitter replied that our own followers would not be able to see it in their feeds. This, they said, is part of their speech not reach policy. Now, I've just got to say that this is a very weird deal that Twitter struck with the Daily Wire in the first place, because even when Ron DeSantis...
Censor? You mean didn't host / publish hate speech? Yeah. Yeah, they're real mad about that. They can't have that.
Launched his 2024 presidential campaign on Twitter, it wasn't blasted in all of our faces. In fact, I didn't know that you had to go to Elon Musk's page to listen in. But we're talking about a situation seemingly where you log on to Twitter and you see Matt Walsh's big dumb face plastered everywhere. That's so weird. And this is not a normal documentary. This is a hateful piece of propaganda. So for Elon Musk to agree to something like this, I mean, it goes to show you how clueless he is at attracting advertisers. Now, the CEO of the Daily Wire goes on to explain that because Elon Musk was so committed to free speech, that's why all of their hosts decided to post their shows on Twitter. So he finished by basically saying that he hopes that Elon Musk is going to actually be committed to free speech and has a change of heart. Now, first and foremost, LOL at the notion that Elon Musk cares at all about free speech, because he does not. Second of all, it is very bold of the people at the Daily Wire to assume that Twitter's platform can even handle a feature-length video, considering that even 2-minute videos run like shit on the platform since Elon Musk took it over. But Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh both chimed in. Matt Walsh tweeted out a clip from the movie in question that apparently featured the hate speech, and Ben Shapiro pointed out that it is limited in its visibility. And also Matt Walsh decided to blame trans activists specifically for the censorship because, of course, he blames them for everything. But leftist shitstirrers like myself were quick to point out that there's a conspiracy going on because there's further evidence that Elon Musk might have gone woke and actually permitted the censorship himself. We didn't say that explicitly, but it was implied, because not only did Elon Musk hire woke CEO,
A mustache seal? Oh no. I already posted the meme though. I think it's better. I think it's better as the walrus. See, it's the same picture. It's the same picture. The DeSantis launch. Didn't notice a thing? Wait, you were able to listen to the DeSantis launch? It was garbage. It didn't work for like ever. Maybe you tuned in afterwards, because they had to like go to a different channel and start over.
according to his right-wing fans, Linda Yaccarino, and in reality, she's not woke. She's a right-winger, but they think she's woke, probably because she's a woman, but either way, they think she's woke. But on top of that, take a look at Exhibit A. Tesla marched in a pride parade, and Elon Musk himself told bigots in 2018 that Tesla scored a perfect score for LGBTQ plus equality 4 years in a row, and he then went on to tell bigots to not buy their cars if that's a problem. Most troubling, however, in my opinion, were the rainbow hearts and rainbow that were posted, and something tells me that he's not referring to God's promise to not commit mass murder again. It seems like this is confirmation that Elon Musk is woke. But after the Daily Wire sounded the alarm, many blue checks were not very happy with Elon Musk. Motherfuckers who pay for Twitter condemned him, and Tim Pool called it bullshit. Even Steven Crowder rushed to defend his former friends turned enemies over at the Daily Wire, despite the bad blood between them. And you know the situation is serious if Steven Crowder has to swallow his pride and defend people who he very clearly doesn't like. But it turns out that all of the screeching from the right and blue checks was for nothing, because even if free speech isn't necessarily a priority for Twitter, well, Elon Musk made it very clear that he's more than willing to permit hate speech on the platform, because he responded to Jeremy Boring explaining this was a mistake, specifically by people at Twitter. It is definitely allowed whether or not you agree with using someone's preferred pronouns. Not doing so is at most rude and certainly breaks no laws. I should note that I do personally use someone's preferred pronouns just as I use someone's preferred name, simply from the standpoint of good manners. However, for the same reason, I object to rude behavior, ostracism, or threats of violence if the wrong pronoun or name is used. He's really trying to both sides it here. But in truth, even though it is logical for right-wingers to question Elon Musk's bona fides when it comes to bigotry, especially given his woke history, he has, to his credit, or lack thereof, been pretty consistent when it comes to one thing, and that is allowing hate speech on the platform, because according to a report from the Daily Beast, Twitter is failing to remove 99% of hate speech posted by Twitter Blue users, new research has found, and instead maybe boosting paid accounts that spew racism and homophobia. Researchers at the Center for Countering Digital Hate flagged hate speech to the company in tweets from 100 Twitter Blue subscribers. 4 days later, they say 99% of the tweets were still up and none of the accounts had been removed. The tweets, which included examples of neo-Nazism, anti-Semitism, racism, and homophobia, violate Twitter's own hate speech policies, the researchers say. The tweets reported by the CCDH included a post claiming Hitler was right, accompanied by a video montage of the dictator, and another saying LGBT activists needed iron in their diet, preferably from a firing squad. Twitter's hateful content policy, updated as recently
Qualified support, yeah. Critical support, sure. I don't know. Fuck Crowder either way.
As April of 2023, outlines that you may not directly attack other people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, caste, sexual orientation, gender identity, religious affiliation, age, disability, or serious disease. The tweets found by the CCDH clearly violate the platform's policies, researchers wrote. And I want to reiterate here that they're not just referring to standard bigotry. They are looking at the most heinous tweets on Twitter, anti-Semitism, neo-Nazism, and Twitter is failing to remove these tweets even if they violate Twitter's own policies surrounding hate speech. And I understand that Elon Musk made those rules more lax and permits bigotry on the platform, but even by their lower standards, these accounts, they're breaking Twitter's own rules and they're not taking action. And it's not just that they're not taking action. That's the problem. The problem is that these accounts are being boosted because they pay for Twitter Blue. So if you pay for Twitter Blue, you give Elon Musk your $8, you are going to be boosted in the algorithm. So their Nazi posts are being boosted, their anti-Semitism is being boosted, and this...
I don't even know if that's true though, because like I paid for Twitter Blue to see if I could get any fucking traction on my Twitter account, and like guess what? I still have no fucking exposure. They're not exposing me for shit. They're not doing a goddamn thing different. I'm still getting like 20 impressions and that's it. Like maybe I'm just not a good poster, but like I've noticed no difference. Zero difference.
This is what a lot of people are seeing. This is why so many people are dissatisfied with Twitter, because it's become a cesspool. We don't even see the people who we like. It's just blue check dipshits spewing hatred or their unfunny, uncreative posts. Even if these blue checks weren't predominantly ultra conservatives, I mean, I want to see my friends on Twitter. I want to see funny, humorous posts, but we're not seeing that now. These blue checks are being artificially boosted, even if they are saying Nazi shit, sharing pro-Hitler things, calling for genocide against LGBTQ plus people. So, to the conservatives worried that Elon Musk has gone woke, I mean, it's fine if you think that. I want you to keep thinking that, because the more that these ghouls turn against each other, the better that is for humanity. But I mean, the reality is that the platform is more accepting of hate and bigotry than it's ever been.
Woke mob. Woke mob.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke test.
Woke ideology.
Woke Olympics.
Woke ideology.
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 Weaponized wokery.
Woke ideology.
Weaponized wokery. It implies the equivalence in instances and severity between deliberate misgendering amongst violence towards LGBTQIA people out over an accident, which is bullshit. Yeah. Classic bullshit. Pretty pointed. Weaponized workery. Yeah, I want that whole fucking song. It's kind of a bop, honestly. Alright.
A Big Spark Studios original.
More happy gay time. Presumably. I don't know. Honestly, sometimes Chris's episodes can be kind of a bummer, but I'm hoping this is a good one. It's called Sleeping with My Friends.
Hey everybody, what's up? And welcome back to Unhinged with Chris Clemens. Am I screaming? I think I might be. I have the noise cancellation on my headphones, so hold on. And we're back. Oh my god, I've been shouting. No one said anything to me. Anyways, hey guys, welcome back to Unhinged with Chris Clemens. Before we get into it, just subscribe to Unhinged with Chris Clemens wherever you get your podcasts. And if you like video episodes, we put them up on youtube.com/Chris every Thursday. Also, if you rate Unhinged with Chris Clemens 5 stars on Apple Podcast, that is much appreciated and it helps us out. But enough self-promotion and asking you to like our stuff. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Feeling fantastic.
I went to a festival in Vegas over the weekend.
Ooh.
The System of a Down played. I saw Korn. I saw Death Grips. I saw Machine Girl.
Are these people?
These are bands.
You don't recognize any of them?
Iconic, famous bands.
Got it. I was like, so wait, did you go to a music festival or Comic-Con? I'm really kind of confused.
And it was hot as shit, and everyone got sunburnt because all of the attendees were mostly goths, and so they're like of the paler skin variety. And then everybody walked away pink as a pig.
Huh. Wow. I really don't know.
You asked.
No, you're right. I did ask. That was my bad, truly. Today's been an interesting day because I was having like a really brutal day. And have I said the word day a lot?
Are you okay?
Yes, he sure did. Man is on mushrooms. Okay. Here's my makeup. Maybe I'll just zoom in. Hello. You can't really see. I tried to do a bi flag, but the colors, like my fucking palette is just like it's kind of ass. It's old. It's MAC. It should be good, but the pigment is just it's not there. It leaves something to be desired. It was purple, blue, and pink, but it just disappeared. Absorbed into my fucking eyes, I guess. And my eyeliner is fucked up. It's not that bad when my eyes are open. We're doing our best, okay? We're doing our best.
No, I'm like not okay. I feel like I've been the last 2 days have just everyone's like Mercury's out of whatever the fuck, and I was like, woo! And I've only been feeling the exact opposite. I'm like, no. I think we just went into it, sweetheart. I was like filming a Patreon video, which you can join my Patreon, patreon.com/Chris Clemens. And I finished recording. I was gonna be like, oh, let me go get my camera, put effort. And then I was like, girl, you do not have the serotonin or dopamine in your brain right now to do that. Let's do it like photo booth style. Never record a video on photo booth. My God. Apple has like been shit for years now. I don't know why my fucking MacBook can't simply record a video in photo booth. It was working seamlessly in high school over a decade ago. My God, sorry, but niche rant of the day. Also, Justin, apologies for all the bleeping you're going to have to do. I'm just so annoyed. I filmed a 25-minute video reviewing this flower that you add to green medicine, and I did like this whole immersive experience. And right now I spent $50 on a software that's supposedly going to bring it back to life. That's going to be a scam. Like, Amishism has never had a better case in its life. There. I said it. I'm so over technology.
Just
Amishism.
do like shadow puppets.
Dude, I'm ready to just like, my dream is just to like be a grocery store bagger at this point. Like, really just I'm so tired. So tired. Anyway, cheers to that. And we're going to lighten the mood a little.
Cheers.
I wanted to do our charitable shout out. And this one is for a GoFundMe for someone named Natasha. Natasha is an incredibly generous, kind, intelligent, and comedic friend to all. She's battling stage 4 cancer and needs our help. The intensity of her treatments, coupled with side effects, including blood clots, have impacted Natasha's ability to continue her work. Natasha's mother, Sabina, and her brother, Tristan, now based in Washington, D.C., have been of great support to her throughout this time. The cost of treatments, Sabina and Tristan's travel, and managing the damage incurred from the original tumor has been tremendous. That's where we can come in and help. Donate to Natasha's.
Do not have insight. That's okay. That's okay. You know. Not everyone knows makeup. That's fine. That's fine. Looks good. Thank you. At meaningfully grunting. Yeah. only vibe-based grunts. Makeup.
GoFundMe. The link will be down below. I know
Mercury's
that
in my
it might not be helping a whole group of people, but I think the fact that we're able to band together and maybe change someone's life, I think is something that is not lost on me and I want to always take advantage of. So that link will be down below. Oh, the reason I sound like I'm on DRUGS is because I filmed that Patreon video. And I mean, it was a great high, not gonna lie. But like a great high, like waving. Oh God, YouTube's gonna delete the whole channel. Well, guys, we're canceled. So yeah, that's why I sound like a manic person right now, is because I am, in fact.
I literally called it. Man's on mushrooms. Man is tripping balls. He was like, did I say day too much? He said it like 15 times.
A manic person right now. Now, I figured that we would just go to a voicemail. You guys can call in to 310-844-6459. You can ask me questions for advice. If you need any stupid debate in your life settled, I'm your judge, bitch. So yeah, we're going to play a voicemail now. And I love these because it's so fun hearing from the people who I don't ever get to hear from.
Hi, Chris. My name is Sean.
Hi, Sean.
And I wanted to ask you and everybody who's a part of the podcast your advice about how to know when you are consuming too much weed.
Oh, wow.
Like, what kind of hallmark signs should one be on the lookout for? What do you think about, like, kinds of behaviors that would be like a red flag?
Okay.
I would love to have a perspective from somebody who is a regular weed user. So, Chris, that means you, baby boo. And also maybe someone, if somebody else who's present is a non-regular weed user or not even a user at all. I think it would be really cool to be able to kind of contrast your points of view. I follow you on Patreon. I love you. You're amazing. And goodbye, friends.
Bye. So that's an interesting voicemail to clock me with after the conversation we just had.
Exposed.
Sorry, I'm just kind of letting that marinate. I find that if you are not able to like live your regular life in a semi-functional manner, and I say semi-functional because like obviously we know how dysfunctional.
Yeah, I mean that's like the hallmark question that any therapist will ask you to see whether you have an addiction is like, is it keeping you from living your day-to-day life, like fulfilling your daily tasks, showing up for like work and family tasks, shit like that.
I am, and I feel like anybody living a functional life at this point is a f***ing liar. But
Real.
I think if you're like
Liars.
not able to do your routine things, or you're just like sleeping throughout the day, or if like for me, when I get the munchies a lot and I indulge in them, I'm like, okay, Chris, this is becoming unhealthy and you either have to get it together or take a break. And, or like
Munchies are so hard. That's why I don't really fuck with straight up indica. I can't. It makes me way too hungry, and I will eat the entire kitchen and regret it.
Consume less, not induce. I don't know. Everybody's different though. So that's like kind of a tough one. Am I stumbling through this answer 3000%? But is it still more eloquent than like a Miss America contestant? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't know. I think just like if you're not able to get normal shit done that should be normally easy to get done, or if it's getting in the way of your life, then, or if you're just like, when I can't smoke in the morning anymore because I find that I will be asleep by 2 and I will be so irritable if I don't go to sleep at 2, which I never do because I hate napping. So I know that like, okay, I can't do it earlier in the day because I will be, unless I can do nothing all day, like unless I'm just like chilling at a pool or a beach, which is never happening. I then will smoke in the morning. But I don't know. I think if you can spot irregularities in your everyday life, you might be needing to take a tea break, babe. So that's all I got to say. Thanks for the question. And I wanted to kind of go on a mini tangent, just like something I like have realized within myself. I have just been, I don't know, like if I'm settling into my like new life, or I say new life as if I've like gone through a divorce or something. I literally just moved across the country. But like it is a totally different way of living than I have my entire adult life. I've always been in a city. So the fact that I'm in like a a rural suburbia is definitely an adjustment. And now that the weather's nicer, I do realize that maybe I was in fact a victim of seasonal affective disorder, because I'm doing much
No one is immune. It comes for all of us. Winter's a bitch.
better, but I'm now having this issue where I'm just like enjoying real life more than the internet and social media and just all of that, which to a normal person's like, okay, great. But to me, who is employed by social media at the moment, it is kind of scary because I have like just literally no desire to post. Like Instagram, that bitch could be dead to me for all I care. Like, I can't think of a single reason to post a picture on Instagram. Like, I literally don't care. I'm not doing anything that exciting. I'm not like, I'm just like living my life. I'm gardening. I'm minding my business. Like, I don't know. It's
Post the
weird
garden.
though, because I mean, I've talked about this before that I grew up on the internet
I want to see his fucking garden because he only showed like the beginning planting stages.
because that's the only place I feel like I fit in. And now that everyone's on the internet, I don't feel like I fit in anymore, or like I don't feel like it's a space I want to be in. And that's not to say like I'm quitting everything. It's just like a weird mind of, I think for the first time in maybe like my whole life, I'm genuinely just enjoying for the most part real life. Um like I always escaped on the internet as a kid and a teenager and in college and shit. I was so busy just like hustling that I now have the ability to kind of slow down and smell the flowers literally because I can plant them in my backyard. Yeah, it's just
Okay, privilege. Okay. I have I have like potted plants, but I don't really have like a garden like that. I wish. Shit. GG, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know my place on the internet anymore. I feel like for a long time I felt so confident about my like comedic abilities and all of this, and then TikTok and just all of these people have come up on social media as like a new wave of it, and it's definitely like intimidating, and it
Yeah.
just kind of makes me appreciate real life more. And I say
The more I've been hanging out in like leftist Twitch circles, like the more I realize that like goddamn everybody is streaming. Like damn near everybody is streaming. It's so fucking competitive out there. Like fuck.
real life as if like social media isn't like real life, but like you know what I mean, like the real world. And it's hard because like all of these people coming up on social media have like started within the last 3 years or so. And I mean, obviously some people have been going more, but I'm talking about just like people on TikTok who have really come up and made a career. It's like they've all started within the last like 3 years, I want to say, of like having actual pop off success. And they have like that new entertainer energy. Like I remember back when I started and was just I would go out at night and film, and I had so much
Who would want to hang out with leftists though? I mean, other leftists, presumably. I mean, there are lots of like bigger leftist circles.
vigor, and I mean, I went to like the Jake Paul wedding in Vegas. Like, I mean, I just don't even have that.
Oh my god, I was like low key kind of like fighting with Ariana Jasmine this morning in chat. She was like making this argument that libertarians have a lot of parallels with progressives, which like sure, if you're talking about liberals, maybe, but like I can't think of barely anything that I have in common with libertarians. Like basically nothing. maybe anarchism and liberal. I can't, like, I don't know. Yeah, if you cherry pick talking points, yeah, and that's what she was doing. Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. Yeah, like that's the whole point that everyone in chat was trying to make, that like they're not for the working class. They're like basically like the petite bourgeoisie, like just privileged ass motherfuckers. Um, and like the only thing that she could come up with was that Matt Gaetz was for like limiting how people in Congress trade stocks while they're in office. And that's just like common fucking sense, you know? We do not have to hand it to Matt Gaetz under any fucking circumstance. They morph into ANCAPs. True, true. Yeah, cross aisle talk. That's true. That's true. But I'm not trying to negotiate like age of consent laws. I don't think they need to be lower. You know, I'm very suspicious of libertarians in that sense.
Energy anymore to like do things for the video, do things for the clicks. Like I don't know. It scares me because I mean, monetarily I've seen the difference. But at the same time it's like I feel content in my life. But then I'm like, am I content or am I just settling? And then I'm like, is there anything wrong with settling? I don't know. I feel perfectly fine with it all. It's just weird having been a child of the internet. Like I have been on and or consuming the internet for like 15 years. It's not normal the way that like the internet, I mean it is normal now, but like it wasn't normal the way the internet
That's
was
a
such a
long
part of my
time.
life.
It's a long time to be on the internet.
And I obviously love entertaining and stuff, but I just
Uncomfortable allies. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think some of them could be convinced to be more progressive. And in that way, sure. You know, they just have bad information.
and it's also like another thing. I could talk about this for hours, but I'm not going to, trust me. I know all of you guys are like, wow, suddenly I found my new bedtime podcast because bitch, I'm about to sleep. I also just like don't have a filmer anymore. And I like had a roommate that could pop in and we could bounce off each other. So it really feels like I'm just back to the beginning of like I'm starting all over from round one. But I don't know. I'm excited to do things beyond the internet and I'm excited to focus on, you know, the companies I'm invested in and my
Test the conversational waters with a libertarian first. Yeah. True. And they like can be really hit or miss. Like that's true. And like her whole point was that she was trying to defend the fact that she went on a date with a libertarian. Like that is dumb. You shouldn't have to defend that. You know? You don't know someone's political leanings before you go on a date with them. That's dumb. But also maybe just don't date people who are complicit with fascism. Yeah, like one date is fine, but she was saying that she's gonna keep dating him. So uh, I don't know, man.
stand-up career and middle kid and just not focusing as much on social media, even though it is kind of a weird place because it does.
And like in America, it is different, right? Because like any libertarian in America, it's going to be center right, whereas like a normal libertarian would be center left, which would be more fine.
Technically pay my bills and I enjoy having the safety net of money. But I don't know, it's just like a weird crossroad I feel like I'm hitting. And I feel like other people have also, I've seen sentiments of just like how boring.
Sorry, I keep pausing. But also, she was saying broadly that, like, it's better to date someone who you don't agree with politically, because then you're not gonna be, like, debating shit. You're just gonna know that you don't agree and not discuss those things, which I fundamentally disagree with.
Boring social media has become and how just unexciting it is. And that makes me feel a little less crazy, but I still just, I don't know, that's like, I don't know, maybe this is just like normal adult shit when you hit a point in your job and you're like, is this what I enjoy doing, or am I just like able to get through the day? And so it's just, I don't know, it's a weird mental space to be in. And
Yeah, what about when they start saying fashy shit? Yeah, like, I'm not just gonna let that slide. I'm not just gonna, like, sit back while you make, like, a racist joke. Like,
I mean, I don't know how necessarily relatable it is, but I mean, this is Unhinged with Chris Clemens after all. So you all technically signed up to hear these thoughts. But back to you guys. I just feel like I went on a ramble of, wait, how long have we been doing this? Like 30 hours? Oh, it's only been 17 minutes. Girls, we are chilling.
30 hours. My man is for sure on mushrooms. I can just tell. How long has it been? 30 hours? Oh, no, 17 minutes.
But now I think it's time to hear from you guys, because I think I've literally been just rambling for what feels like hours, but maybe it's only been like 17 minutes. Who knows? But let's take another voicemail, which again, you can call in at 310-844-6459.
Hi, Chris, calling from Denmark. We wanted to know
Oh my
your
God,
thoughts on
Guten Tag,
hookup culture
Denmark.
and if you ever experienced people in your friend group hooking up with.
That was German, but A for effort. A for effort. I signed up for nothing. Oh my god. Libertarians looking at child workers like, see the invisible hand has lifted these children out of poverty. Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking disgusting. Disgusting. I can't believe we, like, slid back, like, 200 years with child labor laws. Like, what are we doing?
Other members of the group and your thoughts on it. Does it work? Does it not work? We are very much experiencing that right now as we're university students. So my friend made a diagram on pretty much all the people who have hooked up with one another in our campus, and the diagram is definitely growing by the week. So we just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Oh my god. Send the diagram. You can't just say that and not send the diagram.
Okay, one, I just want like the picture of it that looks like a serial killer's wall. Like that's all I'm looking for. That I think alone would really satisfy me. So I'm gonna like blow y'all's minds. In high school, from high school, I never know how to describe groups, because it's like, do I say the number is like 4, but does that include me? Anyways, nobody's really asking about, oh my God, I just came out of therapy. You would never know. So from high school, it is me and 3 other people, and we're like a core group, and we like spend New Year's together. We like do all this shit together. They're like an hour away. I might be going there after this, so my friend can help me film. Booger trying on dog wigs. Yeah, I bought dog wigs for Booger. That video will be up on my channel. But 2 of them, Becky and Taylor, they're married. They've been dating since high school. And Taylor, he's obviously been like one of my best friends. Becky, she's obviously been one of my best friends. And there was a time when, sorry to put you guys on blast, not that you guys are listening to the podcast, but ooh dear. There was a time where they like hit a bump in high school, and like being the middleman of that was like pretty brutal. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it necessarily. I mean, if you're talking about like casual hooking up, as long as both, Jesus Christ, you guys are really just all sharing the same spit and semen. Wow. I mean, if no one's getting hurt, I guess, what's the problem? Like as long as
I gotta see the diagram. I would love to see that data. I'm a data sicko. I did always like wonder, like you can ask someone how many people they're seeing or whatever, but like there's no guarantee that they're gonna be honest. So like really is a gamble. It really is. Practice safe sex, y'all.
Everyone's being protective and protected and polite. I don't think anything's wrong with that, Denmark. I kind of love that. And oh my God, all of the people in Denmark are hot. So, like, honestly, I'd watch. Anyways, I'm going to stop answering this now.
Chris. Oh my God. It was way too honest, bro.
Now, before we carry.
Look back at history, you find these weird bubbles of fairness and enlightenment and education. And then, like, 200 years later, it's like, whoa, what happened there? What a turnaround. Yeah, the good old pendulum. I don't know where we're at. It's like that's the thing about the pendulum. Like you don't know where on the swing you are.
Carry on with the rest of the episode. I would like to thank today's sponsor, which is Dipsy. If you do not know, Dipsy or Winter new also have your 3-day free. We're talking about like current events, but I realized that my mistake in the first however many episodes that we tried doing current events, I don't know why I was trying to be CNN. I was covering really hard hitting shit that I just, from the look of it, if you look at me, you just know I was not meant to do.
You do? I mean, I guess I could make an educated guess, but I don't want to be like too pessimistic or too hopeful, you know? Like, I know that fascism is here. I just don't know how much farther it's gonna go. You know what I mean? At what point does it swing back the other way? Locked in. I mean, yeah, the commitments are, but are we really gonna do that? That's the warning. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, we've already surpassed projections because, like, the projections are modeled on, like, self-reported, um, what emissions and shit, right? So, like, if you're not reporting all of the emissions, then you can't properly model when the runaway climate situation happens, right? Right. Yeah, we've already passed the 1.5. Like, all the climate scientists are like doing like fucking Mayday. Um, do 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 do. Jakarta Post. What's that? Final warning. Blah blah blah. Yeah. It's not looking good. It looks bad. It looks very bad. I'm looking for the last, like, what was the last, fuck, climate conference? What the fuck's it called? There was, like, one, like, report that I'm looking for from the IPCC, is that it? When was this? March 31. No, I think it was more recent than that. We are not heading towards the highest point on this particular few decades run. What do you mean by that? You think it's going to get even worse after the next few decades? Bro.
Deal with that, at least right then in my life. So we're going to do something much more stupid, which is pop culture. And this to me feels a lot more exciting because I was thinking, wait a second, how do I do like outfit roasts on the reg? And then I realized celebrities and people are doing shit all the time. Oh my God, let's be judgmental. We have some pop culture stories, and we're just gonna get into it. The first one, Lizzo says she's not trying to escape fatness, an inspiring message. Well, Lizzo, I am. So the Truth Hurts singer responded to a fan who said they exercise for their health and not weight loss. Lizzo is not interested in becoming or appearing to be thin. On May 15th, the About Damn Time singer responded back to a video that TikTok creator, I'm not even going to try to read that, made of herself saying she wasn't looking to escape fatness by working out. Instead, she just wants to be healthy. Quote, I think a lot of people see a fat person that way and immediately just assume everything they're doing is to be thin. I'm not trying to be thin, she added. I don't ever want to be thin. Will my body...
Yo, she's been having to say this for years. For years. It was like 2018. She did a juice fast and she had to say like, "Oh, I'm not doing it like to lose weight. I just wanted to feel better and like help my digestion." It's none of your business. It's literally none of your business. And she shouldn't even have to say whether or not she's trying to lose weight or like what her diet is. Like, why do you care?
Body fluctuate from this size? Will I get a little smaller depending on some of the choices I make, or a little bit bigger depending on some of the choices I make in my life? Yes, I'm used to fluctuating. All jokes aside, this is like a little journey I've been on too. I know that like people are like, you're not fat, but first of all, my doctor said I am technically overweight. So not going to argue with someone who went to medical school, but I also have just like kind of had body dysmorphia my whole life.
What happened to his camera? It's like glitching out hardcore.
Well, not my whole life, but as long as I can remember. And for the longest time when I was younger, like the rest of my family was like bigger boned. And I mean, I technically am too, but they were all thicker and I was like really skinny. And so they would always be like, Chris, can you reach under the couch to get me stuff? And like, I don't know why. It was like, honestly, it was like a modern day power move because they were like shaming me for my skinniness. And I mean, we've all grown beyond this. This was like 2 decades ago, but you know, I felt self-conscious about it. And so that's kind of when I first became like aware of body image. And I have struggled so hard with it. When I first moved to LA, I lost a lot of weight. And
Oh man, I'm sorry, Cultivize. That sucks. It's the fucking worst. Like so much of the culture is, you know, so many people have just like really distorted views of like what bodies like are and should be, and like we're all very sick. Not to like excuse it, but like we are like a product of our environment and like it's hurting them too, you know?
I got so much praise and I felt good. I finally felt confident. I was like taking my shirt off and wearing clothes I've always wanted to wear. And I even still remember thinking like I was fat. And it took me having to see an old photo of myself shirtless to realize that I had lost weight. Um, and I really was just enjoying like how good I felt and how healthy I felt. And I've obviously gained a lot of the weight back, if not more. And I'm really getting to a point where I'm really trying to not escape fatness as much as I am trying to escape like the immediate thought process of, oh my God, I have extra chub on my love handle. Like, oh my God, I have a little like belly. Like, I'm trying to really be okay with that because I have so much more to offer. And I feel like there is so much more to people than just what they look like. And it's always been so weird to me that we praise so many people for being skinny. But then when we're watching like Planet Earth and we see a skinny elephant or a little malnourished cheetah. Everyone's like, oh my God, like if only it had food and meat on its bones. And so it's just always, it's always been confusing to me. So I've really been just trying not to care. And if people like comment on my appearance, I say like, shut the up, or I just like don't really care. And I'm trying to compliment people not on there, like, you look so skinny. Oh my God, you look, because that's part of the problem. And like, yeah, I don't know. To quote the username on TikTok, yes, I'm used to fluctuating. Now moving on, the Golden Bachelor for senior citizens is coming this fall, and I have a heart on. The new dating competition show is One for the Golden Years, featuring contestants.
Yeah, ignorance is curable. True. There's just like, it's hard to like present good information if like that's the only source that they get it from, you know? You gotta drip feed it. Loudly play a podcast, when you're over at your family's place, and have it just be about like body neutrality. See if anyone asks questions.
Of retirement age. After years and years of teasing it would happen, ABC has finally given the green light to its long-awaited senior citizen season of The Bachelor. This fall, one lucky older man will embark on a journey to find love, flipping the formula of the Bachelor franchise. I mean, before he does this, we should really like make sure he's found a casket and like a plot or something. I mean, they like skydive on The Bachelor. Is he gonna die of a heart attack? And of course, it's like an old creepy man. I mean, maybe he's not creepy. I shouldn't. But like, why not an old lady? Yeah. An old lady deserves.
Yeah, good info is always more work, and it's like harder conversations too. Not that it's like your responsibility to like cure your family of their like bigotry, but like if you're interested in helping, there's ways to do it.
Love, come on. The new series will be called The Golden Bachelor. The leading man has yet to be announced, and his cast of female suitors will be announced at a later date. The network synopsis says a hopeless romantic is given a second chance at love in the search for a partner with whom to share the sunset years of life. First of all, barf. Second of all, I cannot believe it's taken this long to have a second chance at love. Like the fact that they're using that jargon, I don't know what the word is, but like what? And then 3, barf, share the sunset years of life. Gross. Moving on, Florida teacher under investigation for showing a Disney film with a gay character. Wow, that's honestly definitely a relief because I thought a Florida teacher would be showing something else. So I'll take the gay characters in a Disney movie.
Yeah, that was insane. Insane.
A Florida teacher says well, excuse me, is just assumed it was a man. A Florida teacher says she is being investigated by her school and the state's education department after showing her 5th grade students a Disney animated movie featuring an openly gay character. In a viral TikTok, it's always a viral TikTok. In a viral TikTok posted Saturday, Jenna Barbie, oh my God, that last name is crazy. Barbee. Jenna Barbie, a teacher at Winding. Oh. Maybe I should go back to K through 8. Jenna Barbie, a teacher at Winding Waters, K through 8 in Brooksville, about an hour north of Tampa, alleged that a parent who also serves on the local school board reported her for screening the 2022 title Strange World on May 3rd. Barbie made a similar allegation at a school board meeting last week. Get a fucking life. Can you imagine being on a school board?
Logical mistake. Yeah. Yeah. Until you hear like the end of the sentence, like that's a fair assumption.
Florida, and having this be your full concern. Sir, buy your teachers paper.
Literally.
They need pencils.
Textbooks. Lunch.
This teacher probably paid for this movie with their own money. Along with everything in the classroom. Do your f***ing job. What is going on?
Deadass.
My God, can you imagine being on a school board and this being your biggest concern? That school better look like a f***ing Smithsonian museum. I swear to God. Oh my, it drives me insane. Next up, God, before I have a heart attack, not the old guy jumping out of an airplane on the Golden Bachelor in the sunset years of his life. Does Keith Urban know what he's done? From The Cut. On Monday, Urban posted a grainy TikTok of himself and his wife, Nicole Kidman, lip-syncing and dancing to Style during Taylor Swift's Philadelphia show. Oh my
This is insane.
God, they were at the Philly show?
Have you not seen this TikTok?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, well, keep going. Keep reading.
Okay, sorry. Oh my God, what? I'm just shocked that they were 45 minutes away from my house. Well, Nicole Kidman, Keith Urban can eat a dick. So lost to the moment that they apparently didn't notice that two familiar figures, one appears to have Phoebe Bridgers' signature hair, the other conspicuously tall, much like Bo Burnham, were making out in the background.
Icons.
Wait!
I love it.
What?
It should have been me.
Wait! What?
No, they're an adorable couple. Adorable.
It's so Keith Urban. I keep calling him Tim Urban. Keith Urban outed their relationship.
Honestly, his name is not worth remembering. Oh my God, I'm watching the TikTok right now. Oh my God, I'm watching. Sorry, I just feel the need to talk. Otherwise, it's like dead
Please play it. Please. Phoebe and Bo, yeah.
air. Oh!
I don't know if it's been confirmed, but I think so. Do. They're cute, they're dancing, whatever. But behind them, sneakily, is what they think is Phoebe Bridgers and Bo Burnham. But honestly, I don't know how the fuck anybody found this out. I would never guess those two people in 100 years. Like, how? I don't know. Some fucking internet sleuths, like, zoomed in enhanced. I want to believe, yeah. It would be adorable. Oh, is it later where they show their faces? Maybe I missed it. Oh yeah, there's like a flash. Like one frame. Yeah. Fuck. Like there. I don't even know, dude. Enhance. Zoom. Enhance. Yeah. I don't know. It's such a shitty TikTok, too. Yeah, I don't know. People are just way too good at the internet. If there's anything you can't give the internet, it's one grainy frame. Yeah, real. May have. I don't know if it's been confirmed. There's nothing since this happened. God damn it. God damn it. We may never know. We may never know. They can do anything. We did it, Reddit. We did it. Yeah, this was all 2 weeks ago. No updates. God, that sucks.
Oh my God! Oh my God, sorry for the audio. Your show is phenomenal, T. Big love from all of us. Well, not big love from Bo Burnham and Phoebe Bridgers, because you just blew up their spot, Keith.
He's too good for her.
Oh my God, that is the juicy... I live for that kind of shit. Are you kidding me? However, conversely, I am always afraid of being that person. Like, that's why I like don't film or don't like take pictures when I'm around like famouser people, because I am always afraid of being the bitch to leak it. For example, when I got Booger, I brought her out to a play date with Claudia and Phineas's dog Peaches, and Billy brought her dog Shark, and they like all had a play date. Billy's hair was blonde, but she didn't like announce it yet. And I was like filming.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I didn't post the video. It straight up is just on a hard drive. It's somewhere, never edited, because I was just too afraid of like a window reflection. And then like, I'm the reason the whole thing is like, no. That, but he's Keith Urban, so he can like get away with it because he's like Keith Urban, whatever that means. He's Nicole Kidman's husband. But oh my God,
Real.
I like feel bad that he did that, but also like if it's gonna be anyone, I love that it was Keith Urban. Moving on, Martha Stewart is the oldest cover model ever for a Sports Illustrated swim issue. I saw this cover and literally gagged in a good way. Not like what probably a lot of like straight 18-year-olds are like, why the hell is an old woman? She's expired. Lifestyle magnate Martha Stewart is making history as she becomes the oldest person to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated's yearly swimsuit issue at 81 years old. For 81, dude, I hope before she dies,
she's slayed.
She gives us at least who's doing her face, because I would like to personally sign up. She looks phenomenal. She, like, dare I say, looks like almost younger than I do. And I'm a true 29-year-old. The magazine describes Stewart as the very definition of
Slays-ish. Explain yourself. Fucking explain yourself. You can, have problems with insider trading and still acknowledge that she looks fucking amazing. Like, I'm sorry, what? You're joking. Slays-ish. Can you slay like this? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. She's not commenting on waitstaff dress code. I mean, yeah. She's probably trash, but like, she's a beautiful woman. Like, God damn it. Pulling up way too many pictures of her right now. Like, hot. She's hot.
social media followers. And then she talks about, I'm so thrilled to be on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. My motto has always been, when you're going through changing your wait, what? My motto has always been, when you're through changing, you're through. Oh, no. Got it. So it just fell back on my reading abilities, or lack thereof.
Is she wearing a swimsuit?
I don't.
I just want to know if you could see her prison tattoos.
It's like waist up, so there's like some cleavage, but no prison tats on display.
She looks good.
She looks great, honestly. Like, pop off, Miss Radiante.
She should be the next Golden Bachelorette.
She really should.
Justin, I mean, you have to edit that part out
No.
because, I mean, ABC is going to pillage us. We are going to get no royalties for that idea. That is the most genius thing I've heard in the last, 72 hours.
Boom.
I say 72 hours because I really can't think of really anything of what happened before that. But, oh my God, Justin, that Martha's Search for Love. Like, what are we doing?
Is she single?
I think she is. Isn't she?
Oh, is she? I just kind of assumed she was.
No, this is genius. I'm pretty sure
Was there someone waiting for her on the outside?
loves his jail joke.
All right, Justin. And from that, we are going to just move right on to one final voicemail before we wrap up this show. Again, you can call in to 310-844-6459 to leave voicemails, and let's hear it.
Hey, Chris. This is Veronica from Philly.
Hey, Veronica from
I've been
Philly.
having this debate with my boyfriend for about 2 years straight now.
Your boyfriend's wrong.
And I just think he's wrong. So
I agree.
True. The debate pretty much is when you are making your bed and you wash your sheets, if the sheets have a pattern on them, does the top sheet go face down so you in the bed have the print on your body? Or does the print face up?
It faces up. What the fuck? It faces up. Come on. Martha Stewart polycule arc.
Now, for aesthetic purposes, I understand the folding over of the sheet so that the pattern would be on top for the comforter. However, I just think it is wrong. And I just think that the pattern should be up because that's what God intended it for. All right. Love your podcast. It helps me get through my work day.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one. Bye.
Oh my God, bye. So I'm going to start a debate of my own. Sorry to take the attention away from you and your boy, but I don't have a top sheet. I don't like top sheets. I don't use them when I'm in a hotel. Sure, I enjoy the fun luxury of it. But in my normal life, do I want to throw another sheet into my washing machine? Absolutely not. And do I find it worth it? No. Wait, do I have a top sheet? No, I don't. Okay. I don't. For a second, I was like, wait a damn minute, because I have a housekeeper.
Their eyes and their nipples. Yeah.
And she always changes my sheets. So I honestly haven't paid attention to my bed. I do wash
Get hobbies, true.
the sheets myself. Gotta keep myself grounded. But yeah, I don't have a top sheet. So I will reference back 2 decades when I did have a top sheet. I was always taught that the print goes on your body. And so when you fold it over, it is showing correctly. However, thinking about it now, I would never fold it. Like if I used a top sheet now, I would never fold it back if I were making my bed. So I would say the print should show up so that you can see it when you walk by your bed. But also, shouldn't you have a fucking comforter over it? So why are you looking at it? If you fold it over, the print should be facing your body. If you don't, it should be facing away from your body. That's how I feel. Oh,
Wait, have I been doing it wrong then? Wait.
don't know. I know I tell people to call in about stupid debates, but I'm like, wow, that one really was just a new level
Get pattern sheets banned before this becomes discourse. I know. I cannot.
of stupid. I haven't thought about that in 2 decades. No disrespect. No disrespect. I just, I asked for stupid and y'all brought me stupid. I'm not shaming you for that. I'm more so just wow, I really don't think about many things. Do we have another voicemail? I kind of want to take another. I'm having a ball. Having a ball and a half.
Hi, Chris. My name is Bella.
Lance Armstrong can say.
And
Hey, Bella.
I have this situation.
If you can't see the pattern, why have a pattern? True. I mean, you do see it sometimes, right? Like when you wake up before you have made your bed. I don't know.
Going on. Basically, there's this guy who I keep running into
everywhere.
Suck
We
him
go
off.
to college together, so it's not uncommon when I run into him at like the bars and stuff.
Okay.
But I'm running into him in the most obscure places ever. For example, last night I went to a completely different college to party. It's like 40 minutes away from where I actually go to school, and we ran into each other at the bar at that school. And we've been out a few times. And I just want to know, like, your take. Like, is this my husband? Like, is he just, like, a random character in my life? Like, I'm just kind of confused because I keep running into him, and it's literally, like, fate. And I just don't know what
I wish my eyes were in my nipples. That's a brand new sentence. I'm sure of it.
this means. Like, have you ever had a situation like this? Let me know. For reference, he is really cute, and I like him, and I think he likes me. So...
What are y'all doing?
Mwah.
Oh my God, go pursue that peen. My God. Oh my God. I mean, you should not be calling into this shit show. You should be calling your man. That happened with me with a barista in LA, and I just kept going, and then like we would make eyes, and then we like started hanging out. And granted, it wasn't fate, sadly, because I enjoyed that time. But it was still fun. So what do you have to lose? Like, I mean, besides the fact that you'll probably just run into him for the rest of your life and have to deal with that rejection. But no, I think you should just go for it. I think you should say, hey, I think we see each other. I think I see you all the time. Can I just give you my number instead of like just work in like the fact that you guys see each other everywhere and be like, just give me your number so I can at least coordinate so we don't always run into each other or something dumb like that and flirty and but wow, I've never had it like I've never had that kind of an experience where I just keep seeing the same person.
You've never had a stalker?
Thank God, no. In New York, I did for like a hot minute, like a soft core stalker. But
Softcore.
Wow, I totally forgot about that.
What
What
does
were we
that
talking
mean?
about?
She keeps seeing the same.
That's just like unopened a whole box.
Yeah.
What is a softcore stalker? What is it? What?
Oh yeah, no, that's never happened to me where it was like, wow, are you my soulmate? It was like just me going to get like matcha, and then I'd see the same barista and I'd be like, whoa, what a coincidence.
Oh my God, I just remembered I have matcha ice cream. Oh my God.
This is fate. And they're like, I work here. And I'm like, totally.
Did you see him? You didn't see him other places. You just saw him where he worked.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shut up. I don't know why you had to highlight that.
No,
okay.
I was wondering if it was.
God damn.
Sorry, Chris.
God damn.
I'm sorry.
You're so savage, Sam. Sam the savage.
What if she threw caution to the wind and instead of just saying, here's my number, just said like, hey, let's just go hang out right now.
Just planted one on him.
Because that would make her a serial killer.
If you
you have to establish some sort of connection before they've only seen each other. And maybe at best said, hey, and then moved on. I don't think you can just go, let's go hang out, stranger.
I mean, they could sit and have a cup of coffee. They could go have lunch. They could go for a walk.
Have you seen like a singular crime documentary?
I guess not.
Yeah, I guess not either, bitch. Go do your homework. You've got homework. I'm suddenly a teacher in Florida.
No, I think coffee is one of the safer options there. That's what I usually do. Is that not safe? Am I doing it wrong? Tinder just told me to do it in public. That's all they said. I don't know, man. What else are you supposed? Never meet anybody? I don't know.
And guess what? I will be playing gay shit. I think you should absolutely go for it. The worst comes to worst is nothing happens and you guys continue to not talk. Sounds like a win-win to me. Let's do another voicemail. I'm feeling fired up. This rosé is hit my liver.
I have one more. It's slightly emotional. Is that okay? It's the only one I have left.
No, honestly, no.
Okay.
I can't do emotional
All right.
right now. I'm emotionally vulnerable. I appreciate. No, thank you. And I just as a person, I appreciate that. No disrespect to the emotional person calling. Very much am honored that you feel comfortable to open up to me or my crazy voicemail at 310-844-6459. I just am not in a mental place where, we're trying to keep my ship from taking in water. It's like the oxygen things or like the life things. I don't really pay attention to airplane things anymore, but you got to do mine first.
Airplane things.
I'm so sorry.
We'll save it.
Yeah, we'll save it for just a really fucking rainy day. Maybe some thunderstorms, maybe a monsoon, maybe like the end of the world. Yeah, I'm down, but not today. Thank you and amen. Well, we're ending this episode on a really down note. I just straight up rejected an emotionally needing person, so didn't feel like the worst thing ever. Thank you so much to listening, and subscribe to Unhinged with Chris Clemens wherever you get your podcasts. I upload video episodes on youtube.com/Chris as well. Be sure to rate and review Unhinged with Chris Clemens, and stay sexy. I don't know if I can say that at the end because YouTube is very on my case about the words that come out of my mouth. And here I am stalling, so that wasn't necessarily the end. But was it close to the end? Yes. But was it at the very end? No. And for that, I have to say thank you to me, myself, and I. Anyways, I just reached the 5th page requirement on this essay. So thank you and goodbye.
Oh, thanks.
Finally.
Oh, I guess we are skipping that one. God damn it, YouTube. Fucking hell. Okay, positive leftist news time.
Finally, some positive leftist news with Saint Andrewism.
Hey everyone, I'm Andrew from Andrewism. Welcome to another episode of Positive Leftist News, where we bigging up all the folks around the world who are fighting the good fight and demonstrating the power of local and collective action in making a real difference. Brazil recognizes 6 new indigenous reserves. Brazilian President Lula da Silva has recognized and decreed 6 new indigenous reserves in which indigenous peoples will have exclusive use of natural resources, with mining banned and commercial farming and logging restricted within the territories. The previous president, Jair Bolsonaro, had increased mining in indigenous lands and deforestation in the Amazon rainforest. The newly recognized reserves encompass over 1.5 million acres, including a large area of the Amazon rainforest, and have been celebrated by indigenous peoples as a significant move in the
I can't believe fucking Andrewism's on here. That's fucking dope as hell. I love them.
right direction, although many said more areas need protection. Lula publicly stated, "We are going to legalize indigenous lands. It is a process that takes a little while because it has to go through many hands. I don't want any indigenous territory to be left without demarcation during my government. That is the commitment I made to you." American attitudes shifting towards Palestine. Thanks to the tireless activism by Palestinians and their allies, Americans' public attitudes towards apartheid Israel have seen a tangible change according to polls, which indicate decreasing support for the Israeli occupation in the United States. Survey results from the University of Maryland between March to April 2023 have revealed that 41% of Democrats said they support the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, a movement dedicated to putting an end to Israel's decades-long occupation and abuses of Palestinian human rights. Further, 44%.
I'd listen to him read an insurance contract and love hearing it. Yeah. Absolute accent crush. Yeah. It's so soothing. His voice is very, very soothing.
of Democrats and 20% of Republicans believe Israel is a state with segregation similar to apartheid. Shibli Talami, director of the Critical Issues Poll at the University of Maryland, said, "It is clear that public attitudes about Israel are shifting. The term apartheid appears to have become a common term among many Americans, especially Democrats, and even the BDS movement, which has faced considerable obstacles in the American mainstream, seems to have sizable support among Democrats who express their opinion. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And now for some May Day highlights. On International Workers' Day, hundreds of members of a newly founded union center, the Ecuadorian Solidarity Workers Confederation, took to the streets to storm the capital Quito, agitating for the removal of neoliberal President Guillermo Lasso. Protesters condemned Lasso's misgovernment, structural violence, and its perpetuation of insecurity and the narco-state. The organization's effort is particularly impressive, given that the CTSE had just formed 3 months prior. In a launch statement, the workers announced that "We, the workers of Ecuador, present a new trade union organization heir to our country's class consciousness and revolutionary trade unionism. Our principles are attached to the struggle of the working class in Ecuador and the world, committed to pushing the historical project of emancipation of the people, and as a guide for actions based on the unity of the working class, of the countryside, and the city." On May Day in France, millions of workers participating in over 300 separate demonstrations continue to protest, strike, and defy French police. The morale and militancy of the French working class is striking, given that 1. Unions have maintained unity and struggle since January. 2. The French state has been implementing anti-terrorism laws to prohibit protest. And 3. That the French police have been employing some of the harshest crowd control tactics of any Western European nation, intended to reduce protest numbers. The unions remain unfazed, making it clear that undemocratic prohibitions on protests will not be tolerated. On May Day in South Africa, the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, or NUMSA, demanded an end to neoliberal policies and pushed for greater state intervention in the economy, the nationalization of key sectors, and an increased budget to shrink the economic crisis in the nation. NUMSA also condemned the government for entrenching the power of the capitalist elite instead of dismantling the colonial and apartheid structure of the economy. The Shack Dwellers movement Abalali-based Mujundolo added, "If we want genuine freedom for the masses, we have to drive an agenda for the benefit of the working class. That includes, amongst others, the nationalization of land and minerals for the benefit of the majority. The working class will have to unite and fight once more for the work of the liberation movement to be completed." For May Day in Cuba, over 150 youth organizers from a variety of progressive organizations in the US traveled to Havana, Cuba to join in a 10-day solidarity brigade organized by the International People's Assembly. Organizers met with different sectors of Cuban society to bear witness to the plight of the Cuban people due to the US blockade and to hear about their experiences. Abel Pierto, one of Cuba's leading intellectuals, emphasized the necessity of education on the history of the revolutionary process, and Maria Ofelia Rodriguez, coordinator of the Network of Lesbian and Bisexual Women, shared how their organization has successfully been working to defend Cubans and their human rights. US youth leaders also shared their perspectives in organizing against capitalism, racism, and oppression in the US. Manolo de los Santos, co-executive director of the People's Forum and an organizer of the delegation, stated during the opening activity of the brigade, "We have comrades here from all over the world who in many ways are prisoners of the US empire and are subject to the violence of the US empire. This system of violence puts itself in all its force, with all its resources, with all its strength, against anyone who says otherwise. Any people who dare to organize their societies on their own terms, in defense of their own resources, in defense of the planet, in defense of life, face the wrath of the US empire. That is why we are here today." In late April, Thousands of Uruguayan workers staged a 24-hour strike against pension reform under the banner of "Another reform is possible. Don't let them steal your future." The reform increases the retirement age from 60 to 65, gets rid of early retirement benefits from the Social Security system, and lowers pensions for widows and the disabled. Union leaders have made it clear they recognize this is not a Social Security reform, but a fiscal adjustment designed to transfer wealth to the financial sector. Sergio Somaruga, member of the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-Union Plenary of Workers' National Convention of Workers, stated that the struggle continues and that the unions are open to engage in dialogue with the government. He warned that in case the reform is approved in the Congress, let's be very clear that it will face strong opposition from the trade union movement and the entire popular movement. All power to all the people in Uruguay. While the UK is in crisis over the skyrocketing cost of living, harsh austerity measures, and non-livable wages, the decision to stage an elaborate, costly £100 million coronation ceremony for Charles III has been widely scrutinised.
Insane.
In a poll by YouGov conducted in April, 51% of the respondents said that the coronation ceremony should not be a state-funded event. And on May 6th, hundreds of members of anti-monarchist and Republican groups gathered in various parts of the country to protest the coronation, raising banners saying "Not my king" and "Time for a republic." Journalist John White wrote in the Morning Star that Britain is humiliated, infantilized, and disgraced by its enduring tolerance of the monarchy. Any talk of progressive reform must include the abolition of this semi-feudal farce. April 24th marked.
Yeah, what the fuck is the monarchy doing still collecting fucking millions from taxpayers? Like, what the fuck is that? What is that? For what? For why? What do? What year is it? Is it fucking 1600? Can we stop that yet?
Marked the 50th anniversary of the founding of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. Labeled a terrorist organization by the US-backed Marcos regime, the NDFP is made up of 18 organizations including communist guerrillas, indigenous rights groups, scientists, and artists. On the eve of the anniversary in Portland, Oregon, Portland's People Organizing of Philippine Solidarity, or POPs, hosted a celebratory gathering to commemorate half a century of people's struggle. The meeting featured singing and dancing, speeches, and recorded interviews with two leaders of Philippines' New People's Army, who were murdered in August 2022. Dana Hutchins, a member of POPs, declared, "For 50 years, NDFP has been working towards a just and lasting peace in which peasants can eat the food that they grow, in which land is not concentrated in the hands of a few rich families, but instead is collectively tended to, in which there is genuine democracy, in which no foreign power has military bases on Philippine soil, no foreign corporations extract resources from the land and water, no Filipino ever has to leave the country in search of a job to sustain themselves. A peace in which elders and peace advocates are not tortured and murdered on a regular basis by the government.
Imagine.
This is the just peace that the Filipino people want. This is the just peace that Benito and Wilma Tayamzon gave their lives for." On May Day, 11,500 TV and film writers across the US launched a strike organized by the Writers Guild of America, the union representing over 11,000 writers in the entertainment industry. The strike was announced after studios such as Netflix, Amazon, and NBC Universal failed to meet the demands of writers, and 98% of the 9,000 workers voted in favor of a strike. Writers are calling for increased wages, better benefits, and more job security.
What do you mean royals would quit if they could keep the money and property? They already did. They barely do shit. Like, what they do is mostly, like, ceremonial, right? Like, I don't know.
As increased studio profits are not translating into fair compensation for writers. 900 DHL Express workers at the CVG airport in northern Kentucky have unionized. With the responsibility to unload 360,000 pounds of cargo from airplanes each day, workers were compelled to organize after facing hazardous conditions, dangerous accidents, sleep deprivation, and serious injuries. Congratulations to DHL workers. Public sector unions and employers across Germany have reached a trade agreement after successful public transport, childcare, and hospital strikes disrupted Europe's biggest economy. The deal will secure 2.5 million public sector workers with a €3,000 inflation payment, and, as of March 2024, incomes will rise by at least €340. According to Ulrich Silberbach of the DBB Public Sector Employee Union, this compromise would not have been possible without the many warning strikes and protests over the last few months. And Interior Minister Nancy Faeser stated that the agreement was good and fair, as the employees perform a good service in the general interest of all of us, and times very difficult, so we must also pay them appropriately. Congrats to German public sector workers, staying united and forcing change. In a historically unprecedented victory, Amazon delivery drivers in Lancaster, California have unionized with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, reaching a strong tentative agreement for increased wages, safe working conditions, and other benefits. Randy called.
Dude, that's dope as fuck. I know the Teamsters hasn't been that great, but I feel like more workers makes it stronger, right?
Teamsters Amazon Division Director and Teamsters Joint Council 42 Director of Organizing stated, the Teamsters are coordinating nationwide with Amazon workers, allies committed to holding this corporation accountable, and our union's 1.2 million members to make sure Amazon provides the benefits and protections that working people deserve. On the 26th of April in Edinburgh, transphobes tried to run a film screening of a gender-critical propaganda film at Edinburgh University. This screening was originally scheduled for December of 2022, but was rescheduled after students successfully blockaded the venue in protest. On the 26th, it was blockaded again by students and local activists who sat in front of the door with anti-fascist, trans, and IWW flags. The event organisers and the Scottish Family Party leader, Richard Lucas, were turned away by security due to safety concerns. Activists then held a cabaret adjacent to the venue, singing pop songs and revolutionary chants. Trans rights are human rights. Wonderful to see the community coming together in solidarity not once, but twice. The Food and Drug Administration has ended its discriminatory ban on blood donations from gay and bisexual men. Prior to this amendment, men who have sex with men were disallowed from donating if they had sex with a man in the last 3 months. This policy now puts an end to this bias rooted in homophobia, bringing the US in line with.
It also fucking discriminated against bisexual women who had slept with a man who had also slept with a man in whatever 6 months or whatever it was. So this is cool.
Canada and the UK. Peter Marks, medical doctor, PhD, director of the FDA's Centre for Biologics Evaluation and Research, said, the implementation of these recommendations will represent a significant milestone for the agency and the LGBTQI+ community. The Supreme Court of Namibia has ruled in favour of recognising same-sex marriages from other countries, making Namibia only the second nation on the continent to do so after South Africa. A group of LGBTQ+ activists gathered at Namibia's Supreme Court Tuesday, where justices ruled in a 4-1 vote that Namibians married to foreign nationals in foreign jurisdictions must be recognised as any other couple within the country. One of the judges, J.A. Mainga, dissented on the basis that laws of Namibia do not recognise same-sex relationships. The other 4 judges, however, ruled that not recognising same-sex couples infringes on their rights to dignity and equality. The legal counsel of the 2 same-sex couples who appealed an earlier judgment to the High Court of Namibia said, Today, after a 6-year battle, we finally won, and the court has ruled that the Ministry of Home Affairs has to recognize these marriages by foreign spouses to Namibian spouses. After this ruling, activists are pushing for same-sex couples to have the right to get married in Namibia as well. The US Supreme Court has refused to hear the appeals of fossil fuel giants against climate cases, setting a significant precedent for future lawsuits. Due to the Supreme Court decision, cities and states are now able to sue massive fossil fuel polluters. Campaigners have heralded this as a critical victory for climate activism. Richard Wiles, the president of the Center for Climate Integrity, stated, "Big oil companies have been desperate to avoid trials in state courts, where they will be forced to defend their climate lies in front of juries, and today, the Supreme Court declined to bail them out." Fantastic news. An alien species thought by researchers to have been extinct was spotted in Chad's Sena Ura National Park for the first time in almost 20 years. Jubilant researchers analysing the camera footage of this lion sighting confirmed it was indeed a beautiful lioness, in her prime and clearly in health. And an update on the Amazon. Preliminary data shows that Amazon deforestation has fallen 68% in April 2023 compared to April 2022. The drop comes after 2 months of higher deforestation in February and March, but year over year, deforestation is still down 40% overall. Described as the lungs of the planet, we send our heartfelt gratitude to all activists and indigenous peoples fighting to protect this vitally important rainforest. Folks, if you have good news from the current month, please send your stories to totalliberationpodcast@gmail.com. Thank you to Javi for Positive News Jams. Thank you to Cosmo for Positive News background. Thank you to Catherine and Maxi for script writing and production. And thank you to Tristan for editing this video. And to yours truly for hosting this one. Thank you to the patrons who make this show possible. If you'd like to contribute, please go to patreon.com/positiveleftistnews. Or you can give us a one-time tip via PayPal. The link is in the description box below. All power to all the people. Peace.
Let's go.
Sex in the Revolution.
Ooh, spoiler. Spoiler alert. This is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to watch this. It's going to be very good. Sex in the Revolution by the Leftist Cooks. It's almost 3 hours. It's going to be fucking awesome. This is going to be so good. But I'm going to have to nuke the VOD because I'm afraid. I pre-watched a little. It's a little spicy. So, we're just going to do that tomorrow. But for now, it's time for fun. In fact, let's do a little jam. A little jam moment. I found some Bernie songs. Patreon stream, true.
I wanna take down the billionaires so frickin' bad. Middle class are gonna get things they've never had. I'm gonna do progressive things. I'm gonna make college free. Okay, I'm gonna take down all those big pharma industries too. You know what? Oh, every time I open my eyes, you know what I see? I see my name on campaign signs. They're everywhere. These things are everywhere. They're everywhere. Take back this country.
I'm so sad that he's not running.
Tree from the right. Oh, I swear. Oh, they better prepare for when I take down the billionaires. I'm talking about the rich like Bezos. They never told you while they're making millions, you struggle feeding your children. all the money to the 1%. Yeah, we'll be raising taxes where all that money went. We got a grassroots movement all done without a super PAC. Tell ExxonMobil that they can have their money back. Cause climate change is an existential crisis. Taking on Wall Street and economical biases. We're gonna raise the minimum wage to $15. Yo, if you see Donald, give him a holler. Cause that orange clown is going down. But Bernie's in the White House. Free pizza. Oh, every time I close my eyes. You know what I see? You know what I see? I'll tell you. I see my name on ballot lines. Oh yes. Uh-huh. The nomination will be mine. Oh, mine. I swear. Oh, they'd better prepare when I take down the billionaires. Oh, and also the millionaires. Them too. Can't forget. I'll be doing lots as the president. Screw the superdelegates. When they're gone, I'll be laughing at the etiquette. You know, 4 years ago, I was called a radical. Now my policy seems democratic casual. To guarantee healthcare as a human right, even if the right don't think it's right. Yo, demanding justice for all, even though who's at the top. I'm a democratic socialist, I'm not gonna stop. But at the end of the day, we're working longer hours, seeing a country that no longer looks like ours. But there's no need to fight, I got the solution. Bernie 2020, a political revolution. I wanna take down the billionaires. So freaking bad, so bad. Middle class are gonna get things they've never had. So many things, we're gonna give them a lot of things. Okay, alright? I'm gonna do progressive things. I'm gonna make public college free. And I'm gonna take down all those big pharma industries too. I hate those guys. Oh, every time I close my eyes, you know what I see? It's beautiful. I see my White House shining bright. But till it comes to election night, oh, I swear, oh, they'd better prepare when I take down the billionaires. And also the millionaires. I wanna take down the billionaires so frickin' bad.
Yeah, Bernie wanting to take down millionaires is not canon, as far as I know.
I ain't got much money in the bank, but I'm gonna donate what I can to you. You speak for us, the many, not the few. It's time for a change in the red, white, and blue. Bernie Sanders, you fight the averse. Billionaire class, you treat us like trash. I'm hoping I get the chance to vote for you. I wanna see the day when poor people don't have to pay an arm and a leg to stay healthy, and the children can freely learn without a big debt in return. And education ain't just for the wealthy. Bernie Sanders, you oppose all the worst. Corporate greed, you're what our government needs. That's why I'm hoping you'll be president in 2016.
What the people of this country are saying, enough is enough. Our government
our country belonged to all of us and not just a few billionaires.
I know that the middle class of this country is collapsing. I know that the gap between the very, very rich and everybody else is growing wider. The only way we bring about change is when the American people become mobilized.
There once was a man so short, you see, and the name of this chap was Bernie, and he was dressed for the cold as he wore a frown in his woolies and coat. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. It had not been 2 weeks or more where democracy did almost fall, but Bernie's hands were nice and warm in his woolies and coat. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Wherever you go, he sits, it said, wearing his mask and crossing his legs. Arms are locked as he dips his head in his woolies and coat. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Online was one that the mood was he, and Bernie's mind was warm and free on a flagship day for the American creed in his woolies and coat. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. For 40 days, no even more, the virus spread, the nation torn, all hope was lost, but he was warm in his woolies and coat. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. As far as I've heard, the glove's still on, the leg still crossed, and the mask not gone. The mitten man makes his regular calls to encourage the people to stay warm. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Soon may the knitting man come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm.
Yeah, the lyrics could use work. I think it's fun though. Right up there. Yeah. I do wish it had more of the original instrumentals in the back. I think that could improve it a lot. But I also found this.
The paradigm of absolute control.
Just for you, Keepers. I'm glad you're here.
We're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna steal your daughter at the mall. Oh, oh.
Do you like it? I found it. I found it just for you, Peepo Shy. Oh my god. It's so funny. It's so funny. I'm t- It's like Alex Jones rants, but as an indie folk song, like sort of a love song almost.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
She said she swore that she felt him. Got him down, begging her on his knees if she let him. Got your girl asking if she could get in a picture. Got no time, always home, I'll be writing that scripture. Yeah, Father, forgive me, I've sinned. Diamonds all up in my mouth, tattoos on my skin. Close the door, say, Hail Mary, chilling in blood. I'll have you sleepless, speechless, speaking in tongues. You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. I am your new religion. Meet me out back, we don't need no supervision. Double negatives always leaving my head spinning. Push the button up or down, just make a decision. Damn, yeah, can I get a break? What you wanna say? Looking at me like I got it written on my face. Come hell, the one and I'ma give and never take. Kneel down, what will they say? Our Father, up from above, I'll have you sleepless, speechless, speaking in tongues, yeah? You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes.
Fuck, I love this
Yes,
song.
please, yes, please, yes. Jesus,
so good.
You're there for me when I am low. Oh, come and restore our hope. You make all things new. My life was made for loving you. You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Yes, please, yes, please, yes.
So good.
I had a dream. We did the disco funk dance. If you entrust me with the present team, I will draw on the best of us.
Tired of
Do
Sword Pop.
it now, lick it good. Suck this pussy just like you should.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck,
his neck,
my back,
his back,
lick my pussy and my crack.
his crack.
First you gotta put your neck into it. Don't stop, just do it, do it. Then you roll your tongue from the crack. Back to the front, and then you suck it off till I shake and come. Make sure I keep busting nuts all over your face and stuff. Slow head, show me so much love. My neck,
his neck,
my back,
his back,
lick my pussy and my crack.
his crack,
My neck,
my neck,
my back,
my back.
lick my pussy and my crack. Lick my pussy, Bobby. You might roll dubs, you might have G's, but fuck that, get on your knees. Try me, I'll make you see. Your bitches ain't got shit on me. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy.
Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in the hell are we still doing this?
God damn it, Brandon. I'm trying to get away from you. I'm mad. I'm very mad at you.
I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, they're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted.
Kind of move off.
Thanks for holding the door, Jim. Mr. President, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president. Whoa. I never thought anything like this could happen.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Everybody was in shock. Can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? But they did it anyway. So here we are now. It's where we were today. But now we're there. Spend time there today.
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president, charging a former president of the United States for the first time.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean, and Laura, and Tucker, and Janine.
Oh, I wanna work in fake news, conspiracy TV, radio, WhatsApp, grits, and big crowd family, private server, emails. What about the Clinton Foundation? Isn't this far more worthy of an investment?
There's so much random shit on this playlist now.
Wow, do you really
Any
think
sluts?
I'm hot enough to be a slut? Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. 3-some, 4-some or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me a slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
Hey bitch, do you wanna fuck sometime?
Ew, no thanks.
Oh yeah, well, fuck you bitch. You're a slut.
You think I'm a slut? Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so honored. That's so sweet of you. I'm trying to be the
No sluts in chat. Damn. That sucks. I'm a lonely slut.
Hey, what's going on? Nice to see you. Take a walk in, why don't you? Rest your feet, not your feet. Let's not focus on feet. Rest your heel. No, that's still feet. Take a rest here in my recording space, where you are more than welcome to join me for this, another Jordan Adika video. Guess who? Guilty. If being Jordan Adika is illegal, lock me up. No, seriously. Oh, what it is? No! Very recently, on my superior content output, which is Sad Boys, you can find it over on youtube.com/sadboys or whatever. Very recently, Jarvis introduced me to the trope of, is it hashtag story? Is that what it is? Is that the official nomenclature? I know it's POV, but I mean like the subset of POV. It's just really weird. I have nothing against them. I'll just be honest with you. Maybe I'm a boomer. In which case, boom boom. But it's interesting and weird. It's a general trope of, from what I've seen, people in the mid to late teens, as far as I can tell, making little stories, emphasis on little, like 45 seconds to a minute, where they take a high concept, high premise idea that you would normally see built out into like a YA novel. Like, what if every single time you put on pants, you couldn't find your shoes? Or you have POV, you have a special disease where you're, every time that you hug someone, they become the devil. You know? See, I'm struggling to think of an example because they are so obscure. A lot of the time, they're just these like weirdly creative, weirdly detailed ideas, and there's something elegant to me almost about the idea of taking a great, or at least interesting premise, and instead of saying, I'm going to build this out into a novel, as generations before maybe would, now it's just like, here's the premise, we're fucking done. I'm not self-publishing some shit on Amazon, I'm done. New idea. What if every single time you sipped a boba, both your legs fell off and they grew into taller versions of you and they were allowed to play basketball and you weren't allowed to be in the NBA?
Boy,
What if? This sounds insane. I haven't been on TikTok a lot. I don't know.
She is! I don't know if Brianna is the originator, but it's the first one I saw. And when Jarvis showed this to me, my first reaction was, what? Wait, what's going on? Help, excuse me, how could this be? And then that rocks. I don't know what it is. There's something so, we'll get into it, but there's something, man, these things rule so much. This one, it's a difficult one to start with because, and this is not uncommon, it does have a strangely sinister premise. For context, usually these are something that's like a YA novel, like a young adult novel. They usually circle around your experience in high school, or are at least analogous to being in high school. Like how the Divergent, right? Divergent is not about high school, but the premise is basically being in the cafeteria and not knowing what table to sit in. Like, what clique am I in? Am I one of the Mean Girls equivalents? That's the theme that's being expressed, because that's the theme that the audience, at least in North America, where they're generally sold, is that's what they will connect with. The Hunger Games, technically it's about murdering people, but really it's about, again, being in a clique, being accepted, the risk, the stress, the pressures of being a student, etc., etc. I don't know what for population control you can only speak in songs is supposed to be for.
Gotta be fresh, gotta go downstairs. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. Goodbye.
Whoa!
Jesus.
Oh, hey man, relax. Didn't even give me time.
I thought it was gonna be the angle of like, oh, for population control, you have to be singing all the time so that no one will want to fuck you. That was different.
Hi, maybe I'm on a slower tempo. What the fuck? Give me a second, dog. Maybe it's a little bit of you know, like syncopated freestyle poetry, dude. Like, no need to whip out the cat at the first moment.
Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Stop.
Hi, it's Boomer Jordan checking in with obvious information for Zoomers. This, maybe my favorite thing about all of them, is that whatever the thing is, whatever the premise is here. It's always here. Like, in universe, it's here. So if the premise is, you've got to sing or the world gets blown up, then she looks to that title every time it almost happens. You notice when the shotgun gets cocked, she's like, oh no, the microphone emoji is going to shoot me with a gun. Freeze, I'm text.
Stop. In the name of love.
Wait, hang on. They all have to be like existing songs, like jukebox musicals.
What do you mean? I should have bought you flowers. I can buy myself flowers.
Mate, you were going to run out of options. It seems like they're not allowed to reuse lines. By age 20, you're tapped, right? Come on. How many lines are there in how many songs? And how many are you going to be able to remember with a 3-second countdown before the audio-visual, before the text and microphone dome you in the back of the skull?
And held your hand. I can hold my own hand. I can.
Why does it really seem like someone's like holding her hostage to make these?
And help falling in love. I might kill my ex. Not the best idea. Ow! What did you do that for? No, stop! In the name.
He followed the rules! That bothers me so much, I've become Italian-American, John Medica. POV, you live in a world where you have to charge yourself. Do you mean like food? You mean like food and sleep? Water?
For your charger. No, I'm using it. I'm only at 10%. I'm going to die. Here, hurry up.
Hurry up, my daughter. Fuck it, fine. I guess I won't let you die. Is this not a thing? These should have hundreds of charges in the universe where this takes place.
It's not working. Let's try this. That's the emergency charger. This is an emergency.
Is that mum trying to get her killed? Hey, mum, I need to charge because POV, you live in a world where you have to charge yourself. And then mum's like, oh, fine. Hey, mum, I'm starving to death. Oh.
It didn't work. There must be something wrong with my charging port. Did I hear something wrong with the charging port? Hold still.
There's always someone that just at least sounds like a cop. There's always cop guy in these stories. Excuse me. What did you say? Bang, 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 the shotgun. Or just, hey, I'm dad, I'm here to fix the thing. It's a weird, I like the vocal acting range.
What?
Wow, they did a really good job.
What happened? You made it worse.
Wait, a lot of the time, and I mean a lot of the time, these wrap up with some kind of twist, right? Like, oh, it turns out that when you run out of battery, you actually get 1 inch taller. But I couldn't let people find out because then the government would get you. There's not a lot of time, though. There's 5 seconds left. All right, it turns out that when you run out of battery, you change race. Oh, God, I hope it's that.
I'm at 2% now. There's one more thing we can try. Come with me. Wait.
What?
Part 2? Iron Man will return in Avengers Endgame? What the fuck? Wait.
Here, happy birthday, Brianna. Thank you. Are you okay? I'm feeling...
Man, if it's a kid, you should be checking. This should not be on the kid to highlight, hey, I'm running out of battery.
So weird. Oh no. Honey, come with me now. Here, put this charger in your charging port right there.
Oh my god.
I've been secretly charging you every day, but it's time that you know. You're not like the other kids. If you don't charge yourself and your battery's gone, you'll die. You must keep...
What the fuck did I just watch?
I'm sorry for being skeptical. We're in a parallel universe where only you need to be charged. Also, you should probably mention it before 6.
Let's keep this a secret, because if the other kids find out, they'll treat you differently, okay? Okay.
Well, that took a while, didn't it? 11 years to charge up to 100%? Oh, it went in.
I'm all charged and ready for the day.
Where did you remove that from?
Welcome to gym class. Today we're going to be running 100 laps. Oh no, I'm gonna lose all my battery.
Sorry, it's been a while since I was at high school. That seems insane. Seems like a pretty demanding request.
Yeah,
100? That's not gym class. That's basic training.
Oh no, I'm gonna lose all my battery. You're what? Nothing. Keep running. I can't. I'll be back, coach. I need more charge. What the?
Here, happy birthday, Brienne.
God damn it! We're being cuckolded. I feel cucked. I feel as though the story was right about to reach something that I frankly had put the time and not money, and my time is worthless, but time had gone by while I absorbed this story, and now I have to what? Buy the sequel? Oh, hey, see, they know.
You have to smile, or I'm going to put the clothing pins back on, okay? Okay. Honey, you know I'm doing this because I love you, right? If you get caught not smiling, you'll be executed.
That's awesome.
Jesus.
Here's the issue with this video premise. I don't have any jokes to make because that's already so funny.
Honey, you know I'm doing this because I love you, right? If you get
Loading the shotgun. Just pulling the rope on the guillotine. You know this is because I love you, right?
Sissy walking.
Ah! You made me fall.
Sorry, Sissy.
I think I broke my leg.
Jesus.
Sissy, you're not smiling.
We have a code red.
Told you, dude. See, I don't even know if this is a conscious choice. This is an over-analytical read on the whole situation, but I'll say it anyway. I do think there's something interesting to the fact that via this short-form fiction, almost unconsciously, every single one of these seems to kind of lightly gesture to anti-establishment. It's cool. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that the negative thing in these universes, the manifestation of the bad thing, is almost always a cop or almost always the government. There's another one that we watched recently on the podcast, Sad Boys. It was available. It says, look, here it is. It turns out that the high premise thing she was allowed to do the whole time, but the government would have found out. It's just interesting. I think it's kind of interesting that this is a modern forum for
Did you hear the Alex Jones song? You left right when I played it.
expressing creative ideas in a concise way for free. So I just think that's interesting. Why do I never get this comment? That's on you, mate. Go ahead. Scroll down. Leave this comment. Exact same phrasing, spelling, everything. I'll wait.
We have a code red.
Hurry! Smile!
Jesus.
Oh, that rocks. It's a living.
Smile!
That rocks, man. Oh, Brianna just don't miss, brother. I want to be cynical. I want to be mean. I want to be ribbing people online, but I just genuinely enjoy these. I think they're so
Oh my
fast.
god, I feel so bad for laughing. I was trying not to laugh. That was fucked up. That's fucked up.
Fascinating, initiating, pretentious moment yet again. This is a pretense over-analysis slug that I've loaded into this gun. It's also interesting how this is a fresh forum for creative discovery and exploration, and I think ultimately, though it can be a little silly and potentially a bit cringe, I'm glad that there is a forum for people to express themselves without being prohibited by having to buy, say, an expensive camera or audio equipment and just being able to do it on their phone with a tripod or even just a couple books stacked up. I think that's neat. Reinitiating cynical, funny guy mode. Bang! I'm back.
Bang.
I'm a gamer. Well, I feel like we've learned a lot today. I will return if people enjoyed this and find out if there was a conclusion to that. But thank you so much for coming along, as per usual. The only way I can think of ending this video in tribute to Brianna and their good work is to end the video as unsatisfyingly as possible.
You look so good with a plane behind you. Just throwing it out there, like this is a good look.
Yeah. Yeah, let me creep on you while you fly.
Yeah.
And
let's do it.
Show off your skills.
The loose idea here is I was like, it's like carpool karaoke.
I feel like we gotta think of a better name though, like
charter choir, Mile High Melodies.
Oh, airplane acapella.
Airplane acapella!
But anyway, we're going flying.
We're going flying! Yeah, I'm so excited. Do we need to push out the plane?
Yeah.
So, fun fact, airplanes are not powered unless the propeller is spinning. So, Simone's gonna get to push the airplane out here. Right?
Yeah?
Yeah, let's do it! So one of the most important parts of a pre-flight is your oil. So we are just shy of 3 quarts. Probably fine, but to be safe, I'm gonna add an extra half quart. And then Simone took over camera duty so that I could focus on my pre-flight.
You always gotta check the butt before you fly. It is crucial that you check the butt. So we have a thingamabobber that we put in different parts of the airplane to make sure that the things are mabobbing right.
Are they mabobbing right? What do you think?
I think they're mabobbing right.
Perfect.
And then you have to tickle the chin of the airplane and make sure that it is in a good mood before you take it on flight. We ready?
The plane looks good.
Yeah?
I would like to report for duty as a passenger. Doors closed, seats secure, belts fastened, fuel valve on fullest. We're gonna fly on the left tank today and switch to right for landing. Brakes hold, carb heat cold, mixture full rich, master on, mags on, throttle cracked, prime.
Clear prep.
Torrance Airport information, Quebec 2052 Zulu, wind 250 at 11, visibility 10.
Runway 29 left, taxi Echo Alpha.
Viola, you're so damn cool! Quick safety briefing. Do you have any questions?
No.
There's a barf bag in here if you need it.
Has anybody ever barfed in your plane?
No.
Ooh.
I've never had anyone get plane sick either.
I'm excited to be the first. Also, I know that Sila needs to focus, but I just want to point out that she has a little booster seat.
You know what? Not all pilots are tall. Torrance ground Cessna 72114 at the East Tees with information Quebec looking to get to the 29 run-up area.
Number 72114 Torrance ground, runway 29 right, taxi via Juliet.
It's like you're talking a different language.
Yeah, it's like honestly the most anxiety I have with flying is like I'm so comfortable with the airplane. I love the airplane. I've like ripped the airplane apart at fuel stops before to fix it, and like that doesn't scare me like getting yelled at by air traffic control scares me.
How are you controlling it? How are you steering it?
I'm flying it.
Hey, nice 140.
Thank you. Yes, it's the foot pedals. So I have brakes on each side. So I can like, the propeller is pushing us forwards to the extent that it can on the ground. And then I can either use brakes and I can use rudder. And the rudders have springs that attach to the tail wheel, so it like pulls the tail wheel a little bit. Brakes hold, flight control is free and correct. Watch your knees and ovaries.
Oh. Not your first time making that joke.
And I stole it too. It's not even, not original. I can't take credit, but it's so good. Have you been in a small plane before?
12 o'clock, 1 mile is going to be for the parallel now.
I get to pop your small plane cherry.
Yeah. Holding short 29 right, number 1. Say again your call sign and request.
Hey, 72114 straight out departure from Catalina.
Number 72114, the Cessna upwind is in right close traffic. Your straight out departure is approved. Runway 29 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 72114, 29 right.
November 5 Golf Victor.
You ready? Yeah! Alright, this is the actual best part of flying right here.
November 294 to the Yankee Florence Tower, make right traffic, runway 29 right.
Ready?
Go turn base to follow that traffic, your number 2.
What happened to the sound?
Airspeed's coming alive.
Holding short 29 right at Juliet, ready for right down departure.
Fuck you, gravity. What? Woo! That was so fast. This airplane is a gem. The best airplane you can have. I love it. Oh my god. And it costs the same as a Corolla. What? Oh my god, Zyla!
Cessna at 800, reporting status.
So many parking lots. Welcome to Los Angeles. Yeah. I can't believe how the takeoff was just.
Tower, make straight in right, 2 on our right, report to Vincent Thomas Bridge.
I mean, you have a pretty good pilot.
I do have a very good pilot, yeah.
Life just gets so much better in the air.
5 days approved, 26.
So cool.
Isn't it amazing?
I can't, yeah. You just went and you just did it.
We just took off.
And we just took off and now we're going to Catalina Island. What?
I can't believe this is your first time in a small plane. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Do you want to try flying?
It's so
Yes.
cool, dude.
All right.
Okay.
Let me
I would be freaking the fuck out. I don't know if I could handle this, man.
get this trimmed up for you. So, the yoke here,
Yeah.
it is direct drive. Like, it's not, there's no electronic gizmos.
Yeah.
You're feeling the air.
Yeah.
So, right and left will be your roll. So that's your elon control.
Yeah.
And forwards and back is nose up and nose down.
Oi.
So,
Ah!
start by trying to just point us at, like, the north end of Catalina.
Is that the far right end?
Yeah. And try to keep. Yeah. There you go.
Let's
Oh,
go.
This is so scary, Sila.
Okay, now try turning right. There you go.
But it's like you're tilting the plane and then the body kind of follows?
Yes. So, like, you're coming along, what you're doing here is you're going like that. To control this is the rudders. Right now, I'm controlling the rudders. So
Control what?
I'm controlling rudders with my feet right now.
Yeah.
So I can also turn us with the
This is too much.
rudders. But try putting it in a slight turn. And then what's actually really cool is once you're in a turn, an airplane will hold that turn, and you can neutralize again, and we'll stay in the turn until we switch back. Yeah.
How scared were you on your first solo flight?
Absolutely terrified. I was also 17,
Yeah.
but like so
Jesus.
excited at the same time. Like
What?
it was my life dream that I had worked like super hard for.
I'm gonna let go of the steering wheel because it's freaking me out.
Okay. I'll let you fly a bit over the island too. How's that?
Yeah.
We're now doing ground speed of 98 miles an hour.
Wow.
We're practically racing.
We are. Yeah, we're fast.
Calm wind, slightly favoring runway 22 and it's
Nice.
2020.
Do you feel so fucking empowered?
Catalina traffic service 428 Echo Sierra, departing
that.
runway 4,
Yeah.
and we'll sidestep to
It's
the
like-
right for the incoming traffic.
I just like know everything about this machine and I can like make it do what I want and it's amazing.
It's very apocalypse ready.
Exactly. Put me on your apocalypse team, your
Yeah,
zombie
okay,
apocalypse
okay,
team.
yeah.
I'll fly us out of there.
And so far it's just Laura. Yeah, you can join too.
Okay, great. We'd be a pretty good apocalypse team.
I feel so, yeah. I'm gonna prohibit myself from saying wow because I feel like I've hit my quota for the day.
You're allowed
so.
to say wow as many times as you want. So this is one of the harbors that I think the ferries go into. But I'm not sure.
Oh golly. Gosh darn pretty.
Shall we cut across?
Yeah.
600
Yeah.
feet inbound for Southwest Corona.
Do you actually hear what they're saying? Yeah.
Yeah. My headset is also nicer than yours. Bose, if you'd like to sponsor, what was it? Airplane acapella that doesn't involve any singing. Please hit me with that.
Na, 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 na. What should we sing? I don't know how to do that.
Oh, see the line where the sky meets the sea.
Yeah.
It calls me. Go. How far I go. God, I just love being up here so much.
What do you love about it?
Okay, do you remember when you got your driver's license?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how
you're like, I can just go anywhere.
you're free.
Yeah.
You're so free. This is like that, but on steroids. Okay, so we can. Do you want to head inland, or do you like the coast?
We can head inland.
This is your flight. This is for you.
Let's head inland.
Okay. Let me get some altitude then. God, I just love it. I feel like this whole video is just gonna be me being like, I love it,
and me going, wow. Oh, it's a whole little town here.
Yeah, so that's Avalon. That's like where people who live on Catalina live, I believe.
Yeah. Why do you say keep your eyes peeled?
That's a great question.
Is it peeled because like the eyelid is peeled back?
Well, I think if you peel all of the layers of goop off of like the optical lens, you'll see better.
No.
Wait, when you were in school, did you have to do the thing where you dissect a cow eyeball?
No. Gross.
Oh my god. Maybe the most traumatizing day of my middle school experience.
I think we did dissect something. I can't remember if I refused to participate.
Torrance Tower, Cessna 72114, 2 miles.
Yeah, we did a baby pig. It was so sad.
South of Angels Gate, inbound for landing with information Romeo.
114, roger. Verify information Romeo, straight in, runway 29er left, clear to land.
Clear to land for 29er left, 114.
So cool.
Frequency, the Echo, roger, thanks. All aircraft. Oh, I'm sorry, just a little static with the transmission, but I understood the second time.
Yay! Woo! You did it!
Did it!
You are a capable queen!
Aw, you mean it. Torrance ground, Cessna 72114, clear of 29 left on Foxtrot, looking to get to the East T hangars.
Number 72114, Torrance ground, roger, taxi parking via Alpha.
Taxi to parking via Alpha 114. Alright. Shut this thing down.
Hooray! Oh, seatbelt hug. Yay! Seatbelt hug. You don't have to wear your seatbelt anymore. Oh, I'm so glad this works. Oh, wait. Welcome to the flight crew.
This is your flight. Your airplane.
This is my airplane.
Oh.
So they're not so super special because they are available in my merch store.
Oh, whatever. But like,
that one's flight proven, and it was on our flight.
Oh yeah,
so.
it totally was.
Oh, I'm just gonna fall out of here.
That was cool as hell.
Hey guys, and welcome back to A Twin Job. My name is Chad Chad. Not really. And I am a psychologist. You are a psychologist. Everybody is a psychologist. At least we would be on TikTok, where putting text on the screen means whatever it says is automatically and undeniably true. Like this one, for example. Psychology fact. If you aren't subscribed to Chad Chad, your head will fall off and you'll never find true love. Don't believe it?
Yeah, no, that one's true. That one's true, actually.
Just look at this guy. They call him headless for more than one reason. He gets no bitches. Psychology in real life is, by definition, the mental or behavioral characteristics of an individual or group. But on TikTok, its definition is,
why won't he text me back? Why doesn't she want to kiss me and smooch me on my face and my body and my butt? How do I force someone to love me genuinely and authentically using science? Tell me!
And so a lot of TikTok psychology is focused more on love or how to handle social settings, which is less psychology and more just advice. Psychologists make studying human behavior their life's work. I don't know if they'd want to weigh in on whether your crush likes you back or not. That's kind of like hiring an architect to install your IKEA shelves.
A little lower. A little lower. Just a little
I
bit
helped
lower.
design the Empire State Building. I can't get any lower than this.
If someone looks at you while they are laughing,
they are attracted to you.
If someone laughs at your joke, they totally want you. Doesn't matter who you are, where you are, it's going down. And then she said, no, that's a barracuda. Ew, dude. I'm sorry. Don't look at me when you do that. It was a funny joke. I couldn't help it. We're cousins. Oh my God, you're right. I feel sick. Are we going to jail? I'm gonna throw up.
Psychology facts. Your school years are either the best or worst years of your life.
This is really good because I was just wondering, are my school years gonna be the best years of my life or the worst years of my life? And then I read this and it didn't answer either of those questions. Whoever wrote this fact is the last person you want in charge of a weather.
It's literally true for everyone. Like, you're missing only, like, the people for whom it was, like, average. Like, fine.
Report. Over here we have a 50-50% chance of rain, which means it either will rain or it won't. We also have a 50-50 chance of a level 5 hurricane, which either means you and your family should take cover or go sit under some really, really tall trees.
When someone starts thinking about you sexually, you may feel their presence even if you are miles away.
So you become like a horny telepath. Yeah, I've basically got like a built-in cerebro, but instead of detecting mutants, it detects big old boners. They call me Cyclops because of all the one-eyed monsters I find. There's a lot of comments agreeing with this and saying that they've also experienced it. I have felt this many times about the same person. Truth, and my ears are constantly ringing. I think you guys might have a medical condition. You don't have a psychic link, you have tinnitus. Man, Casey sure does have a fat ass. That is one massive dumper. She's got a colossal wagon, a tumultuous fart bucket. That's a prodigious derriere right there.
Psychology facts you don't know. The first to apologize is always the bravest. The first to forgive is the strongest. The first to forget is the happiest.
I didn't know those metal signs from Hobby Lobby were 100%
It's not a psychology fact. Yeah, that's just a sign.
Psychology facts. Psychology fact. Always be yourself. Unless you can be a dinosaur, then always be a dinosaur. Psychology fact. Farmhouse. Psychology fact. Gather chicken, and look at Trust drink, not Sometimes you get people talking about dark psychology, which is code for I'm gonna show you how to manipulate some people now by talking about things that I am in no way qualified to talk about.
Here's a dark psychology trick to make anybody fall in love with you. This is 100% manipulation. I do not recommend doing this to anybody because it is super toxic, and I'm only making a video on it so you can at least be aware if it's happening to you. It's just a 3-step hot and cold technique.
This is how to make anyone fall in love with you. Literally anyone, okay? Pedro Pascal, anyone you want. It doesn't matter. But don't do it though. Seriously, it is super messed up if you guys do this. So don't even think about it, okay? So step 1.
Emotionally and physically, you have to pull away from them because this is going to make them feel insecure, like shit, and most importantly, the need to chase and get that validation back from you that they just got addicted to. And then you just have to turn that on button back on again and start validating them. This is going to make them fall in love with you, but in a very unhealthy attachment style.
It's kind of messed up to use second person pronouns after that disclaimer at the beginning.
I do not recommend doing this to anybody.
The way this is phrased is literally like a step-by-step. And it even says
Literally.
good luck at the end.
Luck!
Why do we need luck if we aren't supposed to do this? Okay, so here's how to restock the warehouse. Okay, but this is a bad way. This is a bad way. Don't do it this way. Got it. Okay. Take all the inventory, put it on the shelves. On the shelves. Take it back down. Take back down. Piss on it. Piss on it. Throw it all away. Got it. And then what's the correct way? What's the correct way? Wait, where are you going? Good luck. No, wait.
Psychology hack to make her like you instantly. When you're interacting with a female, you have to use sarcasm. This shows that you're playful and it displays intelligence and humor, a trait that females love. It's also an effective way of making her laugh and experience positive emotions with you.
I've never heard someone scientifically break down how to have a sense of humor. If you wish to enjoy the company of an attractive female, you must partake in the jovial exchange of wit. This will lead to an emission of tittering or even guffaws such as this. Ha, ha, ha. Ha. I don't like the way he says interacting with a female. Dude, you're describing a date, not an enclosure at the zoo. Hey Tom, you wanna grab a beer? Yeah, hang on, let me finish interacting with these females. Eat up, sluts!
If she says to you, I bet you talk to a lot of girls, you would reply with, I've never talked to a girl in my life. I'm just trying to get my first kiss.
Tell the female, you have never spoken to one of them before. It will not believe you because of your obvious charisma and charm. I've never talked to a girl before in my life sounds more like a cry for help. I don't know if it counts as sarcasm. I mean, he claims it'll make her like you instantly, and it's in text, so it must be true. I bet you talk to a lot of girls.
Yeah.
Women don't talk to me. Oh, not even my own mother. I'm so sorry. She hated me. She wouldn't speak to me. That's awful. Except to say, I hate you. I hate you. You ruined my life. You're just like your father. I am so turned on right now.
Psychology hack to get inside a girl's mind. Guys, please be careful with
Chad making out with herself was iconic.
Father, I am so turned on right now.
Psychology hack to get inside a girl's mind. Guys, please be careful when you're using this because this is dark psychology and this is going to make her think about you non-stop. So when you're talking or texting a girl in a casual manner, I want you to wait for a break in the conversation and then say, hey, there's something I want to tell you. And then right after that, just say, oh no, never mind, it's not worth it.
What if you got in her head by being an enjoyable person? What if you fucked around and formed a meaningful connection with someone? As a joke. Videos like this just seem like a confession to me. It's like a self-report. You're basically admitting that you can't get people to go out with you without studying dark psychology hacks on TikTok. That seems like something you would maybe want to keep a secret. Yeah, females love me. As long as I make them question their sanity and play weird mental games that make me feel like I'm in control of all of our interactions. I think what they love most about me is probably how normal and chill and normal I am. And normal.
This will make her go crazy and she's instantly going to be saying to you, what is it? Like, please tell me. And she's going to be going through so many scenarios in her head of what she thought you were going to say, and it's going to be stuck in her head for literally hours to days after you said it. And when you do end up telling her what was on your mind, you can just say something stupid and funny like, hey, I just wanted to tell you that I like food.
Say something funny. Like, I love food. I love food, guys. I really, really love food. They say you are what you eat, and that must make me
I would just be so confused, dude. I would just be so confused.
food, because I eat food and I like it. What's the deal with airplane food? Because I love it. It's my favorite. I like it a lot. Ha, 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 ha. Some of these have this weird thing where they're basically dramatizing mental disorders in a cartoonish villain Shane Dawson documentary kind of way.
Psychology trick to test if someone is a narcissist. If you suspect someone is a narcissist, tell them something that would make them look better by being your friend. For example, that your father actually owns a private jet that you use to travel around the world with. Now look them straight in the eye. They'll either show a hopeful smile because they found their new victim to draw resources from, or you'll see a jealous, hateful look.
And if they say something like this,
Aha! Now I've got you, my pretty.
Do not let them on your private jet. They may have bad intentions.
Give me your shoes, bitch.
She makes it sound like there are only two potential responses after telling your friends this. They'll either smile, which is bad, or they'll look jealous, which is also bad. Which one are we trying to avoid? Because both of these sound like terrible friends. It's also kind of hypocritical to do this in order to test someone else's psychological state, because you are literally lying to your friends in order to manipulate them and do some kind of DIY psychology test. You are also a terrible friend. What's that Bible verse about telling your friend they've got dirt in their eye? Hey, you should really get that dirt in your eye checked out. What do you mean? Who are you talking to? Sorry, I can't see with these really tall trees in my eyes. She wraps this up by saying that you should eventually reveal you were lying.
Then you say, just kidding, my father can't even afford a private jet in his dreams. Their next facial expression will tell you everything.
And then she doesn't tell us what facial expression will tell us everything, or what it will tell us, or what we're looking for. Sometimes it's like they aren't even trying to make it seem like they know what they're talking about.
It's so cryptic. I'm not sure I understand. Yes, lie to your new friends, and then tell them you were lying, and then see their reaction. It will tell you everything. I guess, maybe, I don't...
Most important part of roofing is, and I can't stress this enough, the most important part, and no one can argue this, absolutely no one. Someone could literally die if you don't do this part that I'm about to tell you. Hey, you can't be up here, put that down, are you stupid? No, I'm licensed. Yeah, right. Are you calling me a liar? Well, I ain't calling you a roofer. She also has another hack to tell us if our friends have bad intentions.
Share a fake problem with them. For example, that you're about to invest $1,000 into something. Say that you don't have a lot of money, but you really believe in this investment. Now pay close attention to what advice they give you. They give you an advice where they end up getting a cut of the money. That's a huge red flag.
She even tells us to pay close attention.
Now pay close attention.
Which is my favorite part because it implies that if we aren't focusing really hard, we'll miss that someone is trying to steal from us, which is ridiculous, okay? I would know if someone was trying to steal from me. Easy, I'll show you.
Protecting your home against theft is very simple. There are a few precautions you can take. Today, me and my friend will be demonstrating how to make your home thief-proof. So first, you're gonna wanna...
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. First, you're gonna make sure all your doors are locked at all times. Windows also need to be locked. Keep everything locked. Number 5, get a good safe. Safes are great for your most valuable items. For example, watches, jewelry, your laptop. Sometimes it's a good idea to get up close and personal with your home to make sure there are no weak spots that could become entry points. Number 35, keep up with your things. If you can't see it, you can't protect it. Never let important things out of your sight.
Hey, Track, can I borrow your keys?
Oh yeah, sure. I like to do routine perimeter checks just to make sure that no one is getting to my treasured possessions. Is that my jet? That is such a red flag.
I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing.
Such
and
a
if
red
you are
flag.
still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
Don't look at the back of my head. Okay, hey guys, welcome back to Cooking with Gordon Ramsay, aka my father, who couldn't be here. Okay, it's just gonna be me, Brittany Ramsay. Today, guys, I miss my mom. Okay, I miss my mom. I miss like Southern cooking. I'm tired of door dashing half of my meals. I don't know. I need some like Southern comfort food. I need my mom's chicken and dumplings, and I'm gonna share that with you today. And this is a coveted family recipe, so like, don't tell anyone. Please don't tell anyone. But have your friends watch this video if they want to. So I'm feeling like that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make chicken and dumplings. When I went on last meals with Mythical Chef Josh, one of my death row meals was my mom's chicken and dumplings, and I told him, I was like, you know, there's a specific way that my family does chicken dumplings, and it's weird. It's using tortillas, like using flour tortillas as the dumplings instead of, you know, handcrafting dumplings with flour, dough, whatever. And so he was like, what the? And I was like, yeah, you don't get it, dude. So I'm gonna make that here today. And I'm in my jammies, okay, I'm in my moo-moo. I'm feeling cozy, I'm feeling crazy. And let's make a hot soup to celebrate summertime.
Let's go. I love soup anytime.
Here's what you'll need. Here's the list of ingredients, okay? Pot, bowl, cutting board. Look at this cutting board, y'all. It is a lemon, and these little green parts are rubbery, so it's non-slip. That is darling. Chicken broth. We've got chicken stock. I like chicken stock because it's saltier and it's stronger than chicken broth. You also are gonna need this better than bouillon, a rotisserie chicken, shredded up, some shredded carrots, some chopped celery, like I said, those flour tortillas. And then we're rocking with a bunch of this. We've got garlic powder, poultry seasoning, onion salt, Lowry's, absolute crucial key ingredient. We've got some thyme, sage, garlic salt, and then we've got some black pepper. You're also gonna need some butter to lube up your insides. Something about Southern cooking that a lot of people don't understand is you need to lube the body. You need to lube your arteries, you need to lube up your swallowing, your gooch, your goozle. Pure Irish butter, okay? Because I am pasty Irish white. So we're celebrating Irish heritage today. 1 stick of butter. Put the other one, throw the other one away. Throw it. Get it out of here, dude. And that'll be about it. Sometimes my mom adds half and half to it to make it creamier. Hey, makes me shit my pants, okay? Makes me literally liquid diarrhea into the toilet. But it tastes good. It tastes good with the half and half in it. Ooh! But it makes me shit fire, so we will not be doing that. Okay, so let's get started. We're gonna fill this up with water, and we're going to add the bouillon, and then the chicken stock. I literally...
Yeah, gamer Jane. Real. That's a huge problem. I hate that. Like, I really wanted Marianne Williamson to, like, stand a chance at primarying Biden, but that's not gonna fucking happen. Because the DNC has not fucking sanctioned her. So, uh, I guess we'll just die. I don't know. Ugh. I don't know.
Have eaten this. I grew up eating this, and it's still my comfort meal. I'll never stop eating it. I'll never stop making it. Sorry. Piss cam. What did I do? Okay, gonna add water. I'm gonna go to the sink and just do my thing. And we can add some bouillon. Bouillon's like this kind of paste. Looks like a little bit of baby food in a jar. And this is baby food for adults, okay? This is baby food for me. I'm just gonna empty this.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
This in here. Because the saltier the better, honestly. Because listen, I don't know anything about nutrition, and I know sodium is good for you, but not that much sodium. You can be seriously dehydrated, but then you have to drink sodium? So how does that make sense? Ooh, Gatorade and all, it's got electrolytes and sodium, which is what you need to rehydrate. Hey, in what universe does that make sense? Scientists, checkmate. I'm gonna put this on the stove for until it starts boiling, and I'm gonna add all the ingredients into here as I'm chopping them up. And as this comes to a boil, I'm gonna add everything to here. So here we go. Don't look at the back of my head, Stanley. I'm not joking. Blur it out.
Not blurred. Decolon.
My stove light went out. Okay, we're gonna add a half stick of this butter. I almost just did something very, very unhinged. I tried to rip this in half with my hands. That was not gonna work out for anyone involved. Okay, no one was gonna win if I did that in that scenario. I really was about to just
break it.
Go for that. We're gonna add her in. Like so, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be afraid to manhandle the butter. Never be afraid to manhandle anything. I'll grab anything with my fist, okay? Butter, a vegetable, a small child's arm. Just stop. It's not even my child. Quit running. It's an airport. What are you running for? Okay, my mom adds the seasonings at this point, but I'm gonna add the seasonings now as well. I don't know why I wouldn't do the, I'm like, my mom does it this way and makes it correctly, so I'm not gonna do that. Like, why would I do that? Okay, I'm gonna go for a little garlic powder. Bye. It's in the bowl. Okay, add some garlic salt. I'm eyeballing all of this, by the way. I don't think it needs onion salt, honestly. Some poultry seasoning. Sage. Okay. Add some thyme. Some Lowry's. And lots of black pepper. Okay. Give that kind of a little mix around. The camera. Okay, you guys can see this clearly, right? All right, guys, pay really close attention to what I'm doing. You don't want to miss this part. That's what I did, okay? Can you see? Give it a little taste. Ooh! Good. What does it need? All right, we're gonna let her boil. I'm gonna start chopping. And I'm the only one eating this, so if I sneeze right into the bowl, you bitches can't tell me anything. Okay, so we've got our carrots into the bowl. A carrot. Now, I'm gonna add some of this celery. I don't like too much celery because it makes it taste funky, and also my piss smells weird afterward. These are pre-washed and pre-cut. Uncut, I mean to say. We're dealing with uncut celery. This celery has foreskin. That's really satisfying to do, actually. That felt really good.
Yeah.
Slow motion, me chopping my finger off. But these also really soften in the soup. I should not have added that whole bag of carrots. That feels really good. I can't lie. Ooh, get into this. Get into this right here. Ooh. Ooh. Why is it kind of burning my eyes? Hey, why are my eyes burning? Uncut foreskin celery. Now you gotta finger all of them. You gotta manhandle them and finger them and separate them and rip them apart. Enough celery! We can move on. Okay, I'm gonna add the chicken actually directly to my concoction over there. And then I'm gonna move you guys over there. Oh, we got some boil going on. Actually, I lied. I'm gonna shred this and put it in here. This is pretty much already shredded, but I'm just gonna, again, finger it. Don't be afraid to finger your food. One of the small joys of life is getting to finger stuff. Fingering things you love. Yeah. I forgot that when you cook the broth with butter in it, the butter can burn, and so maybe the butter just burned a little bit and it was making some weird noises. I'm not worried about it though. I'm not worried one bit. Damn, this chicken is so, oh, this fucking chicken. And now this Big Mama piece. Let me wash my hands and then move y'all and then we'll add everything. Ooh. In goes my chicken concoction. Yeah. And
I think you fingered it enough.
Just kind of randomly grabbing as much celery and carrots as I want in there. I forgot my light. Now y'all can see me good.
How y'all can y'all see me good?
Okay, we're gonna do a mixie. And now we're going to add the tortillas. Looking good. Come back over here. This is how you cut the tortillas. You think we need a knife? You're wrong. Yeah, boy. I'm gonna do like 3 or 4 at a time, and you slice them like a pizza. Don't question the method, just do what I say. Like that, okay? Tortilla. So now you just kind of submerge the dumplings. I'm gonna add just a little bit more plain water.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is tortilla soup. This is not dumplings.
Dumplings kind of take up more space when they absorb some of that broth. So I'm gonna add a little more broth, and then we're gonna put the lid on, let it cook for about 15 minutes. Now we're gonna clean up our workspace because the woman from Ratatouille changed my life when she said that. Get out of my kitchen. Put some like fun country music over this sped up bit of me cleaning. Looking very good, looking very nice. Now we just wait about 15, 20, 25 minutes for it to boil, and then we chow down. You gotta let it cook. And then what we'll do is, cause it's such a big pot, I'll eat on it for, 3-4 days, and then I'll freeze the rest of it. Or I'll just eat it for a week straight because I don't give a because I need sodium. Sodium is my life source, dude. Sodium keeps me going. I don't need water, I don't need vitamins, I need salt. You could put a salt lick by my bed. I literally have a box of goldfish by my bed because that is my salt lick. Sometimes at night I'm like, I need some salt. It's delicious. I like to cook, I like to bake. Y'all stay here. I'm gonna come back and stir this. Y'all watch it. Can y'all watch him while I go smoke? Cause I'm leaving. I'll be back. Don't touch my iPad. Don't touch my iPad. I was saying, if the question is, do I listen to the Almost Friday podcast? The answer is unabashedly, yes, of course I do. It's a problem. The little bit where they do characters back and forth, need them back. Let's take it back over to the dumplings. Dumpling cam, how are we doing? We'll do a little taste test. I'm very confident about this dish. Half of the beauty is that really all you need to do is wait for the tortillas and the veggies to cook down because the meat's done. You don't cook meat, okay? The best thing that corporate America ever gave us was the rotisserie chicken, dude. The best thing the 1950s grocery stores gave us was the rotisserie chicken and microplastics.
True.
Honey, your microplastics. You know what time it is.
My favorite.
So let's spin the wheel of mythicality. Okay, that's hot. This is boiling hot, but let's give it a taste test, shall we? Look at that bite. It's got everything in it. Yep, what's up? It's delicious. Just burn the fuck out of my mouth. Damn, I did good though. Damn, that is very delicious. Tastes really great. I'm so good at this. Okay. Gordon Ramsay is coming to my house and he has a gun and he's gonna kill me. He's coming. He's coming. I'm gonna let this cook for like 5 more minutes, then I'm gonna have a little bowl. There's you guys. You look gorgeous and beautiful. Hi guys. Stormy. Okay, let's make a bowl. Let's pack a bowl. Ready? Let's see it. Good night almighty, that's hot. Fly over. Here's the spin up. That looks so yum. Wow. All right, guys.
Let's do a little taste test.
Okay. Hey, this one's for you guys. Okay, thanks for coming with me on this beautiful and fun journey. Shout out to my mom for this recipe. And if you want to make this at home, you go ahead and you tell me if you f***ed it up because this is Southern culture. This is Texan chicken and dumplings, my family style. Cheers for real. Perfect. All right, I love you, Mom. I also call Mom Misa, aka Disa, aka Dita. I love you, Dita. And we'll see you next time, team. Okay? Loving you guys, and y'all stay safe. And I love y'all. Tell your mom and all them I love them too. All right, bye y'all. All right. Hey, y'all come back. Hey. Check it out.
So cold. Can't feel my height.
Hello, friends, and welcome to another video. This week, we're gonna be staying in a glass igloo in the Arctic Circle. I think it's gonna be kind of like glamping, but really, really, really cold. Now, as some of you guys may know, we've been on a bit of a strange hotel or unusual accommodations kick. See our recent video about staying in a hotel made completely of ice?
I said, hey, let's hit the slab.
It's so fun. They're so cute. And also, this is a great idea. I love everything that they make.
And this week, we are tackling something that I've been seeing on the internet for years, the glass igloos in Finland, that people stay in to view and sleep under the northern lights. I think I've been seeing videos and photos of them on my Instagram and TikTok feed since at least 2020, and I've always wanted to go and try them out. First off, they look really, really pretty. I've never seen the northern lights before, and I've also never stayed in a human-sized terrarium before, but they look so cute and cozy and covered in snow in every picture I see of them, which leads me to wonder, are they cozy? Is it freezing cold in there? What's it like in there? What is there to do in there? And how do you even get there? All questions we will answer in this video. Because during our recent Nordic/Scandinavian travel trip, we decided to stop in Finland to stay in a glass igloo, sleep under the stars, and figure all this out. And hopefully see some northern lights in the process. Any at all. Even just one single light would be fine. Also, this does mark the end of our Nordic/Scandinavian series, so comment down below where you think we should travel to next. Okay, let's go. Finland, here we come. Now, the last time you guys saw us, we were leaving the Ice Hotel in northern Sweden.
All right, goodbye, Ice Hotel.
See you on the flip side.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna melt. But the next one. After a stop in Iceland to soak up some minerals in the Blue Lagoon, and a brief unplanned stint in Stockholm, and we were ready to turn our eyes to the final leg of our trip.
All right, shall we?
Yes.
Onward and eastward to Finland.
Now, both the Ice Hotel and the Glass Igloos are located in a general region in the far north of the Scandinavian peninsula called Lapland. And though they are theoretically close to each other, getting from one place to the next was not quite as simple as I thought it would be. The easiest flight path would be Kiruna to Stockholm, Stockholm to Helsinki, and then Helsinki to Ivalo, but as we know, flights to and from the far north only run on certain days, so we decided the fastest thing to do would be to drive 6 hours across Sweden and Finland. An ambitious plan, to be sure.
There's our route.
The drive is actually pretty beautiful, with lots and lots of snow-covered trees as far as the eye can see. And after a few hours driving, we reached the Finnish-Swedish border, which was notably pretty uneventful.
Finland.
You kind of take a left and cross a bridge, and then you're just in Finland.
You don't have to do anything? Nothing at all?
The scenery then stayed pretty much the same, though we did notice the temperature start to drop rapidly, a sign of things to come.
It's negative 13 degrees Celsius.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cold, yeah. Good thing we're sleeping in a glass tent.
And after a solid 6-hour drive, we finally arrived at our destination.
Oh, I'm seeing stuff, guys.
Are you seeing stuff?
Yeah, I'm seeing stuff.
Got some stuff?
It's happening, people.
Now, though there are a fair amount of other glass igloos out there, the original and I think most famous glass igloos are located at the Kekslautinen Arctic Resort. And when we arrived at Kekslautinen that evening, we were greeted by a large log cabin. My nose hairs are freezing.
Oh, they are. Mine too.
It's a very specific sensation, but it's happening. Which contained the main lobby, front desk, gift shop, and restaurant.
Look, unique Pringles flavors. Spring onion and Texas barbecue.
With some nice Taylor Swift playing softly over the whole scene.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know about Finns, they're big Swifties. Doesn't matter where you go.
Doesn't matter if you're in the Arctic Circle.
Taylor Swift will be there.
And after checking in, we loaded our luggage on one of these sleighs that were lined up outside of the lobby.
Do we need more sleighs?
What's up?
Oh my god, Melissa, her headlamp.
And started pushing.
Now I have the headlamp on. I am the proverbial Rudolph. Is it falling?
Yeah, it's falling. Okay, let me try again.
Now, the idea of a luggage sleigh is cute and fun, but the glass igloos are pretty far away from the lobby. Actually, everything at this resort is pretty spread out, and it was super cold out there.
Yeah, there's a left there. That could be it.
Oh my god.
So it was both exhausting and also my hands were freezing to the sleigh.
Oh! Oh, I see
God.
that. Oh, it's a lot feels off. This is where the change happens. Do I check in?
About what? I'm cold. I want igloo. I want to get in my glass tent, please.
But after quite the trip,
37. Yep, got it.
Oh, I see Melissa. Holy shit, it's cold.
we finally laid eyes on our igloo.
This is us.
Okay, 37?
Yeah.
All right, after you.
Oh. Lights? Lights?
And first impression, it was looking pretty awesome in there.
Oh. Come on in. Ooh.
Oh, it's nice and warm in here.
Wow.
But after a long drive and a long trek,
My fingers are frozen. It's nice in here. Everything's zebra themed
Oh, yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah.
Let's get our stuff in. Let's regroup. That was cold.
we were pretty ready to crash. So we'll give you guys the full tour in the morning.
We have a busy couple days here.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Look at me and my zebra. It's vaguely erotic.
It is kind of erotic.
All right, Tyler's gonna turn the lights off because you can't turn the lights off from your bed.
No. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
So the next morning, having returned to the world of the living,
You know, this whole sun rising at like 10 a.m. thing works pretty well for me. Usually I never see the sunrise.
and having grabbed a little breakfast at the main lodge,
Pieces will wreck you.
Everyone thinks those are orange juices. They're ginger shots. And they're intense.
we can start giving you guys the lowdown. Starting with the things that brought us here in the first place, the glass igloos, which are all over here in this like little village together.
Home sweet home. I like how we have our sled parked out front like it's ours. It's like our car in our driveway.
The igloo that Tyler and I had was the larger deluxe igloo.
Ooh, you can see right through.
Oh, come on in.
All right, I'm coming.
Ta-da! And most of the body of the igloo is just this open dome back here, which contains some carpeting and a number of beds.
I think it's actually quite comfortable in here. It's super warm. Like, it's not cold at all. Like, it's very heated.
There is also a toilet room in here near the front entrance that is divided from the rest of the igloo by this frosted glass.
So you can see Sophia's shadow.
Hello there.
So it's a little bit intimate.
And the deluxe igloo has its own shower as well.
It's a little wet because I was in here earlier.
Fair.
Come on in. You can't really come in because there's only really room for one person. This is not a bad shower.
Which is a pretty awesome convenience and kind of elevates the glass tent situation a little bit above glamping in my opinion. Now, we were able to take a peek at a standard, smaller glass igloo as well.
Oh my God, this door is so short.
I know.
Come on in. All right.
Which was pretty similar, just with fewer beds.
Still has the zebra motif going on.
Big time.
Can't lose the zebras.
And did not have its own shower room. Though the smaller igloo did have its own luggage compartment.
Like, that's like a whole hidey hole.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Which I thought was actually pretty awesome, since you are a little strapped for storage space in there.
And then one thing that both tents have is an aurora alarm, which means that like, if the northern lights are out, they will do like a wake up alarm. To be like, wake up right now, look up.
And overall, comparing my expectations from Instagram to experiencing them IRL, I would say the glass igloos are actually pretty cool. They don't necessarily feel super luxe, like there's a strange amount of zebra print and some kind of random decor choices, but they're pretty cozy, and obviously the giant ceiling/window gives you a great view of the sky and the surrounding areas. And we did see some cool stuff, which we'll talk about later.
There's Tyler, doing stuff. What is this move? What's going on here?
But one drawback of having a great view is that you can also easily be viewed.
Someone left their bathroom light on.
They did.
This is a more prominent issue at night when the insides of the tents are lit up.
All right, we're seeing Tyler.
What? And you can quickly get to know your neighbors.
I definitely have flash people. I definitely have walked past tents that are illuminated, looked into them and been like, oh, that person's naked.
And let's be real, these curtains are really not doing much of anything at all.
So that's just a dynamic.
Not something that's gonna turn me off of glass igloos forever, but just something to keep in mind.
All right. Let's keep rolling.
Now, we mentioned earlier that Kexlauten Resort's glass igloos are the original glass igloos.
Look at little turtles.
With the vibe of the resort being about showcasing the natural beauty of Arctic Finland, owner and operator Jussi Raimo constructed the first glass igloo in 1999.
They do look like turtles.
Am I not?
It looks so fun. They're so cute. Again, I wish I liked the cold more, because this would be fun.
Turtle enough for the turtle club?
You're in. The turtle.
And they're not gonna let you forget it, because they are a major architectural theme of this resort, to the point where they just add a little glass terrarium/greenhouse to every building they possibly can.
Oh, wow. It's covered in snow.
As you can see with their igloo bar that's at the back of their main lobby building.
I could see myself getting drunk in a terrarium. I'm down for it.
Yeah.
Or their Kello glass igloos, which are like half cabin, half greenhouse.
This is like a mutant. It's like a cabin tent hybrid.
And their luxury multifamily lodges, which have little glass igloos like jutting out of them.
You know what's conspicuously missing?
What?
Zebra print. Just saying.
And most over the top of all, they've also created this giant glass igloo mushroom.
Here's the tower.
That sits loftily at the top of this art gallery.
Oh,
That's sick.
Okay, we almost didn't come here. This was worth it.
With Kexlautenen, it's all glass all the time.
Look at all those trees! Look at all them trees!
They've got a lot of trees and they're not afraid to show them to you. Now finally, moving past the glass, there is actually a fair amount more stuff here at the Kexlautenen Resort.
It looks like they're using that little hill as like a sledding hill.
Oh, damn.
Whoa, wipe out!
To be brief, it is a full-on winter wonderland.
All right, go for it, Ty.
And they offer pretty much every cute, wintry Arctic activity you may have seen on your Instagram or TikTok or YouTube Shorts feeds for their guests to participate in.
Oh!
Is there a secret bump?
There's a secret bump, yeah. Somewhere over there is my ass print.
Like Northern Lights watching expeditions, reindeer sleigh rides, dog sledding, and traditional Finnish saunas. And so we were there for 3 nights to try and speedrun most of them.
I was so scared of the secret bump. Oh my god, I'm covered in snow.
And I'm gonna start off with their Santa stuff. It's not really an activity, but it's very prominent.
Oh yeah, they're way into Santa.
There's like a sponge, like a scrubbing sponge. It's kind of cute, actually.
Like they call themselves Santa's Resort, they sell Santa merch, they have this big Santa's Village area.
I like how Bing Crosby is just emanating from the building.
With an elf tower.
The 2 towers, the Mushroom Tower, and the Elf Tower.
And an elf bridge.
And then this is Santa's house.
And though we did have some fun trying to figure out how the terrarium vibes fit with Santa.
He knows when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. How does he know? He watches from this tower, the all-seeing eye of Santa.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense. It's good for tourism, and being in the Arctic Circle, there are probably only a handful of full-service resorts that are any closer to the North Pole.
You have the birth of baby Jesus and Santa right over there.
Though it does seem like there are a few spots in Finland that are vying for this title, so I cannot confirm if Kexlautenen is officially Santa's resort or not. But they're trying their best. However, back on the activity train, starting with an Arctic classic, Kexlautenen does offer a reindeer safari for their guests to go on.
Hello, sir.
And we were chomping at the bit to try this one out.
This is Coco.
Yeah.
First up, you have to suit up with even more Arctic gear because it's cold out there.
Oh, you look reindeer ready.
What do you think?
You look cute.
And yes, this suit goes over your parka, so you are like super bundled.
How you doing?
And then you get to ride in a sleigh, Santa style.
This is sick.
They're so cute.
Now, reindeer are a natural fit for Kexlautenen.
Can you see him? He's right there.
As they're native to northern Scandinavia.
Here we go.
This is fun.
And the Sami people who are indigenous to the region were the first to herd and domesticate the reindeer. So it kind of ties into the history of the area. And in fact, this safari and the reindeer on the Kexlautenen resort are managed and taken care of by Sami reindeer experts.
Oh, and he's right here, isn't he?
Oh, hey, dude. He's looking right at the cat. He wants to eat it.
No, they're so cute.
I really like the reindeer safari.
It's so pretty, man.
The reindeer themselves are super cute, and although the sleigh ride is not particularly fast,
it's fun.
This is fun. I declare this fun.
It is a very tranquil and pleasant jaunt through the beautiful Finnish woods.
1 p.m. sun in Finland.
The only negatives are that it is a lot of staring at your reindeer friend's butt.
Just staring down his nether eye.
Completely. Exclusively.
Trying to avert my gaze, trying to be respectful.
Yeah, they're trying to zoom in over his head.
And after a bit, it does get pretty cold in there, since the reindeers are doing all the work and you're pretty stationary.
Yeah, we don't want our fingers to be like Prince Harry's penis. Gotta warm them up.
That story was not a good one to tell us right before we left.
No.
Not gonna have one.
But then at the end, you get to warm up with some hot cider and cookies inside a traditional Sami-style hut called a koda.
Oh yeah.
Now after the reindeer,
I'm warmed back up. And my nose hairs are frozen again.
Just like that.
Just like that.
The next Arctic activity we tackled was the traditional Finnish sauna and icy cold plunge pool.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Not it being a hole in the ice with like a spotlight on it.
And by plunge pool, I mean a ladder directly into this frozen pond. So yes, it was time for us to go winter bathing.
I don't think anyone thinks we can hang.
No, but we're gonna do it.
We might not be able to hang, but we're gonna try.
We're gonna try.
All right, let's go get changed.
Yeah.
Saunas are a pretty big thing in Finland. There are approximately 3 million saunas in a country of only about 5 million people.
Hello, Tyler. All right, I'm coming up.
And though there are different types, the general idea is that it's a hot room that you sit in to sweat it out and relax.
Oh, it's smoky as heck, man.
It's really hot in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a smoke sauna, which means there's no chimney. Rather, the steam and smoke that rises from this hot oven stays in the room with you.
Oh. And that's how you make it even hotter? Oh my god, I can feel it.
And generally, I don't think people usually have their iPhone flashes on in here.
Sorry that this looks totally terrifying, guys. I swear in person it's a bit more rustic and charming.
But without it, I couldn't see anything I was filming.
Yeah, not Salem witch trial-y.
It's a little crucible right now.
And then once you are sufficiently roasted,
Put a timer on for 2 minutes. Final cooking.
2 minutes.
And then we're going.
you need to cool off.
Ready? After you.
I'm ready.
And by cool, I mean really cool.
This is crazy.
I leave the socks on, right?
Yeah, socks on.
Are we serious right now?
As it was freezing pond water time.
I'm so scared. How do I do it?
Just go in.
Ah!
You got it, sweetie.
I'm gonna cry. Okay.
Since traditionally, you're supposed to go between very hot and very cold multiple times during your sauna session.
You can go.
Okay. Okay.
Grab that towel.
Okay.
Book.
Okay. I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
There are supposed to be some health benefits to this besides just hazing non-Finns who aren't used to the cold.
So cold. Can't feel my height.
Ice bathing is supposed to improve mood and energy, reduce blood
I could not.
pressure, and decrease stress.
All right, now we go back in the sauna, right?
Sauna. Always nice and warm. Oh, yeah.
And the transition between hot and cold and hot again is said to even help maintain skin elasticity
That wasn't so bad, actually.
and keep you looking young and fresh.
I feel pretty good right now.
I feel pretty good right now.
Round 2, baby.
Round 2, baby. Let's do it.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Most people do 2 to 3 rounds of hot saunaing and ice bathing.
Well, I guess to go. I'm not going further.
And honestly, even though it was kind of extreme,
Good to go.
I'm good? Okay, we're done. Goodbye.
That was deep. That was deep. Yes. All right, me. This. Down. Soft. Hair. Take. Go. Pro. Go.
we ended up actually really liking the sauna experience.
Into the abyss. Once more.
The sauna itself is just a really hot room. The hole in the ice is really what intimidated me going in, but I found it to be pretty exhilarating.
Hello. How's it going? I missed the pad.
What does that mean?
I stepped in the snow.
Why did you do that?
It's an accident. Into the sauna again.
So smoke sauna, 2 frozen thumbs up.
Before I was in, I was terrified. When I was in, I hated it. Now that I'm out, I'm like, that was fun.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
So besides reindeers and saunas, we did try a couple more activities at Kekslauten, including a snowmobile riding expedition / caravan on night 2.
We'll see if we get a tutorial about how to drive.
Oh shit.
Where you're basically plopped on a snowmobile.
Hell yeah, man.
Hello.
Hello, friends. And welcome to this snowmobile. Oh my goodness.
You got this time.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
And you get to drive pretty darn fast through the Finnish woods.
Can you guys see the snow sparkling? It's so cute.
It is so cute.
Tyler and I drove on one together, and it was pretty exhilarating. I felt like a real Arctic biker chick.
Hit the nose, baby.
3, 2, 1.
Windshield wipers. Oh my god, you were serious.
Or kind of like a very insulated version of Justin Bobby and Audrina from The Hills.
Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Win's winning.
Tom Treadle, baby.
And then the other activity we participated in was dog sledding on night 3, where you can actually steer and ride on a dog sled. I'm gonna save the bulk of that story for later in the video because it's a bit climactic, but we did also get to actually meet the sled dogs at their farm during the day.
Look at that guy.
on his house.
What's up, dude?
Which obviously was one of my favorite things that we did at the resort. Look at him.
Puppy.
Look at his little ear. 10 out of 10, no notes. They are so cute and so crazy.
It's funny because like right now, the activity is just to look at the dog.
Oh yeah.
And everyone's down. We've all just gathered here today to film these dogs.
What's up, dude?
Jailbreak. Now, one of the other big draws of this resort is getting to see the northern lights, but it's never a sure thing, even in the winter. The most obvious thing you can do is just chill in your glass igloo once the sun has gone down and hope for a stroke of luck that you'll be able to see them. And we lucked out pretty much right after we had arrived.
Hold on. Holy sh**, that's them!
On our first night at Kekslautenen, we saw some auroras through the glass roof in our tent.
We're gonna go put on our jackets and go outside. They're literally moving.
Put my pants on. Put my pants on.
So we ran out with my hands half frozen to admire the auroras as they appeared above our heads.
Oh my god.
And it was pretty surreal to see them dancing around like right above our igloo.
Holy crap. Like, that's our tent right there.
So value prop of the glass igloos, confirmed. We also did get to see some auroras during our snowmobiling expedition on our second night.
We got some northern lights action.
Oh damn, we really do.
Which is at least part of the reason why they send you on these expeditions at night, to get you to prime aurora viewing spots.
That's them, baby. I'm talking about auroras, baby.
At first, our guide thought they were just okay, but we got to see some color changing.
Damn.
That one's pretty legit.
Some light beams dancing.
They're moving.
Whoa!
They're moving, dude.
They're zooming, dude.
And even she admitted after our second sighting, they were a solid 9 out of 10.
Okay, now it's bumped up to a 9. Yeah!
What do you think about that?
No, it's pretty good.
Now I will say, we aren't Northern Lights filming experts.
That's Tyler in the tent. He's trying to get the headlamp for some reason.
But we tried our best, so hopefully some of these different shots can show you guys kind of what the auroras that we saw looked like.
I look like I'm in a horror movie. We stopped, we've seen more northern lights. They're really pretty. We like them a lot. We've taken some time lapses, some photos, and we've been given some juice, which is really doing it for me.
Now, on our third night, which is when we went dog sledding, conditions were pretty cloudy and snowy, so we weren't able to see any northern lights.
Holy wow, it's snowing. Can you guys see that?
But that was the least of our problems. Unfortunately, as our trip to Finland was coming to
Well, this makes me want to travel so bad.
a close,
I got food poisoning.
Nice.
I just took Imodium, so if I fall asleep, I'm drowsy, that's why.
Tyler caught some kind of stomach bug, so he had to stay back in the igloo.
Okay, so Tyler wasn't feeling too well, but me and Melissa are going dog sledding.
So it ended up being just me and our producer Melissa on the sled.
So there's gonna be your team, Taxi and Ursus, Gimli and Eddie, and your leaders, Ibiza and Bolt.
Now, overall, the dog sledding experience is objectively cool.
Oh, we're just going? We're going. Good luck to everyone. We're going.
You go in pairs of 2, and one person gets to steer the dog sled, and one person gets to ride in it, Balto style.
They're doing a great job. Look at them going.
Now, the dogs are super cute, and it is a pretty one-of-a-kind experience, and of course, the nature is beautiful. But the terrain is kind of bumpy, and you can feel pretty much every bump in the sled.
Woo! Woo! What if I fall off?
Ouch.
Is it hard to hold on? I feel like I want to ski.
And I think the dogs know that you are a tourist who doesn't really know what you're doing, so they're kind of in their own zone. They know the path and they want to run.
Oh my god, they're having a blast. Yeah. They're like, why are you guys being such wimps?
So you're not so much in control of the sled as you are hanging on for dear life.
Woo! Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! Woo! Oh, I'm getting blasted down here.
And riding the brake occasionally so you don't fly off.
How are you still on? I don't know. Like literally what happens if I fall off? If you fall off, scream. Okay. Well, I guess I'm a god or two. Yeah, if I fall off, I don't know what you do. Nope, I'm dead. I'm done.
Now, it turns out that we all eventually got that stomach bug that took Tyler down, and we started dropping like flies, with the bumping and jumping of the sleigh taking Melissa down first, who had been driving while I filmed.
I might drop. Okay.
Oh,
Excuse me, can we stop?
Thankfully, I wasn't taken down by whatever we all got until the next day on our flight back to the US.
All right, I'm gonna drive.
So I was able to swap with her, and we turned back around and took the dogs back home.
Getting sick when you travel is the worst.
Yep. It's interesting, guys. Hello. I am a light, a lamp. Hello.
So, dog sledding. It was certainly an experience. I think I'm more cut out for dog petting, so I think I'll stick to that.
All right. An adventure.
Yes.
So that generally was our stay at the glass igloos in Finland. Overall, I think we had a really good time. I thought the glass igloos themselves ended up being pretty comfortable and easy to stay in, besides the neighbor flashing dynamics, and I also really enjoyed the activities. Like, I got to do a bunch of stuff I never really thought I'd be able to try, like reindeer sleighing and snowmobiling, and of course getting to see the Northern Lights a bunch of times. Successful trip. Toes cold.
Let's get you inside.
Which is kind of one of those once-in-a-lifetime things that makes a trip like this worth it.
These are some sick hot chocolates. Very cool.
No. Good day.
Nice.
Good day.
Obviously, on the not-so-good side, there was the mysterious stomach bug that took us all down, but I don't want to blame Kaxlautinen for that necessarily. And then the only other thing I really want to call out as a negative were the luggage sleighs.
Those, luggage sleighs are kind of my sworn enemy.
They look so frozen.
They are.
Yeah.
They are frozen.
It makes sense why they're used, since it would probably be impossible to wheel your suitcases over the snow and ice, but they're not very easy to steer, and they're very cold. And it seems like the other guests agree.
Oh no, that sleigh is out for the count.
As we encountered abandoned luggage sleighs in the creek.
Someone just gave up.
In the creek again, and yep, those are also in the creek.
Look at those multiple sleighs underneath the bridge.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we did not abandon our sleigh in the frozen creek, and did in fact return it to its proper place.
I pushed that thing in here, so you're gonna push us out.
There. Let's get loaded up.
As we used it to slide our bags back to the main lobby for checkout.
Woo!
There's a little hill over here. I'm riding all the way down, baby.
But glass igloos, a check, Northern Lights, a check, and stomach bug be damned.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Our lengthy expedition to the Arctic Circle had come to an end.
All right, it's time to go home.
And we won't speak of what happened on the plane, because it wasn't pretty. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked that video, make sure to shmash that like button. And if you want to see more videos like this, make sure to shmash that subscribe button. Here are our short form / social media handles, and here's our merch website. And with that, I will see you guys next time.
This feels like a real sugar daddy, sugar mama town, right?
Dude, that sucks. Getting sick on the plane. Oh god, I hope everyone else didn't get sick too. That's shitty.
I feel like a lot of you have fucked people way older than you to figure out like a light bill. You know what I mean? Which is fine. No, I'm not, that sounds pretty cool. Somebody here has fucked somebody much older than them, right? You have, buddy? Who'd you fuck? Who was older than you that you fucked?
He was 30, I was 20.
He was 30, you were 20? Okay, nice. And how did you guys meet? College? Is your hand fucked up or is this a costume? What's going on here? I don't know. I can't tell if you're like some esoteric thing that I don't know about. Because your vibes are off too. Something's off with you in general. What's up?
It's a steak sandwich.
It's a steak sandwich. Is it not doing it for you?
It's not doing it for me. It's good, but it's not what I expected.
Okay, damn. And that fucked up your whole evening. It was just like
Vibes
the steak sandwich is all right, nice.
Fuck everything now, I guess.
How did you meet this guy? How'd you meet the guy who was 30 and you were 20?
The gal.
Oh, the gal. Okay, I don't know. It's not relaxed, dude. It's not fucked up to be gay. You understand that, right? It's not. How'd you meet the gal that was 30 and you were 20?
Oh, I had a class with her.
You had a class with her. Where? Was this after you got a DUI remedially? They were like, you had to go back to driver's ed? So she was in, I'm gonna guess, community college? Yeah. No disrespect. That's kind of, those are the vibes that I got. Was kind of, you feel like you're in the associate zone right now. Not really a full 4 years. Okay, nice. You had a class there, and what, you approached her, or she approached you?
I approached her. I'm feeling really awkward about it.
You approached her, and you were feeling awkward about it. Currently, or you were at the time? Oh, okay.
Ever since then, I
Both.
haven't been able to overcome the awkwardness.
Ever since, before that, you were the suavest guy of all time. You were fucking sick as shit. Now you're this guy. Ever since that, is that what happened? MILF pussy is differently. So you're telling me that you fucked MILF pussy turned you autistic? Is that what I'm to believe? You're one of these guys. You're like, no, it's not the vaccines. It's MILF pussy that's turning our children autistic. You're an interesting guy, man. I'm very okay. How did you? So you're like, you just asked her out?
I guess she was as desperate.
She was as desperate as. I see. In the middle of the desert. I thought, was this where the community college was? What do you think community college is? It wasn't community college. You go to the desert with a bucket of water and you're like, how bad do you need a drink? All right. Something's not adding up at all here, but I'm not gonna press you too much. You had a bad steak sandwich. Things aren't going your way, I understand. What's your name, buddy? Mario. How about a nice hand for our friend Mario over here, folks? I don't exactly know what's going on with him, but I hope he's having a good day today. I believe in you, Mario. You'll get more MILF pussy.
The way Stavros is able to get people to volunteer the craziest information with as few details as possible. It's truly an art. It really is.
Maybe that'll knock you back to normal after that.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person went through a McDonald's drive-thru, looked in his bag, and saw that he received the wrong order. He got $5,000 in cash instead.
Like, what is this? Why would they do this?
He decided to be a good person and return the cash.
Are you guys laundering money out here?
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
I really want to give you a hug.
And I get free McDonald's for a month, I guess.
Hey, dude, can I have a napkin?
Yeah.
Ooh, he's snitching. Everybody, he's snitching. Hey, dude, get back.
Hey guys, we'll be chugging a Dr. Pepper for Happy New Year's. Alright, well, Happy New Year, guys.
This gorilla did not like how this girl was beating on her chest.
Yo.
Oh, man.
Scary shit. The fuck? Ain't no way, dude.
Here's a pretty easy science experiment showing how to bend light. When the lights are off, you can see how the laser bounces off the walls of the water stream.
Sick.
Oh my God, I swear to God, this thing just looked at me.
This guy trained his cat to turn on the Xbox.
Big man.
Did it? Ew,
Oh my
I did!
God, I swear to God, this thing just looked at me.
This guy trained his cat to turn on the Xbox.
Big man, I need the Xbox on, please. Thank you.
Bro, like, this is so dumb. Look at this. I'm taking a... I can literally see over the...
You want to come in?
Your flipper. Don't attack your flipper, you silly boy.
So this is pretty cool. The gas stations in Japan look a little different. All the hoses just kinda hang from the ceiling.
Dude, it's so much better.
This has gotta be the saddest baby I've ever seen.
Dude, he's totally blowing me away. I'm sorry. Oh my God. What'd you do? Oh my God, I scared him.
It was so cold in Minnesota that this YouTuber decided to make some artwork using toilet paper.
Spray until it's thick enough to hold the roll.
This dog got upset when this guy stopped petting.
Whoa.
Poor little guy was stressed out.
No.
Hola.
Is that a beach rat?
Oh.
Oh no.
This is how quickly they engrave names on a trophy after someone wins a tennis tournament. The engraver waits to see who wins and then immediately goes to work. After a few minutes, the trophy is ready for the presentation. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Doggo.
Hey boss, I think we should slow down production.
Never!
Okie dokie. Alright. Okay. I think that'll be it for tonight. Gotta get to bed on a reasonable time. Reasonable. I.e., the middle of the goddamn night. You know. Reasonable for me. It's all relative, right? Sure. I'll try to be back tomorrow. Still gonna try and do the everyday thing. Gonna do my best. I hope you have a good one.
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky.